In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And this is what's happening. Dogs. People on television.
There have been no credible reports of specific claims of pets being harmed, injured, or abused by individuals within the immigrant community.
Well, I've seen people on television.
Let me just say here, this is
the people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. So maybe he said that, and maybe that's a good thing to say for a city manager.
I'm not taking this from
but
television.
But the people on television saying their dog was eaten by the people that went there.
Again, Springfield city manager says there's no evidence of that.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. And this is what's happening. People on television. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs.
I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's Monday. It's Monday, News Day. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, that was another Megaphonics banger. Libophonics, as you guys know, used to be a Magaphonics Trump supporter, now a liberal mega donor, making that wonderful track that was so poppin' that the Republicans actually took it over, and they love it. They loved it. They think it's great. Folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. It is 68 degrees, partially sunny here in California, Los Angeles. The weather has turned around. It used to be not so great this morning. This morning, when I first went outside, it was kind of gloomy and doomy. But now it is nice and sunny here. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs, we're live and alive. It is September 16th, 2024. When did this happen? When did time pass so fast that we are at the halfway point of the month of September? New Fear and podcast came out. It was great. Hopefully you guys will enjoy it. Okay. Folks, time is passing. How many days do we have until the election? Let's take a look. We are officially 49 days out from the election. We're no longer, it's not even 50. It is 49 days out from election, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, and the race is getting tight. 49 days. All right. Mexico Day Hassan, your Mexican viewers are here. Hell yeah. I played Esperando Hassan yesterday for Mexico Day, but you know, I'm a Flexican every day. You know what I mean? You already know what it is. All right, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And I also play the daily Hassan game, Hassan Guesser. Okay, and let me tell you, a lot has happened. Last night I ended the broadcast. Okay, after getting my shit pushed in, after getting absolutely eviscerated, destroyed by Erlang, who is obviously one of the hardest bosses in the game of Wukong. Ended that broadcast and didn't really do much. Just chilled, made myself a nice little brekkie sando, egg sando, you know what it is. Went to bed, woke up early, and immediately got to work. Okay, immediately got to work. You already know what's going on. I'm talking, it's lift time. Okay, another HasanAbi mentioned on the talk tick. Okay, listen, let me tell you something. Okay, let me tell you something. The boys brolic. Okay, so yesterday I spent 2 hours playing basketball, and when I play basketball the next day, if I have leg day, it's usually hard. Okay, it's usually difficult on my legs. I'm a big boy, right? I'm a big boy, and as a big boy, it's hard for me to to play basketball for 2 hours and then be fine the next day. Usually my legs they need like a refresher. So oftentimes I have a hard time, and oftentimes I have a little bit of a hard time, you know, working out the next day. However, this morning was not one of those days. What do I mean by this? This morning I was supposed to go out and do some deadlifts. Okay. It's my deadlift day. It's pull day. Okay. And I was like, you know what? We'll go up. I'm not really confident in my legs today. I'm not really confident in my lower back today, but fuck it. Why not? Started off, we were supposed to do lower density. Okay. We were supposed to do lower density, or I mean, you know, 5 reps instead of the normal 10 that we do. Well, I guess I don't get gassed as much if I'm not hitting 10s on like 385. So I was like, I'll go up. And I did like 420 for 5 so easily. And I did it for 6 actually, so easily that my trainer and myself decided maybe we should go up even further. And we went up to 450. Okay. And you'll notice that I could have probably gone way higher than 450. And I could have done way more than 5 for 450, but I stopped it there in an effort to preserve my strength for the rest of my exercises. But here it is. What's up, folks? I'm live and alive. That shit, I'll be honest with you, that's a pretty solid fucking weight that I'm putting up, okay? That's a pretty solid amount of weight to be putting up like that, okay? I'll say it, you know, 450 pounds by 5, and it was easy too. Like I could have done that for 10. You can do 500, no doubt about it. Yeah, I think I could go up much higher. I think I could go up much higher than 450 on the deadlift. I'm going to slowly pick up the pace there, but I squat 305, but I feel like I can do more too, but I'm nervous to hurt myself on accident. You know, I'll say it. I'm excited about this. You know, it's good. It was, and you can tell. What's your 1 rep max? I have no idea. But if this was to completion, if this like gassed me out, which it didn't, a buddy of mine said that's a 517 estimated 1 rep max, but I can go much higher than that. I think you were on a fitness TikToker's TikTok. That's so stupid. Why a trap bar with the high handles though? Essentially a rack pull. Isn't it low for your body weight though? I mean, that's a high amount of weight. You have diminishing returns once you get to a certain level, okay, of weight. Like, but yeah, I haven't done a conventional deadlift in a minute. Low for your body weight is insane. No, he's not incorrect. I'm 225 pounds. So, you know, it's not like I'm proud of it. Okay. I'm proud of it. You haters will say it's trap bar deadlift is cheating. Haters will say it's trap bar with the high bar is cheating. But overall, I'm proud of it. I'm pretty happy with this. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, you at this point in your weightlifting journey are simply fighting against yourself. Okay. At every point in your weightlifting journey, really, in your training journey, you are basically fighting against who you were yesterday. Okay. You're trying to become better than who you were yesterday. And this level of weight for me is a pretty solid amount of weight that I didn't even suspect I could throw around this easily. And you can probably tell from this exercise that I'm like, with the speed and the way that with my movement, you could probably tell I'm really picking that shit up. Like it's not a problem at all. Like I could have fucking kept going. I could have gotten it higher too. I mean, it's like 2x your body weight and you're saying it's easy. Yeah, but I mean, it is 2 times my body weight, but like if you're 145, like one of my trainers is like 145 pounds. He can't do this weight, but he can get close to it. You know what I mean? Like most like really, really experienced lifters will be able to throw that shit up like almost 3 times their body weight at that point. So what's the squat at? What was it? Like I did it last week. Didn't know you were so invested in potted plants. This is not my house. This is my trainer's dad's house. The way you talk about working out is legitimately helping me more than any other advice I've gotten. Do you take any supplements? Creatine only. For sure, I'm 150. Do standard deadlifts at 405 for now. Yeah. I'm going to start working out today. It's my birthday and I'm old now, but I think it's never too late to start. Yeah. It's never too late to start. Can you do muscle ups? I've never tried, but probably not. But my deadlift has always been like much stronger in comparison to my body weight than my bench press. You absolutely can't. Yeah, I don't think I can do a muscle up. I didn't say I can do one. Also, remember, I'm 225 pounds. Like when you're doing calisthenics, I think being smaller and being lighter weight does absolutely help. That's why I said there is diminishing returns on a lot of this stuff when you are taller and you are heavier. Okay. I've only got 2 days. I can go to the gym for about an hour. What do you think I should do, brother? Try to hit the main groups. The big three compounds are deadlifts, squats, and bench press. You can get away with not doing deadlifts if you don't want to, if you feel insecure about it, but you should definitely do squats and bench press. If you don't have a lot of time, those are like the main ones. And then the rest, you should sneak in some calisthenics, some body weight shit. I've been trying to get started on bettering my health for years now. Anyway, so that's it. First 2 weeks are the worst, in my opinion. Then it becomes easier as a habit. First 3 weeks, I would say. Do you work your core enough? Yeah. Been deadlifting on the Smith machine, and I know it's going to fuck my back up one day. The Smith machine is probably one of the best ways to do that, though. It's controlled. Don't let us start the news without the HasanAbi TikTok of the day, edit of the day.
If the beat live, you know Lil Ju made it. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Post me a pic, finna make me a profit. When the liquor hit, then the bitch get toxic.
What a fucking liar, dude.
I've been lit since brunch, that shit. Order 42 for the table, let's pop shit. Missionaire or doggy style on my top shit. Pussy ass niggas hating on me from the closet. Hoes trying to call me a snake, shit, I guess I can relate. Cause the bitch spit a whole lot of dinner. And since these hoes all rats, when they come around me, all I see is a whole lot of dinner. I walk around the house butt naked and I stop at air mirror just to stare at my own posterior. I don't give a fuck.
All of my ops are pedophiles, bro. I stand on that.
Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit. Hands on my knees, shaking ass on my thigh shit.
True. What is this? You said this is
Donald Trump got shot at again by a.
All right, we'll do this when we get to that news story, actually. You got any recommendations of working out for my mom? She's almost 60 and wants to work out, so I don't know how to help her. I mean, that's outside of my that's outside of my field of knowledge. You know, get it started slow, I guess. Walking, that's good. And then maybe you can like elevate it by walking with some weights that you strap to your ankle and your wrist or something. Pool workouts, that's what old people do, I think, if they haven't been like working out for a long ass time. You should reverse grip incline. Smith, popularized by Dante Trudell. All my ops are pedophiles, only so crazy because it's empirically true so many times over. Did the CNN doc get moved to tonight? I don't know. This HasanAbi TikTok has 26K likes in 2 days. In my mind, HasanAbi and Asa Show are dating, but Hasan has to stay in the closet because if we were to come out, he wouldn't be taken seriously by his male majority audience. This is the funniest headcanon shit because it's like, dog, you think I would be secretly dating Austin? I would be secretly dating Will. Like, I can't believe that your inference here is that I'd be dating Austin and not fucking Will Neff. Lamau, read the comments. Fuck, I think it's broken. Why can't I see the comments? I don't know. It's not letting me. All right, fuck it. No, Austin confirmed this actually on his stream. Do you watch Dr. Mike for fitness stuff? No. I only watch Dr. Mike for steroid stuff. It's okay to be a deeply closeted gay man, bro. Yeah. Except there is virtually zero reason for me to not be openly gay if I was. So you think this shit is easy? You have guessed correctly within 2 guesses on the last 3 days. How about you try hard mode then? Turn it on before you make your first guess. You can set the mode for each day. What the fuck? There's a hard mode? Okay, let's turn on the hard mode then. What does that do? Who is this person?
He rolled him.
Who's the video about? What's happening? People don't want the meeting with Sis to happen? Yeah, dude. You know what? You're right. I'm fucking convinced that no one wants Sis to catch a break, okay? That's what it is. It's GTRP days. Atria. Oh, that's Atrioc. It's GTRP days. which is 2021, maximum January. Oh, mid-January, early. Oh shit, that's what hard mode is. Fuck. What the fuck? Wait, what am I? Mid-February 2021. Did I go in the wrong direction? It's after early March. The arrow goes right, means later than. I always fuck that up. My brain is, I have a bad brain, Chad. So it's after early March. So it's late March. Wait, what? It's before late March. It's mid-March. That's crazy. Well done, comrade. That's crazy. Someone asked Northernline to do the Hassan Guesser this morning. Yeah, he does dailies. He should do this. He should do this as well. He should do this as well, in my opinion, unless he's a coward and he's afraid he's going to get owned, you know? And I think he's a coward. He's going to get owned. He called us all online.
You played Daily Dose of HasanAbi yet? I fucking hate streaming on Mondays, man. Because you motherfuckers have been degenning all weekend. And then I'm like your connection to life-nourishing reality. I've been touching grass all weekend. I've been playing with playground equipment at parks you've never even heard of. You're asking me questions like, have you played Daily Dose of HasanAbi yet? I don't know what that is, man.
Wow. Coward. You know? Yo, you know this would destroy him. It's honestly because he wants to be known as like the daily guy. Like he's so good at all the DLEs and he knows that this would destroy him and he can't do it. So he's just trying to fucking deflect and be like, oh, you guys need to touch grass, like Daily Dose of HasanAbi. Like that's what it is. That's what he's doing. Yo, you are not slick, dude. You are not fucking slick, dog. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You're afraid. You're afraid of the truth. You're afraid of the truth coming out that you're not the GOAT at DLEs. I feel losing at this quiz can only be a good thing. Remember that Zionist cheese girl kind of podcast? Yeah, I saw. It's awesome. All right, let's blast off and let's get it started, okay? Trump failed assassination attempt redux. Suspect ID'd. How will Republicans cry about this now? Oh yeah, Yemen rocket hits Israel. That's another big one. Yemen rocket hits Israel. JD Vance admits to lying about migrants for attention. NYPD shoots everyone over $2.90 fare evasion. Yemen rocket hits Israel, and I take down the hardest boss of WUKONG. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. The Amazon, please, I beg you, stop. I'm back on Monday. And the first thing that happens is everyone, much like Northern Lion said, everything over the weekend, you're like, he didn't get to these stories, and I need you to get to these stories immediately. No. The answer is no. I don't know if Misinformation Nation is going to be live today. Okay? What is this? You as a cowboy? Aw, this is sick. It's a beautiful horse. Any idea when the CNN rescheduling will happen? I don't know. I will not be interviewing, I don't think, Aishinur's sister today. I reached out to her. I haven't gotten back. She has not responded yet, partially because I think they might still be in Turkey. So there's a time difference. So I will figure that out sometime this week, hopefully before I go for TwitchCon. Okay. Anyway, let's get to it. We are live and alive, blasting off. We are letting the people know that we are live and alive. Okay. Here it is. TwitchCon is so soon. I think it's like this week, end of this week, I think, right? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it's this Friday, which is crazy. There are Pinkertons at Columbia University. I saw that. What do you mean? I think, bro, it's your job. Dog, are you up to date on everything that's going on with your job? Like, how are you going to be like, wow, dude, you don't know when this thing is happening with your job? You don't know. You don't know half the shit that happens either. You just find out that morning sometimes. Okay? Don't act like you know everything that's going to happen this week at your job. They probably told you multiple times, you weren't paying attention. Yeah, exactly. It's normal to not know, okay? It's very normal to not know. Don't even start with this. Content for later. Trump live on Twitter Spaces at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Oh my Lord. Join me live from Mar-a-Lago. He's doing it. He's doing the dang thing. Nah, you didn't play the Mexican song. I did yesterday. And yes, I know that the editor-in-chief of National Review said the N-word. Calm down. I know. I am aware, okay? Holy shit, y'all are out of control today. It's like, it's as though I didn't cover the news non-fucking stop this entire weekend. I did. Yesterday was supposed to be fun day, and half the shit that we talked about yesterday was just... Like yesterday was supposed to be fun day, and we didn't even do it. We just did the assassination, and we're gonna do it again today. Okay, MSNBC stealing your Gaza takes bar for bar.
As this week's debate between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump was less than.
I mean, this is like the C team. You know what I mean? No disrespect, but like this personally will not change discourse. Oh my God! Everyone keeps ripping the fucking the National Review. Okay, I know, dude. I know, chat. Please stop. Please. I know. The guy said the N-word. I know. This guy won't shut the fuck up about Javion McGee being lynched. Stop. Okay? Stop. Everybody, stop. I am not going to cover what you want me to cover right now. Okay? I am going to cover what I want to cover right now. Please, everybody fucking calm down, okay? What is going on today? Am I crazy? Or is chat just like extra wild today? What's happening? Maybe I'm the one who's hyper focusing on chatters. Maybe it's not as overwhelming, but it certainly feels as though it is overwhelming today for some weird reason. Everybody calm down. We're going to get to everything, okay? You have the zoomies right now. You're behaving like Kaya when she gets riled up. And to all of you, I say place. Okay? So you calm the fuck down. Stop winding up the dog. She's passed the fuck out.
Finally, he said something to the effect of, look, if we have to create stories in order to bring attention to what's happening, the media, he admits they made it up, right? As opposed to, and if you listen to the full clip, he says, by drawing attention to what's happening on the ground, it's just...
Right.
As this like line goes online, you don't hate the media enough. Go ahead.
You remember Alternative Facts with Kellyanne? They did the same thing. She wasn't saying you make up fictions and pretend they're facts. You bring other facts to bear in the debate that are being ignored. And that's what he was saying. And I think it was in that interview where Dana Bash says, the police have gone through 11 months of recordings of calls, and they've only found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking geese.
Okay, I get why people were trying to get me to watch this clip. Oh my God. That was that. Bro, run it back. Okay, guys, he just says the N-word. He 100% says migrants, not the N-word. That was insane. Okay? No, he says the N-word. I think he says the N-word.
You bring other facts to bear in the debate that are being ignored. And that's what he was saying. And I think it was in that interview where Dana Bash says, the police have gone through 11 months of recordings of calls, and they've only found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrants taking.
No, he says it. Oh, no. Oh, hell nah. He says it. Normally, in a situation like this, maybe he meant immigrants. No, he says it. And he said it like that was a rapid action moment. Like he failed the QTE. You know what I mean? He just fucking went boop. It's an M. That shit, he just let it rip, dude. Slow it down to 0.5 here.
Recordings of calls, and they've only found 2 Springfield residents calling to complain about Haitian migrant.
I know what chatters are saying, that he misspoke. Nah, he said it. He fucking dropped that shit in there, dude.
Complain about Haitian migrants.
Bro, I have never in 32 years misspoke and said a slur. No, if you are if you are a public speaker and you speak a lot, okay, there absolutely will be moments where you like say something that kind of sounds like a slur, okay? For sure. Like it happens all the time. It's like a common, it was such a common thing that like LSF literally actually banned it. That's how common it is, especially if you're talking for like 8 hours a day. It's also common to say the other thing openly with your full chest when you're a gamer with a hard R. But what ended up happening in this situation, and the most charitable I can be, is that it absolutely is a thing that he says, okay? It's absolutely a thing that he thinks. This is the National Review editor-in-chief, okay? I mean, he writes it out without saying the actual word on a regular basis. This is a right-wing publication that if we were to look at, like, here, let's look at National Review Haitian. Real scandal in Springfield, Ohio. The cats and dogs may be safe and sound, but it's not all right in like the National Review is basically saying the N-word, but taking the long way to say it on a daily fucking basis. Most right-wing publications already do this. National Review is one of the worst. Okay, I love that this is Rich fucking Lowry. This dude used to be a favorite on NPR as a sane Republican. Yeah. So in the most charitable way, I will say I think in the most charitable way, yes, fight anti-white racism. It should be indeed a Trump priority. Anyway, the way he let that rip, okay, why are people in the chat so quick to defer this racist, but Haitians and black people like myself are still getting villainized? It's called being white, is whiteness, okay? That's simply what it is, okay? I'm telling you right now, he let that shit rip because it's something that he uses, so it's something that he has used in the past, that it is in his, like, normal setting. In this circumstance, he was trying to say immigrant potentially, and it just swapped out for the other thing. Okay? It's muscle memory. He had that shit locked in the chamber. Okay? People have issues with this, obviously, as a public speaker, myself, and as someone who's like live and speaking for hours at a time. There are certainly going to be moments that you can clip out of context to make it seem as though someone is saying something that they're not actually saying, something that they don't actually say. This is like a very there's a long storied past of this. Okay, this I think weighs on the other side. Your tripping dog is finally too charitable. No, this is on the other side of it. This is like a guy who dropped it, a guy who fucking dropped it. Okay, that's all I'm saying. He dropped that shit. He did. Let's see how Megyn Kelly responds.
Migrants taking geese from ponds. Only 2 calls. And I think one lesson of this whole story, people don't care about geese. People really hate geese. You know, they all things considered, yeah. I think people would prefer Haitian migrants to come and take the geese off the golf course, right? So it's pets, yeah. It's the cats and dogs has become the...
That's cool. I like that. I like that for Megyn Kelly. It's like, it's a breeze. She just breezed past that. Okay? She just breezed past that. It's not even a problem. Like, she just went, haha, yeah, okay. Just another Monday, you know? A lot of you wouldn't survive a COD lobby type beat, you know? That's it. That's what's going on here. Man. And by the way, just so you understand something here, okay? These people already say the N-word, but take the long way home while saying the N-word all the time, okay? Like, him not saying it in this interview and saying it in this interview are completely irrelevant, okay? But for liberals, you just hyper focus on the optics in that moment and you're like, oh, I can't believe he said it. It's like, dude, he could never say it for the rest of his life and write all the articles he writes about, like how, you know, black crime needs to be dealt with through violent means, like, or anti-white racism is happening, or BLM is a group of like uppity, that's a word that they use, people that are entitled and hate white people and want to kill white people. Like there are so many different ways, because it's funny. I was talking to FD Signifier this morning for a lot longer than we were supposed to stream for, which is part of the reason why I was late. So big part of the conversation was around, you know, black issues, black culture, white culture in general, and how like white people perceive race or what white privilege is. And it's really funny that for like a lot of white people, especially, like the example I always love using is Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan had phone conversations with Richard Nixon. Okay, these phone conversations were unearthed recently, like a couple of years ago, and people were shocked. Why were they shocked? They were shocked that Ronald Reagan was racist against black people. And it's like, dude, look at his fucking policies. What do you mean you're shocked that Ronald Reagan was like a massive racist? For a lot of people, they need to hear, like for a lot of white people, even white liberals in general, they need to hear someone like call, you know, African diplomats monkeys or something, which Ronald Reagan did, right? In that phone conversation, that private phone call, for them to be like, oh my God, he's racist. They have no way of analyzing like the unimaginable construct, white supremacist construct reinforcement that like white Republicans, conservatives, and even sometimes liberals engage in an effort to basically say the N-word without saying it. And white supremacy is so baked in to all of our institutions, to all of our social conditioning, that we have come up with new mechanisms and new methods of like being racist and reinforcing racist dynamics while not actually saying it. Okay, it's invisible to many people who don't want to seek it out, who don't want to understand it. And I don't even fault them for not understanding it, because like it is designed to be invisible. It is designed to be quote unquote common sense. Okay, that's it. Sometimes you don't need to hear a person, especially a person who like works at the National Review, for example, to literally say the N-word to recognize that they're fucking racist as shit. Okay, that's why people will say things like DEI, CRT, Black Lives Matter, woke. These are substitutes for the same terminology, or thug. These are substitutes for the same. These are substitutes for the same term, specifically, just being adopted to reinforce the exact same cultural attitudes and stereotyping. Okay, that's it. That's simply it. Because the N-word is not some special magical word. It has a very specific design and very specific usage. That design and usage is to say black people are subhuman. Okay? To say black people are aggressive, barbaric, subhuman. That is the design for the actual fucking word. It's to remind everyone what black people's position in society is. So when you say DEI, it's the exact same fucking shit. You're simply saying a black person actually arrived at this position that they didn't belong being in. Okay? It is to undermine a black person usually and claim that they like took the place of a much better deserving white person. That's what it is. It has a lot of baggage. It's not just a nasty word. No, of course. But the difference is I'm trying to explain even the term itself and why it has a lot of baggage, or why like this term is used, right? Rich Lowry says, yep, this is exactly what happened. I began to mispronounce the word migrants and caught myself halfway through. That's it. So when we're having a conversation about Haitians eating cats and dogs and stealing geese, that conversation, if you believe that story, is already basically the same as you saying the N-word. Okay? You don't have to say the N-word for at least me or anyone who understands the situation to immediately pick up on what the fuck you're actually saying. Okay? So wake up. Anyone that entertains the story that Haitian migrants with temporary protected status in Springfield, Ohio, or anywhere they are stealing people's pets, okay? Stealing people's dogs and cats to eat them is already literally saying the N-word, but taking the long way to say it. That's it. That's it. He didn't actually have to say the N-word here for me to be like, that's a racist guy. He's saying it every day. He's saying it every day when he's not actually saying it. Okay? Anyway, just some food for thought for people that are confused by this process. Okay? Is there really anything that separates this from blood libel? No, of course not. Absolutely not. The problem is we're already there as a society. We're there. Okay? Many people are invested in this. That's the reason why it blew up as hard as it did in a lot of the right-wing circles. It's kind of sad you have to explain this. I mean, it's like 90% of my job is specifically explaining things like this, but especially this, because, you know, it's just our culture. It is what it is. It's the unfortunate consequence of, you know, living in a white supremacist society. That's it. Just like, it's sad to hear it explained as a POC, that's for sure. Yeah, but you know this community is very white. There's always going to be people who don't fully understand it. I don't even fault them for not fully understanding it because, once again, this is being repeated. This is the social conditioning. The society is designed for people to refuse to reckon with these sorts of structures, to take it for granted, you know? Just like the top of the hour ad break. Yes, you got it. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking annoying. Yes. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6, even though it's 30% off, or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can get that by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account to get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Whew. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break. Now, let's get to the FBI investigating the latest assassination attempt on Donald Trump. I covered this extensively yesterday. We're obviously going to cover it again today because it's a big story. Here it is.
To our top story, though, for the second time in just 2 months, an assassination attempt on former President Trump. It happened at his golf course in Florida. President Biden said there's no place for political violence. Vice President Harris says she's deeply disturbed and condemned political violence. We have team coverage. Rachel Scott starts us off from West Palm Beach. Good morning, Rachel.
George, good morning to you. This is the second time this is happening in just 9 weeks, and there is still one big question: how a suspected gunman was able to get this close to the former president of the United States and Republican nominee. Officials say that part of the problem is all of this shrubbery that surrounds Donald Trump's golf course. They say that once you are in it, you are essentially out of sight. That was until a Secret Service agent spotted a barrel of a rifle sticking out of the bushes.
Oh, he's live. Police are giving an update.
Give you the latest updates.
I love this cop, dude. This sheriff is so funny. He just looks like an old-timey racist sheriff.
We're going to do a limit of questions. So make them good, all right? Don't get into what if and all this. Get legitimate questions. We got it?
Hold on now.
Okay, everybody ready?
We caught the man.
Okay. We're here today.
We caught the perpetrator.
Investigation in regards to the incident at Trump International. With me is the U.S. Attorney, the FBI, and the Secret Service. Just to give you a little information, as you well know, the road down there on Summit is still blocked off. It will be blocked off probably for the remainder of today and probably a good portion of tomorrow until some of the investigative things need to be done and finished. But we're accommodating people in and out, getting them to the library, getting them to the post office, so the public is not going to be that far inconvenienced. The security level at Mar-a-Lago is the highest it can possibly be now. The road closures are back in place and will remain there. The checkpoints are in place. And my commitment to the Secret Service is to give them every possible resource from PBSO. Once they determine the level of security that they need, they will get all the resources possible. So having said that, I'll let you talk to the U.S. Attorney.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Fuck, I gotta pee.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Markenzie Lapointe. I am the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. I want to start by expressing my deep gratitude to Sheriff Rick Bradshaw of Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office for hosting today's press conference and for his department's assistance with this matter. I'm truly grateful for your leadership, sir. I'm also pleased to be joined by our partners in federal law enforcement from the FBI and the United States Secret Service, and also from ATF. Joining us today for comments and announcements are Special Agent in Charge Jeffrey B. Veltri of the FBI Miami Field Office and Acting Director of the U.S. Secret Service, Ron Rowe. I want to also thank the men and women in law enforcement who have been working around the clock in the initial phase of this ongoing investigation. Our partners include federal and local authorities who effectuated the apprehension of the defendant and have aided in ensuring federal charges were filed against him this morning. We're here to announce that Ryan Wesley Routh, 58 years old, of Hawaii, has been charged by a criminal complaint in the Southern District of Florida with firearms offenses related to an incident which occurred yesterday at Trump International Golf Course right here in West Palm Beach. Routh was charged federally with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and possession and receipt of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. He had his initial appearance today before Magistrate Judge Ryan McCabe in the federal courthouse in West Palm Beach. According to the allegations in the complaint, a U.S. Secret Service agent walking the golf course perimeter saw what appeared to be a rifle poking out of the tree line.
I told you.
After the agent fired
I told you, motherfuckers, yo.
A witness saw a man later identified as Ralph.
Hey, what I tell you, dude?
Routh was later apprehended by officers.
Look at his fucking
from the
charges,
Martin County
dude.
Sheriff's Office, in coordination with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. The complaint alleges that in the area of the tree line from which Ralph fled, agents found a digital camera, a backpack, a loaded SKS-style rifle with a scope, and a black plastic bag containing food. The serial number on the rifle was obliterated. According to the complaint, Routh was convicted of felonies in North Carolina in December 2002 and March 2010, and therefore was prohibited from possessing a firearm. The FBI is leading.
If the NRA had any fucking credibility and any intellectual honesty, they'd defend this man.
The FBI is continuing its investigation of this incident as an assassination attempt upon the former president. The investigation remains at its early stages. The entire Justice Department, including the FBI, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, and the National Security Division are coordinating closely with our law enforcement partners to fully investigate and prosecute this matter. The charges we're announcing reflect the strong collaboration of the agencies represented here. The U.S. Attorney's Office, the Department of Justice, would be unable to carry forth our mission without the invaluable assistance of our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners. I would like to thank the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and we have Chris Robinson here, Special Agent in Charge, and your Secret Service for the invaluable assistance they are providing, they have been providing. I would also like to recognize the Palm Beach County and Martin County Sheriff's Offices for apprehending the defendant. Again, without the local authorities to assist in those things, it would be literally impossible to accomplish the things we're able to accomplish on the federal side.
Haitian Attorney General Omega Law, dog, you think that's even remotely surprising? There's like 500,000 Haitians.
With the U.S. Attorney's Office,
what's the number of Haitians in Florida?
And the counterterrorism section of the Justice Department's National Security Division for their nonstop work over the last 24 to 30 hours. Together, we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure accountability and the pursuit of justice. At this time, I will invite...
Dog, Haitian Ancestry, Florida, 544,000. There are 500,000 Haitians in the state of Florida,
Ron Rowe will provide remarks before we open the floor for a few questions. On our end, given that this is a pending matter before the court,
like, why
and the
fuck?
investigation is
not
ongoing,
even remotely
all comments
surprising.
will be limited. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. For a quick introduction, my name is Jeffrey Veltri, FBI Special Agent in Charge for the Miami Field Office. The FBI immediately responded to the scene here in West Florida, and we are investigating this matter as an apparent assassination attempt of former President Trump. We view this as extremely serious and are determined to provide answers as to what led up to the events which took place. I want to emphasize we're just a little over 24 hours into this investigation, so we're going to provide as much as we can publicly while our investigation is still ongoing. We must also stress that the United States Attorney's Office is pursuing charges, and that limits some of the details that we can discuss publicly. Yesterday afternoon, Martin County Sheriff's Office took custody of Ryan Routh, and he was transported back to Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. Our FBI agents then attempted to interview him, and he invoked his right to an attorney. In the last 24 hours, the FBI and our partners have been dedicated to investigating the incident and utilizing all available resources. These efforts have included our investigative team and the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, in conjunction with DOJ's National Security Division, are actively working hand in hand to pursue and subsequently execute search warrants. Thus far, the warrants include a video recording device, subjects' cellular devices, a vehicle, and other electronic devices located at previous known addresses. We are coordinating with the United States Secret Service to complete numerous interviews of agents on scene. We have also interviewed 7 civilian witnesses at the scene, and that is just the beginning. Our FBI's Honolulu and Charlotte field offices have initiated interviews of several family members, friends, and former colleagues of the subject. FBI has deployed several specialty teams and assets from FBI headquarters and our lab division in Quantico to include evidence and critical incident response personnel. The evidence response team is collecting and processing multiple evidentiary items. These range from the rifle, which is an SKS model with a scope and obliterated serial numbers, to 2 bags, the subject's electronics, and what appears to be ceramic tiles. DNA has also been collected from those items, which are being sent to Quantico for testing. We will also process the subject's vehicle for evidence. The Cellular Analysis Survey Team, what we refer to as CAST, conducted thorough analysis of the subject's cellular device locations. The CAST analysis aligns with witnesses' account of the subject's presence at the scene both before and around the time of the incident on September 15th. More specifically, we're continuing to conduct analysis and will be compiling the subject's movements in the days and months leading up to September 15th. Cellular data shows that the subject was in the vicinity of the golf course roughly 12 hours before the engagement with the United States Secret Service. Our investigative teams conducted a neighborhood canvass in an effort to collect and obtain relevant video footage. The subject had an active online presence, and we are going through what he posted and any searches he conducted online. In addition, we're going through media reports and public statements he made that he wanted to recruit Afghan soldiers and others to fight for Ukraine. The FBI has sent multiple requests to companies for returns on the subject's phone.
Dude, I love this
and social
guy.
media accounts.
I love this guy so much. He is so insane.
And are waiting on additional responses.
Look, you can't fault the guy for being a go-getter. Okay.
Our investigative team is completing analysis of the returns and actioning leads as needed. And we anticipate continuing until the FBI knows the full totality of the subject's social media presence. By way of his background, in 2002, as the United States Attorney mentioned, the subject was charged and convicted in North Carolina for possession of a weapon of mass destruction. Law enforcement checks also revealed that from 1997 to 2010, the subject had numerous felony charges for stolen goods. I can also share with you that he was the subject
of a weapon of mass destruction is a machine gun, an automatic machine gun. He had one.
Tip to the FBI where it was alleged he was a felon in possession.
I'm going to toot our own horn here as a community, but we outflanked the FBI on this shit and mainstream media on this shit. We literally were covering all of this. Like yesterday, immediately, like 10 minutes after we found out what his name was.
On behalf of the FBI, I would like to thank the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office and Martin County Sheriff's Office for their incredible work in actioning the witnesses' information and rapidly apprehending the subject. I would also like to thank the United States Secret Service, the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Florida, the Department of Justice's National Security Division, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives,
on live TV,
and our FBI field offices in both Honolulu.
That's really interesting you say that, because we do fact checking on everything.
Enforcement activity related to the subject. Your continued partnerships have been invaluable. Oftentimes in law enforcement, we tell citizens to be vigilant and aware of their surroundings. Yesterday, a citizen provided remarkable assistance, which led to the arrest of this subject. We appreciate the public's diligence in passing potential tips and information regarding the subject and this incident to the FBI. If you have any information, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI or go online to tips, that's tips.fbi.gov. With that, let me turn it over to the United States Secret Service Acting Director, Ron Rowe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yesterday afternoon, this country was reminded of the heightened and dynamic threat environment the United States Secret Service and its protectees face on a daily basis. Immediately following the assassination attempt of former President Donald J. Trump on July 13th, the Secret Service moved to increase assets to an already enhanced security posture for the former president. In the days that followed, President Biden made it clear that he wanted the highest levels of protection for former President Trump and for Vice President Harris. The Secret Service moved to sustain increases in assets and the level of protection sought, and those things were in place yesterday. At approximately 1:30 p.m., former President Trump was playing golf during an off-the-record movement to the Trump International Golf Course. A Secret Service advance agent supporting...
How did this guy know he was going to be there, though? God, Trump is so fucking predictable, is so lazy, and just, like, loves golf so much that this dude was like, yeah, he'll play golf today. It's Sunday.
The alleged gunman was on the public side of the fence near the sixth green. A layered approach of security is integral to the Secret Service's protective methodology.
Wait, he wasn't even on the private property? He was on public?
The key to our success.
Wait!
As former President Trump was moving through the fifth fairway across the course and out of sight of the sixth green, the agent, who was visually sweeping the area of the sixth green, saw the subject armed with what he perceived to be a rifle and immediately discharged his firearm.
Okay, he didn't do nothing illegal. Fuck you mean, dude? Yo, this is Florida, baby. He has a right to bear arms on public property. Am I wrong? Excuse me. Excuse me. He's innocent.
Detail immediately evacuated the president
to a
safe location.
Free my man.
The protective methodologies of the Secret Service were effective yesterday. The former president's protective apparatus allowed for the early identification of the threat and led to a safe evacuation. The increased assets directed by President Biden were in place yesterday. These included the counter-sniper.
Oh, it's because he's a felon. Oh, it's because he had a scratched-out rifle with the serial number scratched out. Excuse me. I thought this was America, okay? I thought this was America, goddammit.
Unmanned aerial system elements. All of these entities were present yesterday.
Second Amendment has the highest
and
priority
while all
here.
of these assets were in place, as I've said publicly, we must satisfy the basic requirements of the Secret Service's protective methodologies. In partnership with local law enforcement, we did just that. And the agents' hypervigilance and the detailed swift action was textbook. And I commend them and our partners for an exemplary response in keeping former President Trump safe. And I will tell you, having served in local law enforcement in Palm Beach County, I can state that I am tremendously impressed.
Yeah, I told you he has the highest level.
Of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's
For the record, of course he has the highest level. He's a former president, and he's already almost been assassinated. Like, what the fuck do you mean?
The response.
That's why the conservatives are being fucking so stupid crying about it. They're like, no, you don't understand. It needs to be even higher.
Who since July 13th have been rising to meet an unprecedented and hyper-dynamic threat environment. And they are rising to this moment, and I could not be more proud of them and the way they have executed, not only yesterday, but what they're doing today, and what they are doing tomorrow, and what they will always do, because it is their duty. Thank you.
Okay. I didn't realize trying to go out and hunt on public property was illegal. Sorry, didn't recognize that. Didn't know that we were living in communist China, okay? Wow. I thought this was America, goddammit.
Knew that Donald Trump would be on at that time. And was the golf course searched thoroughly before the former president's arrival?
So at this time, it was an off-the-record movement, meaning it was not on the...
Trump should get the highest protection. He does. And also, he shouldn't. He does, but he shouldn't. Why? Because he's not president.
The elements and the methodologies of the Secret Service. There was a front element. It did its job in sweeping ahead of the president. That's what identified this individual who was in that wood line. And the swift action of that agent doing his job, pushing out ahead, sweeping while the president was behind him several hundred yards and several holes away, out of sight from the gunman, did his job. And that was what alerted the detail. And the
in
swift
Florida, you
action
cannot walk around with a gun, or else you will get arrested for attempting to assassinate a presidential nominee. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit.
Based on what I know now, and it's an active investigation, I don't have any information on that.
Well, Terry Parker.
How many times did your agents scope out the golf course during the 12 hours that this guy was holed up in the shrubbery?
So this was an off-the-record movement. It wasn't a site that was on his scheduled. It wasn't part of his schedule. So there was no posting up of it because he wasn't supposed to have gone there in the first place.
Have you briefed former President Trump on your findings so far, and has his campaign asked for any changes in his security going forward after yesterday?
If you don't mind looking around as well when you talk. Over here. Thank you so much.
Sorry. So I've had a conversation with the former president. We've explained and we've worked with the campaign. The president is aware that he has highest levels of protection that the Secret Service is providing him.
Specific reaction what we saw yesterday?
We constantly evaluate based on threat. And yesterday what we show is that our agents and our protective methodologies, and there's a lot of tactical assets in place, things that have been put in place as a result of what happened 60 days ago, those elements are working, and that demonstrates the redundancies that we have. And so we constantly evaluate. We'll of course, look at this and see what lessons learned from it. But as of right now, we are constantly evaluating that threat. And if we need to ratchet up additionally, we will. Yes, sir.
Do we know when Ralph arrived in Florida in general, when he arrived in Palm Beach, the area?
That's a question probably for
specifically, and if he's been at the golf course prior to this scoping it out.
We're in the process of collecting a lot of evidence, and that will be part of that investigation to determine his whereabouts going back quite some time.
Do you have any detail on where he might have gotten the gun?
That's part of the investigation as well. Again, that's going to be a little bit challenged until we're able to determine the serial number on that gun. So we're hopeful to be able to do that. We're still looking into that.
The sheriff mentioned about the highest level of protection that they would lock down the golf course. Was that a miscommunication then, being that President Biden ordered the highest level of protection?
Do you want to take this, Sheriff? No, go ahead. Okay. So here's the deal. When it comes to Secret Service protection, we provide the highest level. So, for example, yesterday, counter-assault team elements. I'm not going to go into the number of personnel that we have out there, but we have the highest levels from Secret Service. When we work with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, like, for example, yesterday, during that emergency action response, we had their local tactical team assets partner with our local tactical team assets. We had their helicopter up in the air, providing us 360 and situational awareness of the overhead for if there were any potential threats coming at us. So what we did yesterday was exercise our emergency plan based on the number of tactical assets and the highest level of protection that we are providing. The sheriff and I have talked. Now, clearly, when you go down Southern Boulevard right now and you try to get over to Palm Beach and you see the robust presence that's existing outside of Mar-a-Lago, the heavy uniform presence, the additional assets of the Secret Service. And for those of you that were here in 2017, when the president was in office, when you look at that footprint now and you look at it today, there's not much difference there. There is heavy uniform presence out there. And again, what I go back to is yesterday was an off-the-record movement, off the record. And the president wasn't even really supposed to go there. It was not on his official schedule. And so we put together a security.
Yo, why are taxpayers funding all this shit, dude? Why?
Special Agent Daughtry, in terms of him being in the vicinity.
Like, listen, I'm a small government conservative. I'm a fiscally responsible conservative, and I find this behavior to be abhorrent.
You say in the vicinity.
I find it to be totally and utterly unacceptable.
Down the street at a restaurant.
It was in very close proximity to where he was spotted by the Secret Service. In terms of your first question, Whether he was there earlier, our investigation is still looking to determine that.
All right, whoa.
Okay, another lock I made was the funniest outcome possible from all of this is that Trump won't be able to golf again, at least without like severe PTSD. And I find that to be really funny. Couple locks from yesterday that came to be true. Obviously, the charges that they have for him are like light in terms of a political assassination because, you know, you have to prove intent, and I'm sure they will be able to. They've already subpoenaed his they've subpoenaed his phone and whatnot. Another lock was when I said he probably already has the highest level of security because he's a former president who's running for president who's already had an attempted assassination, even though conservatives are fucking crying about that. Yeah, that's it. This is just, it's another ridiculous story, and it's not going to go anywhere because Republicans kind of own political violence and also own guns in general. So there's not a lot of sympathy for them on this front at all.
We need to look at what our protective methodology is. We need to get out of a reactive model and get to a readiness model. There could be another geopolitical event that could put the United States into a kinetic conflict or some other issue that may result in additional responsibilities and protectees of the United States Secret Service. And so we are working, we are making information available to all of our partners. And I just want to say that the commitment of Congress to the Secret Service throughout the years has been tremendous. And we will continue to work with them and Secretary Mayorkas, whose support in making sure that we're getting what we need has been phenomenal. He is one of our biggest champions and our advocate. And so we're having these conversations, and I feel confident that we will get what we need. We have immediate needs. We have future needs, too. I need to make sure that our counter snipers are the best trained counter snipers in the world, that they are exactly doing what we need them to do, and that they match counterparts in the military and Tier 1 forces.
Dog, they couldn't even fucking snipe this guy.
To make sure that we get those for our training facility. We also have a necessary need to make sure that we're getting the personnel that we have. And that requires us to be able to have the funding to be able to hire more people. You can't just give me money and say, hey, we're going to make sure that everybody gets overtime. Because the men and women of the Secret Service right now, we are redlining them. And they are rising to this moment, and they are meeting the challenges right now. And if you look back at their body of work over the last 60 days, the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, the Republican National Convention in Chicago, a visit of Prime Minister Netanyahu to Washington, D.C., and to West Palm Beach, which Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office supported. And
Wait,
then
we're protecting Netanyahu too?
Presidential debate in Philadelphia last week. And for those in the media that have been to a national special security event, if you saw the National Constitution Center last week, what you saw was pretty much a mini national special security event with the number of assets that were on that perimeter. And so our folks are rising to this moment, but it requires all of us to be able to have good conversations and make sure that we're getting the Secret Service where it needs to be. And I'm confident that we will achieve that because we don't have an alternative. Success, we have to have it every day. We cannot have failures. And in order to do that, we're going to have some hard conversations with Congress, and we're going to achieve that.
Last question, one more.
The special agent in charge of the FBI,
Yes, sir.
did he act alone? Did he have some kind of help?
At this point, we're still exploring that, investigating that. Our investigation will determine that. We do not have information.
The Secret Service protects all foreign leaders when they visit. I like calling them the Secret Service.
Our investigation is still determining that. Thank you.
All right. Anyhow, that's it. We're not going to do any more. All right. You got a lot of information there. The last thing I will tell you is, like the director of the Secret Service says, you know, the president called me last night, President Trump. He thanked me for everything that we did along with the Secret Service. He knows we work great together, and he feels safe. That's important because he is.
Uh-oh.
And what we did yesterday
What the fuck?
That the system can work because the suspect didn't even get close to getting a round off, and we apprehended him and brought him to justice.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, folks, for being here.
Okay, so let's get back to it. This guy's neck is giving Thanksgiving. So is Trump's neck. Okay, so So, ladies and gentlemen, okay, Donald Trump, more like Donald Drumpf, am I right? He had another attempted assassination, is what the woke mainstream media wants you to think. What I think is an honest to God, patriotic American was exercising his Second Amendment rights on public property. Maybe he wanted to shoot ceramic plates. Maybe he wanted to go out and duck hunt. Okay? Who knows? Here at the HasanAbi broadcast, we look at narratives such as this one and we think to ourselves, is he actually Donald Trump's gay lover? Okay? Is he actually Donald Trump's gay lover? I thought this was America. I thought in the United States of America, you could potentially go out and exercise your Second Amendment rights. Turns out you can't. Turns out they've gone woke, folks. The conservatives, they have gone woke. Let's continue.
And out of a fence, he jumped into action, setting the suspect running. This morning, for the second time in just 2 months, the FBI is investigating an apparent attempted assassination on Donald Trump. ABC News learning the former president was on his West Palm Beach golf course with donor Steve Witkoff near the 5th hole when a Secret Service agent suddenly saw a barrel of a rifle sticking out of the fence just 300 to 400 yards away.
What they do is they have an agent that jumps one hole ahead of time to where the president was at.
I like that they also revealed how they I like that they gave pointers basically to the third attempt. You know what I mean? Like if someone wants to try this shit again, now you know better type shit. The Secret Service famously is always one hole ahead. It's like, okay, well, that's, I mean, cool that you're revealing that, I guess. I don't know why. Are you trying to do this? They're trying to make Secret Service's job harder. They're like new game plus difficulty for them. They're like, come on, pick up the pace.
And he was able to spot this rifle barrel sticking out of the fence and immediately engage that individual, at which time the individual took off.
Sources say Secret Service fired 4 to 6 rounds as Trump was rushed to a safe area. The suspected gunman went running, leaving behind an AK-47 style rifle, 2 backpacks which contain ceramic tile, and a GoPro hanging on the fence. An eyewitness catching the suspect fleeing.
Fortunately, we were able to locate a witness that came to us and said, hey, I saw the guy running out of the bushes. He jumped into a black Nissan, and I took a picture of the vehicle and the tag,
snitch,
which was great.
With that information, police were able to track down the car. This is the moment authorities surrounded the suspect in the vehicle.
We knew we had the car, everything lined up. We surrounded the car, didn't give him a chance to flee. He had no alternative but to surrender.
Multiple law enforcement sources tell ABC News the man detained by police is 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Roth. Overnight, law enforcement descending on his home in Greensboro, North Carolina, going through the residence floor by floor, searching by a flashlight. Sources also say he had ties to Hawaii. His neighbor there speaking with ABC News.
I kind of was shocked that all of this is happening.
While authorities are working to determine a motive, sources familiar with the investigation say they are looking into whether Roth had any frustrations with Trump's position on Ukraine. He frequently posted on social media about the war, seen here in a 2022 video in Poland around the time he went to Ukraine.
And we're going to stay as long as it takes to get every Russian out of Ukraine.
Trump traveled back to his Mar-a-Lago estate in a social media post thanking law enforcement for keeping him safe, saying the job done was absolutely outstanding. His son Eric Trump telling Fox News, "My father is running out of lives." It was just 65 days ago that Trump survived an attempted assassination at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. The former president was grazed by a bullet in the ear, ducking for cover behind the podium. And this morning, there are questions once again about how a gunman could get this close to a former president and Republican nominee.
He's not the sitting president. If he was, we would have had this entire golf course around it.
By the way, this guy is not Secret Service. He's the fucking sheriff. So I don't know why he said this, because the Secret Service was like, no, dog, he has the highest level of priority. And the Republicans ran with that. The Republicans basically ran with that and have been crying about the Secret Service, facilitating in the likely assassination of the next president, the current president, and the former president, Donald Trump. All three are the same guy. And I just, you know, I find it very
Because
strange.
it's not, the security is limited to the areas that the Secret Service deems possible.
So there's a heavy police presence here outside of.
I feel like this guy is glowing very bright, if you know what I mean. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, when I looked at his fucking when we first looked at this dude's social media, Ryan Ruth's social media, like I usually believe that the easier to understand narrative, like the simpler narrative is probably the truth, but this guy's fucking footprint, dude. This guy's footprint is so nutty. Like, it's so insane that it almost feels disrespectful if, like, none of the federal agencies actually attempted to activate him at any point. Like, he is the perfect schizo guy that you coerce into doing something that you then apprehend before he does that thing. And then you turn around and go, yep, see, we did a great job. Like, he's got the motivation. He's a go-getter. He's got the ambition. He's got the weapons. You know what I mean? This is going to get clipped. I don't know why you're saying that. I'm not going along with this idea, but like, it does feel to me as this is wee woo speculation alert, but it's just like so perfect for like a patsy. Okay. And it's kind of funny because like it could work in either direction almost. I think it's just shitty timing. Like you say, bro is just trying to shoot some ceramics. Nah. I mean, I think, wait, apparently he wasn't aiming for Trump. Breaking: the suspect in Sunday's apparent assassination attempt did not have a line of sight on Donald Trump and never fired his weapon. Wait, first of all, I said this already. If he wasn't even brandishing, or I mean, he was like if he was like the intent probably won't be super hard to prove for a guy like this because he was literally fucking putting his goddamn phone number online. So if you're putting your phone number and your email online when you're adding Zelensky, I'm sure you've said some unhinged shit in your private correspondence where you can like immediately figure out the intent. But let's say you can't. Let's say you can't prove intent beyond reasonable doubt. Just a fun thing to think about for me, at least. Free my man is what I'm saying. Free Ryan Ruth. He did nothing wrong. He was just exercising his Second Amendment rights in a country where felons should be able to bear arms. Oh, Jesus Christ. Should Biden pardon him? Yeah. So his son said he never really talked about Trump. I mean, he definitely tweeted about Trump, though. He definitely did. Come on. And here's the already required FBI radar. FBI's suspect was subject to 2019 tip. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has said that the suspect was the subject of a tip to the agency in 2019 revolving around his possession of firearms. It was alleged that he was a felon in possession of a firearm, Special Agent Jeffrey Veltri said. Following up on the tip, the alleged complainant was interviewed and did not verify. I repeat, did not verify providing the initial information. The FBI passed on that information to local law enforcement in Honolulu. I mean, this guy was so on the radar that like he was the radar, brother. I mean, he literally was in Ukraine. He was actively trying to work with the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. Like, there is 0% chance that there was never a CIA operative that talked to this guy. Like, there's 0% chance. He was trying to recruit Afghan security forces that were NATO trained to go and fight in Ukraine. Okay? Like, it is virtually impossible for the CIA to have not ever talked to this man. I'm telling you right now. That doesn't mean that he's like a sleeper cell that was activated or if he's CIA or whatever. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm simply stating that the likelihood Secret Service says agents are overworked. I think you're giving both him and the CIA too much credit. No, I think he's like absolutely a nutty crank. Do you want his website? We already scoured through his website. He was a recruiter in his mind only. No, he was too much of a crank. He was too much of a fucking crank for the Foreign Legion to allow him to fight. Okay? A guy like that who has already been barricaded in his place of work before with an automatic machine gun. in like 2002 still having access to an arsenal, especially after we just found out that the FBI got a tip about him having a weapon as a felon, is hilarious. Okay? Is fucking incredible. It's the perfect American thing. Law tip, my man did not talk to the cops. That's a good client. We pray for clients as conscientious as this. Also, you don't have to directly be a CIA sleeper cell or even a confidential informant or working with the CIA in any meaningful capacity to have been visited by an agent in general, especially if you're trying to go to Ukraine and work with the Foreign Legion. I suspect that the American State Department is probably aware of you, considering that he was literally interviewed by the New York Times. That definitely makes it likely. Okay, this guy wasn't on just one radar. I think this guy was on every radar. I do find it strange that like conservatives haven't already like started these narratives, by the way. Like they've also lost their two-step, bro. Because like if I'm a conservative right now, I'm literally being like, the FBI is trying to personally assassinate my big beautiful president. The CIA is trying to assassinate my big beautiful president because he's attacking the deep state. Like, it's kind of shocking. It's kind of shocking to me that they're not going along with this. They're not saying like that because he is anti-deep state, because Trump is anti-deep state, that the deep state is trying to kill him. Because his social media footprint is nutty. Like, it screams. His social media footprint screams like he is obviously super mentally unwell, definitely a crank. But like the things that he cares about in terms of like Ukraine, like freeing Taiwan, like all this stuff is so in line with I mean, he's in his like weird complicated worldview. I think he's also simultaneously like an advocate for more peace by bringing Kim Jong-un to his house in Hawaii. Anyway,
take 2 steps to your right. Come back. Walk straight back.
Dude, it's crazy how chill they are with this dude. I swear to God, white supremacy is so goddamn powerful, brother. That's crazy. Like, he's compliant, but think about it. This guy tried to, in their minds at this point, tried to assassinate a former president. You have no idea if he has a gun in the car or not. He he ditched his gun when he ran away, but you don't know if he has guns or not. I've seen random black people for like, random black people stealing a fucking Kia get like worse treatment overall from the cops. That's crazy. Like they did worse to fucking Tyreek Hill, bro. It's the same state. That's crazy.
Take 2 steps to your right. Take 2 steps to your right. Come back. Driver, walk straight back. Keep that low.
Okay, bro, come on with the
Now,
repeat.
Dana Marie McNichol in West Palm Beach, Florida, with more on yesterday's assassination attempt.
Kaylee, Ryan Ruth walked into that federal courtroom this morning smiling, shackled by his hands and feet. He was even seen laughing while speaking to his court-appointed attorney. Now, the judge presented 2 different charges: possession of a firearm by a convicted felon and a possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number. Combined, the judge says he could face 20 years in prison and $500,000 in fines. Fox is told additional federal charges are possible, but we understand that these charges presented today will keep him in jail. Now, Ruth told the judge that he only makes about $3,000 a month with no assets other than 2 trucks in Hawaii. The sheriff said yesterday when Ruth was arrested, his demeanor was perplexing. And that continued today in the courtroom when he was smiling and laughing.
That's awesome.
Made the stop and then at gunpoint ordered him out of the vehicle. He complied. His demeanor was perplexing in some way, despite the fact that we had numerous people out with rifles, uniformed personnel, a helicopter.
And we are just getting our hands on the affidavit, and a couple of things stood out to me. It said he was driving a car with stolen plates. Of course, he fled the scene, and officers were able to pull him over and arrest him on I-95. And then also, Ruth's mobile phone was detected in the area. at 2 a.m., so the night before this happened, until 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Now, Ruth is being held in the Palm Beach County Jail, and he is expected in court for his next appearance on Monday, September 23rd.
Dana Marie, thank you.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner and
New details emerging about
proud.
Ryan Wesley.
Damn, dog, he proud. He's looking kind of nice with it, too. What
Ruth,
the fuck?
the confirmed suspect in the second assassination attempt of former President Trump, who is now in custody after Florida deputies caught his vehicle fleeing the scene. Our next guest is the sheriff of Martin County, Florida, where the suspect was taken into custody. And Sheriff Snyder joins us now. Sheriff, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Y'all did a great job yesterday. So proud of the work of law enforcement there, working with both counties together and with the Secret Service. Tell us about this suspect. When he was arrested, when he was pulled out of his car, did he say anything? What was his demeanor?
Well, we conducted what you have seen probably 1,000 times, a high-profile felony stop out on I-95 northbound. We already shut the interstate down behind him, made the stop.
Dude, okay. Now I'm convinced they do not have a single sober sheriff in the state of Florida. No, I think it's illegal to be a sheriff and sober at the same time. What the fuck, bro? Why is every sheriff like this in the state of Florida, bro? What the hell's going on, dog? I don't know. He did fucking, hey, man. Hey. We stopped him. He was riding around town, thought it was crazy.
And then at gunpoint, ordered him out of the vehicle. He complied. His demeanor was perplexing in some way, despite the fact that we had numerous people out with rifles, uniformed personnel, a helicopter, interstate shut down. He was as calm as if he was going to a Sunday picnic.
He looks like it in that picture. I know that you were there when Secret Service interviewed him. What was his demeanor there? Did he apologize? Did he say he was remorseful? Did he even speak?
No, he was quiet, and we had to be very respectful. It's a federal investigation, so we don't cross the lines. Our job was to apprehend the suspect. I mean, after all, he just tried to assassinate the highest profile target on the planet. It was an extremely fortunate for all of us that he complied, because had he not complied, you'd be asking me right now, what were the circumstances of his death?
Right. Gosh, I'm thankful that's not the case this morning. Where is the suspect now? I know he's behind bars, but where?
Well, what we did is we turned him over to the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. So I don't know where he is right now. Okay.
Did he say any? How did he know that Donald Trump was going to be playing golf? How did he have access to his schedule?
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. We are the border county to Palm Beach. You can't get out of their county without coming through ours. But we don't have the intel from the.
Yeah, how did he know that Donald Trump would be golfing on a Sunday in the midst of a campaign? How did he know? Who could have foreseen that? A real brilliant tactician this guy was.
Seen there. It's hard for me to imagine how he got within rifle range of President Trump.
Yeah. Sheriff, what was your day like yesterday? I know you were all over the media. We appreciate y'all being so transparent with us. But when you heard the news, describe that for us.
Well, I'd gotten home from church and I was having a quick snack, and I heard the bolo to be on the lookout for someone who had just attempted an assassination attempt on President Trump. And as I was sitting there with that snack, I knew he's heading for Martin County. My snack is done. I started getting ready, and within a few minutes of that bolo, my crew was on top of that car and conducted the felony stop.
So great that a witness there at the golf course took a picture of the vehicle and the license plate, told the police department. They notified your county because they knew he was heading in that direction. What's your message to that witness?
Well, my message to that witness is thank you. God bless you for what you did. You stepped up and you made it possible for us to apprehend the suspect, because in all truth, had we not gotten that description, he'd have just sailed right through my county, and who knows if or when we ever would have gotten our hands on it.
You know, we have so much confidence in law enforcement down in Florida. I know the governor there supports you all, and we all support you all. Thank you so much for your work. Have you talked to the governor? I know he wants to do a separate investigation.
I spoke to the governor's representative, who is the director of Department of Transportation. They're in charge of the Florida Highway Patrol, and he told me that from the governor, we could have any asset we needed. And actually, we had created quite a nightmare out there. We had to shut northbound, southbound I-95. We had to wait for a bomb dog to come and make sure there was no explosives in the car. It was a complex scene. We made it come out right, and we were able to turn the suspect over, but it was not an easy scene, I could tell you that.
Yeah, but when I heard that the suspect got away, left the gun there, and took off in this black Nissan, and then I heard not too long after that y'all had gotten him, that I-95 was shut down. I heard that Palm Beach International Airport was closed. So y'all did a great job. Thank you for apprehending him, and now we can hopefully get some answers.
Yeah, hopefully we can keep President Trump safe. That's what we need.
Thank you, Sheriff. God bless.
You're welcome. Thank you. Same.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
We want to update our viewers here with what happened in Florida. We begin this hour with the latest on the possible second assassination attempt on former President Trump. A man is in custody after the Secret Service spotted someone with an AK-style weapon yesterday at Trump's golf course in West Palm Beach. It happened between the 5th and 6th holes, and Trump was around 300 to 500 yards away. Officials say they found a gun, a scope, and a GoPro, among other things, after a Secret Service agent fired multiple shots at the man, forcing him to flee. Later, sheriff's deputies made an arrest about 50 miles away.
And here he is. This is the suspect, Ryan Wesley Ruth, who's in his late 50s. He spent time as a volunteer in Ukraine after the Russian invasion. And our Holly Williams was in touch with him when he was overseas, and she joins us now. Holly, good morning. What else can you tell us about this man?
Hey there, Nate. Look, when I woke up this morning in London to the news that Ryan Ruth was the suspect in an alleged assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, I was stunned to recognize the name because I had been in touch with Ryan Ruth for over a year in the early stages of the war in Ukraine. Like thousands of other international volunteers, he apparently went to Ukraine to help. I do not believe he was fighting himself, but he had put signs up in Kyiv, Ukraine's capital, offering to help other foreigners find places in Ukrainian battalions. And that's how I initially came across him. I spoke with him, I think, once on the phone and texted frequently, and he put me in touch with several foreign fighters. Now, he seemed very genuine and passionate about supporting Ukraine. He mentioned plans to bring in thousands of Afghan and Syrian fighters, which I took, frankly, with a grain of salt. In an interview with the news website Semaphore, he claimed he'd been unable to get visas for those Afghan fighters, but we don't know if he was actually in touch with any Ukrainian officials at all. Now, I've met American volunteers everywhere from Syria to Ukraine. Some are experienced soldiers and very clear about the dangers they're facing. Others seem less well informed and their motivations can be quite confused. To be honest, Ryan Ruth did at times seem fairly naive. At one point, he sent me an audio track of a song he'd apparently recorded about the carnage caused by the war in Ukraine.
Leak it, leak it, leak it, leak it, leak it. If you don't leak it, oh my God, I need to hear the song. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. We have to. This is public knowledge. Like, this is in the interest. This is in the interest of the public. We must hear it. This is the one that I suspect he also, like, tried to get the Dave Matthews Band to also sing. Dude, this guy is awesome. This guy is fucking dope, dude. What a fucking character. Holy shit. What a hilarious character this man is. This is literally, like, such a uniquely American crank. Like, oh my God.
Ukraine. In November of last year, he told me he was back in the US, in Hawaii, and that was the last time I heard from him. Christine.
All right, Holly, interesting points there. Thank you for that information.
Go to Dana Marie McNichol. She is live from West Palm Beach. Good morning.
Good morning, Dana. As this active investigation continues here outside Trump International Golf Course, we're learning more about Ryan Routh, who has an extensive presence on social media, posting multiple times about the former president. According to public records, 58-year-old Routh had at least 100 run-ins with police, according to Fox Digital. He made his opinions very clear on X, where he posted about former President Trump, the war on Ukraine, the 2020 election, and other world events. His account even weighed in on the former President Trump's assassination attempt back in July, calling on Vice President Kamala Harris to visit those injured at the Pennsylvania Trump rally, saying, quote, Trump will never do anything for them. And
yeah, he's perfect. He's perfect. Like, he is the guy that I thought was not a real guy. Turns out there is one of them out there. You know what I mean? He's just like it blows my mind that this is a person that I feel like I invented in my mind, and it turns out he is a real person. Like, we have talked so much about how there is no real like NATO voter. There is no real like AUKUS voter. Like, there is one. This is the guy. And what's really ironic about it, and a chatter already pointed this out, is that despite being the NATO voter, he was still potentially going to vote for motherfucking Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy. God, I love American politics. Like, he literally, bro, the one NATO voter who fucking hated Donald Trump, voted for Donald Trump, lifelong Republican, becomes a Bernie bro for a brief moment in 2020, Tulsi Gabbard fan, starts hating Tulsi Gabbard, thinks Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to do a better job than Donald Trump, and is like thinking about potentially voting for them. Like, you can't make it up. It's just, he is the guy. It's so fucking perfect. Like, Biden was trying to desperately win that guy's vote, and he still was like, you know who I want to vote for? Vivek Ramaswamy and Nikki Haley. Which is funny because Vivek Ramaswamy was like super pro-Russia, but he was also extremely anti-China. Does he follow you? No. Chat, come on. This man's Reddit. First of all, this man is on Reddit. Secondly, he's known in like the NATO circles. And last but not least, he is vehemently anti-communist Russia and anti-China. Do you think that's the type of guy that would be a fan of mine? Are you insane? That's the type of guy who puts me on the fucking hit list next. He's incredible. He's incredible. His truck home had a Biden-Harris sticker on it. Oh, no, he is like, I think everything that I just told you about his like political attitude is 100% correct. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think he inevitably like landed on being reluctantly pro-Biden almost. Like, he's fascinating. I think he is the guy that you see on like those CNN focus groups. You know what I mean? Like, he is that undecided guy that is so truly unique that it almost is a disservice when CNN brings them forward and they're like, so what do you think about the last night's speeches? And it's like, you'll be like, why is this person even remotely relevant in the political conversation? Like, there's not another person like this. That's him. I think he made his decision on Trump. No, he was definitely anti-Trump, but he did originally vote for Trump, which goes back to what I was talking about. I think like when he first originally voted for Trump, he probably considered Trump to be like less militant and more of a peaceful dove than like the establishment, right? Because he voted for him in 2016. It's another fucking former Trump voter, lifelong registered Republican. It's awesome. So a dumbass. I mean, yeah, of course, but many Americans are like this, not to the same severity as this guy. But I do find it really funny that like up until the very last moment, he was still like potentially angling to vote for a Republican, despite the fact that Joe Biden was basically communicating direct messages to this man's brain, you know?
Quote. Now, Routh currently lives in Hawaii after spending the majority of his life in North Carolina, where he worked in construction, including owning a company called United Roofing. The Palm Beach County Sheriff said this morning they're looking into his flight schedule and how he even traveled to get here in Florida. Right now, they say Routh is not talking to law enforcement. Now, a witness saw Routh run from the golf course bushes and jump into a black Nissan yesterday. He was then pulled over on I-95 in Martin County.
Also, I do think it's kind of crazy that he's like this much of a fucking crank, but has like the wherewithal to not talk to law enforcement, which is kind of crazy. I don't know.
Made the stop and then at gunpoint ordered him out of the vehicle. He complied. His demeanor was perplexing in some way, despite the fact that we had numerous people out with rifles, uniformed personnel, a helicopter.
And no charges have been filed just yet, but we do expect that's the next step. We're also looking for details about when he could possibly be in court. Now, we are hearing this morning that the active director of the Secret Service is here on the ground at the golf course and should be doing a walkthrough of the site shortly. Mel and Dana.
Dana Marie McNichol, thank you.
I'm Steve. The other thing I'll say is because of how uniquely online and how uniquely insane this guy was in terms of his like political opinions, like the broader politics of it all, I am now marginally increasing the likelihood that like he might have been activated by Iran in some way. Okay. Yesterday I said there's very low likelihood, but now I've moved it into it's still less likely, but it could be the case. Okay. I think it's still not likely, but it is, in my assumption, in my analysis, maybe a little bit marginally more likely than I thought yesterday. Especially because, like, I do believe the federal authorities when they say like Iran wants to like assassinate Donald Trump because of Qasem Soleimani, and I believe he has tweeted about, or not tweeted about, but like wrote in his book about how he wanted the IRGC to kill Donald Trump. Then the title of his book is Ukraine's Unwinnable War, Fatal Democracy, World Abandonment of Global Citizen, Taiwan, Afghanistan, North Korea, and End of Humanity. Yeah, he apparently asked Iran to assassinate Donald Trump in his book. What is this? Look at the mention of you in chat.
To hop on here and hypothesize about today's happenings, but after reading the tweets of the elongated muskrat and finding out there was a fundraising email in the inbox of the elderly less than 5 minutes after shots were fired, well, I'm right back like good crack, Jack. Let's talk about it. Now, obviously, you need to take anything I or anybody who runs a yap trap on this app says with the biggest grain of salt you got in your kitchen. But motherfuckers, this shit right here smells like somebody been fishing. Now, I can't tell you it was fake, but I can tell you my professional opinion as a retired wrestler is that I know Vince McMahon's handiwork when I see it. And this time, the only bump Trump had to take was in the golf cart on the way back up to the pool bar for some lip service from Laura Loomer. That motherfucker wasn't ever in no danger. He just wanted some of your saved up dollars. And the sad part is, some of you motherfuckers sent that shit post-haste and paid the processing fee. The rest of y'all have you a wonderful motherfucking evening. As you proceed through your week, remember to keep those motherfucking boots out your motherfucking mouth. And remember that the golden rule will always remain, yeehaw, fuck the law. Friends, I will see y'all down the line.
Dude, incredible stuff. Man, these are days where I'm like, I fucking love American politics, dude. It's not really that odd. Schizophrenia and other diseases have a myriad of different symptoms and severity. It's common to simply have delusions. Things cannot be disproven to the person. Not every person with schizophrenia is non-functioning. Yeah. What? Another crazy leftist conspiracy is that after the failed Venezuela coup yesterday, small chance he was used as a distraction since our CIA keeps sucking. Yeah, no, I don't think anyone in America cares about like the Venezuelan coups not panning out. They care way more. In their higher order of priority, Americans care more about the top of the hour ad break coming 18 minutes into the top of the hour than they do about like yet another fucking failed coup in Venezuela. Okay? It's just weird to me because it's like, it's right there. This guy's footprint is so fucking Fed adjacent. And he absolutely, without a shred of doubt, has probably, given his like exploits in Ukraine, linked up with an agent at a certain point. So it's honestly shocking to me that the right wing has not been faster to be like, this is a fucking deep state assassination plot. Like, I'm kind of disappointed in the right for this one. I'd be more disappointed in you guys, though, if you didn't subscribe at the top of the hour to avoid seeing the ad break. Here it is now. He's not talking to the police. He's gone nonverbal. Yeah, he's got small bean autism, dude. I don't know why they're hurting my man like this. He just had a hyperfixation on AK style, the AK platform. He just wanted to show off his gun. He was bird watching with the scope.
As I mentioned earlier, Ryan Wesley Routh had expressed support for Ukraine. He did that in dozens of posts on X. He traveled to the country. And in a newly surfaced video from 2022, he went so far as saying he was willing to die in the war there. Take a listen.
Putin is a terrorist, and he needs to be ended. So we need everybody from around the globe to stop what they're doing and come here now and support the Ukrainians to end this war.
Last October, Routh began trying to enlist Afghan conscripts to fight in the war using social media, presenting himself as an off-the-books liaison for the Ukrainian government. Newsweek Romanian journalist Remes Cherna met the man who'd been detained in connection with this apparent assassination attempt in Ukraine, actually met him on several occasions, stayed in touch with him, and told CNN he was surprised by Ryan Routh's alleged involvement in this incident. Saying, for me, it's a surprise because I viewed him as an idealistic, innocent, genuine person without any murderous instinct. And that journalist joined.
Bro didn't see his tweets about what he wanted to do to Moscow. He's like, yeah, I thought he was like an idealistic humanist. Yeah, he was, you know how like there's progressives except Palestine? Bro was progressive except Russian civilians. Like, we looked at his tweets. He was literally adding Elon Musk to be like, give me a nuke. Give me a nuclear warhead. I'm going to strap a nuclear warhead on top of one of your rockets, and I'm directly going to hit Moscow.
Joining me now via Skype from Bucharest. I think we were all struck by that observation. Walk us through a little bit more. The person who you met and then ultimately stayed in touch with, what was your impression?
I met him in my first day in Kyiv in June 2022. I've been there for 15 times since. He seemed to me to be an idealistic person, a genuine person who wanted to support Ukraine, and this is a good cause, of course. But you know, sometimes we can see this in history and in many other cases. Sometimes an idealistic person can become a fanatic, open to do horrible things for his cause. And it's important to understand that it's not enough to have a good.
I don't get it. If you find me to be like a humanist, idealistic person for like wanting to fucking assassinate Vladimir Putin, for being like a dictator and a murderous like dictator, why does that not extend to Donald Trump? Like, if that's your actual fucking principle here, if you're like, oh, dude, he was just saying he wants to murder Putin and like maybe a bunch of Russians in the process, but like he's like an idealistic humanist, then like, shouldn't that same morality apply to Donald Trump too? Especially directly as a consequence of Donald Trump openly communicating that he would not help Ukraine anyway, like routinely. I'm serious. Like, I'm not saying I agree with the guy. I'm simply stating that, like, how do you see what he's saying about Putin as not like unhinged, but then also see what he's saying about Donald Trump as like, or what he tried to do with Donald Trump as like an unhinged act? If anything, it's directly in line. Hassan, we're feeling really protective over Trump right now. Read the room.
Good cause. It's also important to serve this cause with democratic tools, let's say. And violence, it's forbidden, it's prohibited in democracy. We have elections. Honestly, I don't like Trump. And if I would be American, I would vote against him. But I want him to be defeated in elections in using democratic procedures, not violence or attempting these kind of attempts on his life. Ryan seemed to me to be an idealistic, and maybe he pushed too far his ideas somehow.
So in terms of that, when it came to his ideas, you mentioned the former president. Did Ryan Routh ever bring up with you his feelings about Donald Trump?
No, as I remember, but he was a bit disappointed by the fact that Ukraine was supported by Western countries enough to resist to the Russian invasion, but not enough to win the war. And of course, this feeling is widespread in Eastern Europe or in Ukraine. Of course, Ukrainians are thankful for all those who support Ukraine, and I support also this cause. I think that Ukraine should win this war, should expel the Russians from all of the Ukrainian territories. And this is a good cause. It's an important cause. And we need a strong United States and a strong democracy in United States, because if United States is weak, everything bad can happen in the world. So this attempt, supposedly attempt of Ryan, is weakening United States democracy. So that's why it's a very bad thing that he did. Yeah, I hope that the support for Ukraine will increase in the next few months and years in order to help Ukraine to win this war.
You mentioned that someone like Ryan Routh, who you described as an idealist, you noted that sometimes an idealist can become a fanatic. Yeah. In staying in touch with him and speaking with him over the last couple of years, did you sense that he was becoming a fanatic?
No, that's why I was very surprised when I saw in the news what happened.
There's something really funny about this, because the guy who they're talking to right now interviewed this man, the suspect, and in that interview, Ryan had his hair dyed in the Ukrainian flag colors. So for him to just be like, I did not read him as weird guy, but good guy, is like, come on, man. You can agree with like Ukrainian emancipation and still be like, yeah, he was a bit of a fucking weirdo. Like, I don't understand why we're just doing this read where it's like, no, he seemed like perfectly normal guy who loved Ukraine a lot. Like, how the fuck did none of the journalists that were in contact with this guy go, yeah, this dude was a nutcase, bro? Like, how? He was. What the fuck?
I saw that he was open to do some, let's say, not so legal things. You mentioned a few minutes ago his attempts to, he's trying to get some people from...
Like, for all anyone's criticisms might be of the way that they operate in Ukraine, like, they saw him and were like, no, dog, you can't have a weapon, okay? Because they recognized this dude is mentally unwell. So why are like Western or Western adjacent journalists being like, nah, he was like a totally normal dude? Like, there's obviously a reason where the motherfucking Foreign Legion, which is desperate for bodies, looked at this man and was like, you cannot be trusted with a weapon, okay? You obviously cannot be trusted with a fucking weapon, dude. They straight up was like, yeah, nah, dog, we're good, I think. No, we're good. In 2022, they probably had enough people. No, they didn't. No, they were still looking for help. Like, the bar for refusing someone's like help in this situation is, you know, refusing someone's help. You got to be really, really fucking like, you got to be putting out the weirdest vibes. Okay. There was a Ukrainian chatter in the chat who was like, I'm Ukrainian and this guy cares about Ukraine more than I do. Like, he was a little bit out there, to say the least. Okay.
Other countries to join to the Foreign Legion in Ukraine, but in doing so, he was open to do some illegal things. He asked me also to do some not so legal things, and of course I didn't accept such kind of things. So he was open to do, for a good cause, to do bad things for a good cause.
Can you elaborate on that beyond trying to bring in, you know, other foreigners to fight for Ukraine? What else was he suggesting, and even suggesting that you do?
Yeah, he suggested something that anyway I couldn't do and I'm not able to do and I don't want to do, to help some people get the transit visa through Romania to Ukraine. But of course, I rejected this without question, without any other word.
Was there anything that he was suggesting that was of a violent nature?
No. That's why he said that he would die. He would die for Ukraine, or he would sacrifice himself for Ukraine. And it's true that there is a risk in Ukraine. Every day is a...
Bro, this is the problem. Like, liberals don't read like we should nuke Moscow as like an inherently violent statement. That's the problem. That's why they're like, no, he was just like totally fucking nonviolent guy. It's like, no, like, people who are predisposed with human rights understandably see the wrong that Russia is committing. Okay? Understandably recognize the wrong and the great evil actions of the Russian forces by invading Ukraine, by killing a shit ton of people. But like when your retaliation is like, yeah, let's fucking nuke Moscow, it's like, okay, but that's an unhinged thing to say. And many people do say it, and I think that's why it's like so normalized in terms of like how commonplace this kind of attitude is. But like automatically when a guy says that, you're like, I don't know if he's like all there.
The risk in Ukraine. There is a saying that it states that you never know if your name is written on the next missile or drone there in Ukraine. But he has no military training. He has no military training. That's why I wonder how he thought that he can shoot someone. I understood that he had a gun because he has no military training. So that's why he wasn't able to join to the International Legion.
When he wasn't allowed to join, did he talk to you about that? About how, was he disappointed? Was he upset? How would you describe him?
In that interview that I did with him in June 2022, he told me that he is unable to join International Legion because he has no military experience, no military skills. So it's in that interview. So I wonder how he thought that he can do something with a weapon. So I don't know details. I don't know how skillful is he, but I suppose he's not so well skilled in this in using a weapon.
What?
Remistra, really appreciate your insight.
Bro said lame ass didn't he didn't have the fucking background to be able to successfully pull off this assassination. That's wild. All I'm saying is, in the midst of an ongoing invasion, understand that the Ukrainian military looked at this guy and was like, nah, we're good, dog. Like, they didn't even put him in a civilian position. Like, his contacts with the Foreign Legion are not official. He presented it as such, but it turns out he wasn't even like officially connected to any kind of like civilian liaison officer position within the Foreign Legion. Like, they literally were like, I'm good, man. So overall, I think it's funny that like people are making it seem like he didn't like read as like a total nut job. Obviously, I don't condone his action. However, they don't seem to know his Ukrainian soldiers would follow him to their end. His Afghan fighters are at his beck and call, and his friends in Taiwan are awaiting his orders. Wouldn't be shocked if he's just pretending to be detained right now, as his squad could easily free him at any moment. They're playing with fire, and CNN just lit the match. Stay strong. You are our hero, Ryan. I love QAnon LARPing for fucking Ryan Ruth.
From reaction from Washington to senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang. Weijia, we just heard President Biden speak a few moments ago. What did he say?
Lindsay, President Biden said that he thanked God that the former president was okay, and he also said that it was clear that Secret Service needs more resources, and he thought that Congress should respond to the need in the coming weeks. When asked specifically what it was, whether it was personnel or more money for other things, he said personnel. And so the president speaking out for the first time after the second assassination attempt on the former president as he was heading to Philadelphia.
Yeah, God forbid they ever feel scared of like likely gun violence, even for a brief moment. Holy shit. Imagine if they lowered themselves to the standard of like a fucking teacher at a public school, you know, or a child going to kindergarten. Imagine. Yeah, that feeling is reserved for school kids in this country, not presidents or former presidents or current presidents or people running for president. Those are God's chosen people. If you're like an average American, though, yeah, sucks to suck. Gun violence is a reality for you. It's going to happen at a certain point in your life. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah.
I'm wondering, and I'm going to go ahead and ask our control room if we have that sound now. Can we go ahead and play that?
I think they thank God the president's okay.
I think we got a full report so far. We're down there tonight. But one thing I want to make clear, the service needs more help. And I think the Congress should respond to their needs if they, in fact, need more services. So that's what we're going to be talking about.
Are you concerned more money or they need more personnel? They need more money? What kind of help do you say?
I think we need some more personnel. I think they're deciding whether they need more personnel or not.
So, Weija, this is, we heard from a statement from the White House. Now we're hearing from the president. Do you expect that we may hear from this, for example, when he's in Philadelphia today?
Well, he could bring it up. I mean, he just talked about it, and he's going to Philadelphia for a totally separate event addressing the Nationally Historic Black Colleges meeting.
I want to reiterate that I don't think that Trump needs more Secret Service clearance, or I mean, a Secret Service security, because he's not the current president. He's the former president. I want to also state that if it were up to me, I'd lower his current security. Okay. Because it's far too costly. I'm a small government conservative, as you guys know. I don't believe in spending, okay? I don't believe in all this extra spending. I think that it is abhorrent. We need to trim the fat, okay? I don't believe that the taxpayers should fund Donald Trump's golf outings just because he feels the need that he's gonna fucking golf, okay? I don't know. Call me controversial, but I think there's better uses for that money. Like giving it to Israel. That's what I think we should be doing. I'm a small government conservative. I don't think Trump deserves the extra funding. I think Israel deserves it. They're the most moral nation on earth. Ukraine deserves it? No. If we give that money to Ukraine, then you're teaching the shooter the worst lesson. You should instead give it to Israel. Whenever there's any sort of extra money in the couch, you know, in between the couch cushions, I think about how I'll donate it to the state of Israel, the beautiful state. Yeah.
And so I guess there's a chance he could bring it up again, but he tends to like to separate, issues unless he hasn't spoken on it already and it's new. So because he made these remarks, it's hard to say, but probably not, because he's addressing, college students and about historically black colleges around the country. So I'm not.
So this wasn't actually an assassination attempt, right? Media just saying that as a clickbait? No, dog. What? Yeah, it was. Like, he didn't get anywhere near it, but I mean, I think it definitely was. Now, if I was his lawyer, I wouldn't recognize that. If I was his lawyer, I'd say this is a law-abiding citizen who was exercising his Second Amendment rights. Who the fuck are you to tell him he's not able to do that? But if we're being serious, like, yeah, no, I think he's a fucking insane crank. He's an insane crank who was like hyper-focused on Ukraine, who probably wanted to attempt to shoot and kill him. Because in his mind, I think he was like, Trump is in the way of the thing that I care about the most, which is defending Ukraine. So he was like, I'm going to go and take matters into my own hands.
Not sure, but this is obviously going to be an ongoing issue with so many mounting questions about how this could happen again. And the vice president also released a statement saying that she condemns any political violence and that she's just deeply disturbed by what unfolded.
It's awesome because Trump is such a bitch. Look, the rhetoric lies as exemplified by the false statements made by Comrade Kamala Harris during the rigged and highly partisan ABC debate and all of the ridiculous lawsuits specifically designed to inflict damage on Joe's, then Kamala's political opponent, me, has taken politics in our country to a whole new level of hatred, abuse, and distrust. Because of this communist left rhetoric, the bullets are flying, and it will only get worse, allowing millions of people from places unknown. I love that he couldn't, even for the sake of this tweet, dial back the unhinged violent rhetoric. Like, he couldn't even, to make a fucking point, to make a goddamn point, just not say the quiet part out loud again. And he just could not stop himself. Immediately he's like, the rapist, violent communist Kamala, bringing in rapists. They're raping our daughters. Like, immediately. It has nothing to do with the conversation, dumbass. Our borders must be closed. The terrorist, criminals, and mentally insane immediately removed from American cities and towns, deported back to their countries of origin. Oh my God. They're stealing our jobs and our wealth. The world is laughing at us. We cannot let them laugh any longer. Make America great again. It's like, bro, you can't be like, how are you not aware of what you sound like at all? Trump and Biden spoke again. Joe Biden and Donald Trump spoke this afternoon after the second assassination attempt on the former president, per sources familiar with the call. Am I getting in on the Mar-a-Lago Twitter Spaces shit? Abso-fucking-lutely. Here's what Brandon had to say. Here's what pussy-ass Brandon had to say about the second time. By the way, the first time it happened, obviously he got like grazed at least. So there was a lot more interest in it. Second time, it's like barely a mention. By the third time, we're not even going to cover it in the news. I swear to God. They're like, boring. It happened already. He survived. Who gives a shit?
Again, I want to make a quick reference. The attempted assassination against our former president in Florida yesterday. I commend the Secret Service for the expert handling.
Like, this is a totally, this time there's no like addressing the state. You know what I mean? By the third time, he's literally just going to be like, whatever. It happens all the time. Third time, he's going to pardon the guy immediately. Fuck it. YOLO.
In the situation. And the former president is protected from harm and the subject is in custody. An acting head of the Secret Service is in Florida today assessing what happened and determining whether any further adjustments need to be made to ensure the safety of our former president. Let me just say, there is no, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, those of you who know me, many of you do, no place in political violence for political violence in America. None. Zero. Never. I've always condemned political violence. I always will in America. In America, we resolve our differences peacefully at the ballot box, not at the end of a gun. America suffered too many times the tragedy of an assassin's bullet. It solves nothing and just tears the country apart. We must do everything we can to prevent it and never give it any oxygen. Folks, now to today's event.
And we have new details on the suspect in the second assassination attempt against former President Trump. The sheriff who pulled him over is speaking out, describing him as oddly ambivalent.
I was at the scene, and he had a very, very kind of detached, flat facial affect. Like, it wasn't bothering him. And I was immediately suspicious. I thought, this is probably the guy. How does this guy get to a fence with a tactical rifle and a sight on it and get a bead on the former president of the United States?
Guys, stop saying he's drunk, okay? He's a Florida sheriff. He has to be. It's fucked up. It's his culture, sweetie. You guys are being annoying, dude. He has to be drunk on the job. It's just the natural state of a Florida sheriff. What's next? You're going to get mad at him for doing a hate crime? What has become of this country? We used to be a nation, a beautiful nation where Florida sheriffs could do hate crimes and drive drunk. And now people get mad when you see a Florida sheriff slurring his speech and shit. It's like fucked up. I'm skipping this part. I don't even want to see it.
They recovered a GoPro camera. They recovered bullet deflecting plates. And those plates were hanging on the fence. So we saw that in the images they released last evening. New reaction, Wall Street Journal editorial board. They say, quote, the failure of another assassination attempt against Donald Trump on Sunday, the second in 2 months, is a great relief, but also another warning about our deranged politics. Kayleigh McEnany with us now. Bit of commentary on what she's observing. Good morning to you on this Monday. How do you piece this together, Kayleigh?
Yeah, look, when I see that Wall Street Journal piece, I think people on both sides of the aisle need to stop back and reflect before they send out any sort of message on social media. Does this add to the politically caustic time we're in or detract from it before sending out a message on either side? I only hold the shooter responsible for his actions. That being said, the two assassination attempts have come against former President Trump, both of them. Really unprecedented to see this. And then in the immediate aftermath, you have someone like Rachel Vindman, whose husband was the Trump impeachment witness for the first one. She comes out and says, no ears were harmed. Carry on with your Sunday afternoon. You've lost touch with humanity. And then when I think back more broadly.
Bro, this isn't like, dude, we're not talking about like a black grandmother who works at a fucking poll station. You know what I mean? Because Donald Trump has actually invited a shit ton of fucking harm to those people, and nobody gives a fuck. But those are average people. We're talking about Donald Trump, the president, okay? Former president. Like when people meet his standard and refuse to reckon with like how this kind of violence is happening to someone like Donald Trump, when he has brought about this kind of violence for normal people on a regular fucking basis as the former president, like you can't turn around and be like, wow, we got to stop this violent rhetoric. Donald Trump hasn't stopped this violent rhetoric. Since the second assassination attempt, he's probably tweeted even more times with violent rhetoric than the last one. Like, what are we talking about? The times Trump has advocated for violence from Axios, May 2nd, 2022. This is the direct cause for violence, mind you.
If you believe hook, line, and sinker, things that have been said about President Trump, you believe that he wants a national abortion ban, that he is against IVF, you believe that he's for Project 2025, that he wants a bloodbath, that he called neo-Nazis fine people, all of those fact-checked as false. But then you see Hakeem Jeffries, 2 hours after this incident, tweet out, extreme MAGA Republicans are the party of a national abortion ban in Trump's Project 2025. He then puts out a statement condemning this. But then this morning is right back to Project 2025 language. We all need to look at our rhetoric.
Yo, this is not going to work. I mean, Democrats are fucking cowards. They're cowards of the highest order. But like, to demand that they stop campaigning against Donald Trump is so insane. Like, how comfortable are you? How entitled are you, dude? It's wild to me. Also, speaking of violent rhetoric, Elon Musk literally was like, why isn't anybody assassinating Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Which was awesome. I mean, great job, sir. Keep posting. He deleted the tweet. I, much like many other people, of course, called it out. I said, this man is a defense contractor. Obviously, every single person was like, what the fuck are you saying? Elon Musk, a defense contractor, a multi-billionaire, literally fucking said, and no one is even trying to assassinate Biden/Kamala. That's so insane that's like the type of shit I would tweet. You know? That's something I would tweet, dog. You can't tweet that. Like, you're Elon Musk, dude. Are you fucking insane? And for the record, like, if I tweeted some shit like that, I would absolutely get a fucking visit from the authorities. Okay? So he deleted the tweet, and then this was his excuse. Turns out that jokes are way less funny if people don't know the context and the delivery is plain text. Yeah. And no one is even trying to assassinate Biden Kamala. I would, even his dick riders were like, I would reconsider this post, sir. Shit's getting out of hand. We need to unite. No one has even tried to do so is the point I'm making, and no one will. He fucking doubled down on it. Like, what do you mean? It's not a joke. Yeah, he got a call from not the FBI, Secret Service, most likely, or maybe the FBI. No one has even tried to do so. Maybe delete the post and reword it. Seems that people like misinterpreting your obvious intent. Fair enough. I don't want to do what they have done, even in jest. Turns out my jokes are way less funny if people don't know the context of delivery is plain text. Well, one lesson I learned from this is just because I say something to a group and they laugh doesn't mean it's going to be all that hilarious as a post on X. Yeah. Random guy says this, he immediately gets a fucking door knock. Okay. Elon Musk says this, they maybe gave him a phone call, but he probably did get a phone call to be like, are you serious right now? Megaphonics, this is not your opportunity to send me all the previously deleted Elon Musk tweets, okay? We're done with the Elon Musk portion of this conversation. Let's get back to Fox News.
On both sides, not perpetuate mistruths, because we are in a very dangerous time.
We are. Let's talk a little bit of politics then. The ABC News poll that came out yesterday showed a little bit of an upswing for Harris at 52-46. And then asking who won the debate, ABC News poll 58-36 as well on that front. But President Trump still up in the swing states, or at least within the margin of error. And in talking to undecided voters who will decide the election, they thought that Trump won, or at least they did on the economy, and that's their most important issue. So what should we...
That's crazy. Undecided voters also thought Kamala Harris won the debate. The only issue that people thought Trump won the debate on was the economy. And even then, it was by very slim margins. That's so funny.
We make of all this.
You know, I think back to these personal anecdotes that are outlined in the New York Times of voters, and one such came from a woman named Judith. She was about a mile outside of the Harris event in Pennsylvania on Friday, and she said, I thought Harris did a wonderful job in the debate, but I need to know more about where she stands economically. This is a woman who works for the school bus system, makes $7.25 an hour. Her rent went from $675 to $1,000, and she finds herself supporting President Trump because of the economy. When you have a universe in that ABC poll of 3% persuadable likely voters, only 3%, on the margins things matter. The economy is in Trump's column, and you have to wonder, when is the game changer moment for Kamala Harris coming? The polls are razor thin. She had her...
The funniest part about this is, like, this represents a failure of Trump's, like, bare minimum campaign strategy on all fronts. The fact that the economy is supposed to be a winning issue for him, and like he can't coherently put together a solid agenda or even point to the failures of the Kamala Harris administration, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris administration, is a perfect demonstration of like how these guys have forgotten how to fucking run. Because why? Because they're too busy yelling about like the most unhinged thing you've ever heard of in terms of immigrants. Okay? That's the problem. The problem is they are so invested in their fucking little hug box on Twitter that they have deluded themselves into thinking that like saying Sig Heil and saying that like immigrants are vermin and parasitic is actually going to be great for the election. Like that's the only thing you need to harp on. It is completely ridiculous. Like, bro, run a normal campaign, dude. Run a normal fucking campaign. That's nutty.
Biggest audience at the DNC night 4, her biggest audience in the debate, 67 million people. When is she going to get another audience like that? Maybe never.
That's a good question. We'll see whether or not they go back and forth in this debate. This is a Fox News update now on what we're hearing from the former president. He spoke with Fox.
Yeah, the former president spoke. He said at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, and Americans should no longer have to pay $6 to avoid the top of the hour ad break. It was $5 under my presidency. It's $6 under Brandon's. You decide. Well, luckily for all of you, it's actually September, so it's 30% off. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Fox Digital a moment ago, and he blames Biden and Harris's rhetoric, Haley, for causing him to be, quote, shot at. He went on to say, let me get the quote here, guys. He, Ralph, believed the rhetoric of Biden Harris, and he acted on it. Their rhetoric is causing me to be shot at when I'm the one who is going to save the country, and they're the ones that are destroying the country, both from the
Least capitalistic socialist in 2024. What is capitalistic? Okay, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Did anything change about the things that I'm saying for you? Yeah, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. I'm a capitalist, Chink. You know, there you go. Just like my goat, Charlie. All right, two-based. Yeah, there you go. So now, do you agree with the things that I'm saying? Did anything change about what I was advocating for? No. Okay. Well, let's
inside
move on.
and out. They are the opposite. These are people that want to destroy our country, adding that it's called the enemy from within. They are the real threat, end quote. So really yesterday it was thank the Secret Service. You guys did a great job. I'm okay. Thanks for your support. And today it is much different after meeting with the acting Secret Service director this past hour.
I think he should question their rhetoric. Again, I only hold the shooter responsible for their actions, but I do wonder why there has not been more of a forceful condemnation. Both of them put out statements condemning this. We heard that chopper talk from President Biden. But after the last attempt, he gave an Oval Office address 24 hours later. That met the moment. Why is he not doing that now? Kamala Harris did not mention this in the DNC, did not mention the assassination attempt in the debate. I would love to see her mention this on the campaign trail. Let's all lower the rhetoric. I don't know that their response has really met the moment this time around, despite condemnations of paper statements, Twitter, and chopper.
That would be a powerful moment if she were to go.
She said, let the chopper do the talking. That's right.
Go to a microphone today and say,
yes,
cool.
She may.
She also has the power to convene. And I said this the last time.
It's pretty funny. It's like they have nothing, dude. They have nothing. They have nothing. They have literally nothing. They're like, oh, why didn't Kamala Harris talk about Donald Trump almost being assassinated at the DNC? Like, really? That's the best talking point you have? This is why I mean, like, if it was like a Haitian dude or some shit, like, oh my God, they would be doing the media circus, right? If it's like a non-white guy, God forbid, if it's like a non-white man, okay, holy fuck, you'll see what the talking points actually are. You'll see what a successful media strategy to weaponize the assassination attempt looks like then. But because it's a fucking white guy, they got nothing, okay? It's a white guy, former Trump Republican, now never Trumper, second time a fucking lifelong Republican or a registered Republican voter has shot at or tried to shoot at the fucking former Republican president. But ultimately, they can't do the tone down the narrative, tone down the rhetoric shit because they're the fucking violent rhetoric party. They also can't talk about gun control because they are the no gun control party. They are the gun violence party. So it's like such an awful way for something that is otherwise supposed to be helpful for your electoral chances to happen to Donald Trump over and over again, where he just cannot use this in a tangible way to improve his political outcome. The example that I used was like, I don't know, if like Kamala Harris is fucking, if Kamala Harris was like attacked by a migrant or something, right? Not to say that like migrants are inherently violent, right? Obviously that's not the case, but but in that situation, the Democratic Party would not be able to fucking message around that. People would be like, you deserve it. You did this to yourself, right? Even though technically, when you look at the actual fucking data, obviously migrants are not responsible for more crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are.
You know, you can ask for the Secret Service to come and give you a personal briefing.
Yes.
About what happened. I mean, Director Rowe went directly to Mar-a-Lago. She could ask for the same thing. I'm sure she's probably worried.
Per capita, they might be. No, dude. No. Per capita, they do not. No. I don't blame you for thinking that that might be the case, given how the media talks about this stuff, but you're wrong. They are nowhere near, especially in totality, obviously, but also in per capita as well.
About her own family as well, but Donald Trump making his point in that post today, so we'll keep an eye on it, and thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Good to have you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And
Fox News alert moments after the second assassination attempt on his life yesterday afternoon. Former President Donald Trump sharing his main concerns with Sean Hannity of Fox News as he was rushed back to the clubhouse at his golf course.
And Sean Hannity joins us now. Sean.
Why are you so charitable to motherfuckers who think like this? It's idiotic. Because there are more people that think like that than think like you. And my job, my primary responsibility is to get guys that think like that to think like me, and yelling at them all the fucking time, which I do when shit gets out of hand, right? When someone is like being an annoying little asshole, then yeah, I'll match that energy back. But my job is to try and educate people.
It happened at 1:30 yesterday afternoon, and you got a call before it even broke, before we all knew about it. Tell us that story.
It was really actually, guys, it was not long right after the incident happened. The president was playing with a dear friend of mine, Steve Woodcoff, and I had gone to breakfast with Steve and another guy, another friend of ours, and we had breakfast together. The whole breakfast, Steve was giving me a hard time. Come play golf with us, come play golf with us. And Steve is near a scratch.
Bro, he's trying to, oh my God, he's trying to put himself in the story so bad, bro. Shut up, Sean. You were not fucking invited, bitch. You were not invited, Sean. Okay? I was almost there at the almost attempted assassination attempt. It's like, wow, sick, man. Cool. Like, it's not like Trump almost died, bitch. He didn't even get fucking shot at. What are you talking about?
Golfer, the president pretty much is a scratch golfer, and I'm like, I don't have time to play, so I'm not that good with you, good at golf right now. But I hope to get back to it. I used to play, and anyway, so he goes off and plays. My phone rings. Maybe before 2, right after the incident happened, when he was immediately back in the clubhouse, and he told me what had happened, and he said that 4 shots had gone off. They heard it. It was pop, 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 pop. That's how he described it. And he was absolutely, positively blown away by how quickly the Secret Service got on the president, got him off the golf course, how quickly tripods were set up by sharpshooters within the Secret Service, and how professional they were. He will tell his entire story tonight on Hannity. Great. There are a couple of things. I was listening to Brian's interview with the sheriff. The law enforcement in Florida is so much better than it is in New York. They don't buy into this woke, defund, dismantle, no bail law idiocy and insanity. They take law and order very seriously down here, and I praise the sheriff and I praise everybody in the Secret Service. But there is something we have to examine very closely.
Yeah, he was crying yesterday, but only crying because he wasn't there to dive in front of a potential bullet. That's it.
Mostly here. After a conversation I had with Governor DeSantis last night, it really struck me. I said, Governor, you played that golf course. Tell me a little bit more about it. And he was describing how there are two holes, a par 3 and a par 4. The par 4 is a drive.
And I told him, Mr. President, I'm nothing but a hole for you.
Drivable par 4. And what he described to me, it was the area closest to where this fence is that we keep hearing about, that is surrounded in this treed area. And what is really disconcerting to me, if you go back to Butler, remember, we were told by the Secret Service, the people who are making the decisions what the perimeter around the president ought to be. Not the guys that are willing to dive on the president, put their life in harm's way and die to protect him, but the people that are responsible for making sure that perimeter is closed. There are some real serious questions, more than we had yesterday this morning, because they got within 130 yards in Butler, and they claimed it was a slope roof that turned out not to be a slope roof at all, and that's very troublesome that we weren't told the truth then, and we still haven't gotten to the bottom of it. We know that Connecticut Senator Blumenthal said Americans will be shocked, they will be appalled when they learn about the failures in Butler. But now we have a situation where we have a street about 300 yards from where the president was. And what's
another very funny aspect of this is that he can't keep shitting on Secret Service because Trump keeps loving Secret Service. He's like, the Secret Service is the best. I love those guys. They save my life all the time. They're incredible. They just can't put a coherent, consistent narrative on this. They can't spin it because it's not like a migrant. That's it. They're so one note. What are they going to do? Fucking complain about Democrats and their rhetoric? You can't do that. 0 people believe you. You can't. You are the party of violent rhetoric. You do it all the time. Trump is complaining about violent rhetoric while also immediately packaging that complaint with more violent rhetoric. So it doesn't fucking work, you know? It rings hollow. What is this? You wanted me to watch this?
You're telling me Donald Trump got shot at again by another white guy? This white-on-white violence has to end. Nah, I'm just fucking around. I love white-on-white violence. Or else will my girlfriend get all of her favorite true crime dramas. For real, though, isn't it kind of fucking crazy how within like 30 minutes of the shooter's name getting revealed, Hassan Piker's entire community had every single ounce of social media posting that man had ever done in his entire life. And then he tunes into Fox News and CNN and they're like, now, what are the ties that Iran could have to this shooting? What are the causes that illegal immigration had on this particular shooting? Like, dog, fucking none of them. This dude is the craziest NATO motherfucker I've ever seen. The guy who shot at Trump literally went to Ukraine to fight, and they were like, dog, you are over 50. We are not handing you a weapon. And then he came back to the United States and got a weapon. But seriously, though, it is insane that Fox News just does not know what to do with this shooting because it was a white guy. And even though it was a more left-leaning white guy, he voted for Trump in 2016. And he's more of like a never-Trump Republican than anything else. The one thing this guy even ever has to stand on is Ukraine. So Fox News hosts are legitimately out here just being like, you know what? This is what happens when we don't have respect for the police.
They
like,
did
dog,
say
this
that.
has nothing to do with that. You're so...
Yeah, they did say that. That was awesome. Everybody on Fox News yesterday was just like trying to fucking hammer in whatever their own personal pet project is. Like they should have fucking rolled out like an old school, George H.W. Bush style Republican be like, it's tort reform. The reason why this shooter actually decided to take the action was because of tort reform. These liberals are in the pocket of big law. These big lawyers, they're lobbying the Democratic Party.
So fucking stupid. Do some journalism. Or fucking once. Could our journalists just do some damn journalism?
Damn, fucking video about HasanAbi mentioned with 52K likes. God damn, dude. What is happening to the world right now?
You're telling me.
Why can't I see the fucking... I'm scrolling. It won't let me scroll down now. My TikTok desktop is just fundamentally broken.
You're telling me.
I can't click on the comments or scroll down. What is this? Maya wanted to ask a politic question during her IRL earlier.
He's not live yet, is he?
Is she crying?
Damn it. I'm always scared to call Hasan when he's live because he's always talking about something tragic and it looks like I'm out of touch.
He just says the N-word.
Yeah,
he 100% said...
I'm not calling Hasan. I'm not calling Hasan. Not now. I have to call him when he's offline.
Bro, if she was a little bit faster on the trigger, she would have just heard the N-word, by the way. Like, that's perfect timing, honestly. That's perfect timing. But like, she was so close. She was so close to hearing something even more unhinged, okay? Wait, my TikTok might be wonky because I'm not at 100%.
You're telling me Donald Trump got
it's not
shot
letting me,
at again?
It's not letting me see the comments. It might be ad block. Yeah, she almost perfect framed it, dude. She almost one framed it.
Concerning to me is, how is it possible that nobody was watching that street? And the way Governor DeSantis described this to me was, if you ever see a picture of Donald Trump playing golf, it's a photographer in that treat area by the fence that we keep hearing about, that's the area where they're going to get the picture. Right. They're not going to get it anywhere else on the golf course. Well, that would also be the area that if you are a shooter, that you have the closest proximity to now a top presidential candidate, former president. And that kind of bothered me during the press conference yesterday when they said, well, there would have been more protection if he was the president. There was a recent assassination attempt just 60 some odd days ago. He's a top presidential contender. We're 51 days away from a presidential election. And you're allowing somebody with an AK-47 that has a scope on it to be literally within 300 yards.
I don't get what their solution to this is. Like, I get the Butler, Pennsylvania fuck up, but like in this one, he's doing a secret event that is obviously not so secret because he probably plays golf there all the time. But like it's a fucking... Go back to TikTok Boomer next to related videos on top, click comments. No, I did that already. It didn't work. Stop. Like, are they taking... I like that they are basically saying what every American is aware of in their hearts, which is like there should be a gun-free zone only around Donald Trump. Like, no one should be allowed to have a gun just around Donald Trump, though. Everywhere else, you can be gunned up, okay? But if Donald Trump wants to go somewhere, then gun control, please. For a 1 mile radius, we must have gun control for a 1 mile radius. Actually, we also need to do people control. We need to do gun control. And on top of that, we need to make sure, like, if you are, I don't know, on your way to work, we're going to stop you and we're going to be like, how do you feel about the former president? If you say, I don't know, then sorry, you are not allowed to go to work today. You have to redirect, okay? You have to redirect your trip away from here because you are not super pro-Trump.
Yards, which would be the equivalent, if you want a golf analogy, of a 1 foot putt or a tap and putt. So there is a major failure here if they're not covering that street and making
sure. There isn't. Ask Trump. He doesn't think there's a major failure. You tried to do this narrative last time, and he was like, nah, dude, they fucking saved my ass. It was sick. I loved it. Like, that's it.
Sure, nobody gets in the bushes. Right. Let alone with an AK-47 and 2 backpacks and a GoPro and everything else we know that this guy had. It's scary. I will tell you this. I think as close as Butler was, this is so eerie This guy got very close to killing the president. If it weren't for one Secret Service agent, you know, spotting the rifle and taking the shot, this guy gets a shot off. This is a very different story today.
Quickly tell us the story. I heard you share it on radio about the town hall, how your last town hall with Donald Trump was different.
Well, you know, I thought at some point somebody might remember I said that story. I was probably not going to talk about it again. If LJ was here today, I was going to say to LJ, I've been doing town halls since before you were born. We all love LJ. And I've done all these town halls all around the country. I've done many with President Trump in particular. I've had events with George W. Bush, other presidents, and other presidential candidates. I think I interviewed all 17 Republican candidates back when they were running in 2015 and 16. And so I've had all these town halls. When I did the recent one in Harrisburg, I'd never faced a situation like I did here, where the Secret Service was adamant nobody in the audience could be on the floor surrounding the stage. That had never been the case in any previous town hall. Then we were told, yeah, we're not going to allow you to fill up the entire building. And there was a little back and forth with the campaign, and we were asking why, because that had never happened before. And then one other very strange thing happened that I had never experienced, which was the Secret Service, whoever was in charge of the detail that day, very nicely, great guy. I love these guys. I admire these guys. They're willing to risk their lives for people. He asked for a few minutes of my time to pull me aside, pull me to an area where we were both looking at the stage that I was going to be on, doing the town hall, where I would be sitting, where President Trump would be sitting, and then pointed out on the stage, I don't want to go into too many details, pointed out in the area 2 separate locations I could go if shots were fired at that event. Yeah. In all the town halls I had done over all these many years, that had never happened before, nor had we had audience limitations like we had there. Wow. So that was pretty odd, which tells me, if I was going to make a conclusion, there are actionable threats that probably, this is what Director Wray is talking about every time he goes before Congress.
Indeed.
Does this guy know what kids go through every day at school? Not his kids. His kids are going to private school. Shouts out to the one chatter. He doesn't have to worry about that. What is this? Pakistani man charged in alleged plot to kill Trump and other politicians. Oh, that's awesome. All right, I'm skipping that. Let's get to some good shit. The 5.
Just moments ago, the FBI, Secret Service, and other officials giving...
Yeah, Secret Service successfully protects Trump. Maybe even go above and beyond in terms of like, you know, shooting at a dude immediately and missing, okay? And all the Republicans can say is like, they should do it more. Like, what do you want them to do? Just shoot at random people? They should just start shooting at random white people in Trump's vicinity that are registered Republicans, because so far it's 2 for 2. Is that the suggestion that you guys have? If someone is a registered Republican and is a, you know, white guy from any range, any age range, then immediately the Secret Service starts, they have to start blasting. Shoot first, ask questions later.
A major update on the second assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. Watch this here.
The subject, who did not have line of sight to the former president, fled the scene. He did not fire or get off any shots at our agents.
What we did yesterday proves that the system can work, because the suspect didn't even get close to getting a round off, and we apprehended him and brought him to justice.
It comes as we get chilling new details on the would-be assassin, including what he was doing right before getting caught. New records show that 58-year-old Ryan Ruth was lying in wait, spending nearly 12 hours hiding in a sniper's nest near Trump's golf course before being confronted. A Secret Service agent opening fire after spotting a rifle poking through a chain-link fence while the former president was golfing, causing the suspect to flee in a car until cops caught up with him.
Driver! Walk straight back!
The Secret Service director also addressing concerns that his agency needs more resources. Watch here.
We also have a necessary...
Yeah, dude, cops will take any and every opportunity. Cops will take any and every opportunity to beg for more resources. It's like, dude, what more do you want? Cops will not stop. It's like cops in Israel. Israel also very cop-like anyway, and also directly does train our cops. It's just like, you have to give us every fucking dime, okay? You have to give us every dime out of your paycheck directly. We need nukes. We need tactical nukes, okay? We simply do not have enough. We simply do not have enough. We need more. We always need more. There's always money that you can give us. You need to give us more money right now. If they're unsuccessful, they say, you need to give us more money. That's why we were unsuccessful. If they are successful, in this situation, they're like, you need to give us more money. We are successful, so we need it. We want it. We deserve it. Look at how good of a job we did. That's crazy. 30K viewers. Bedasan is wishing for more attempts. Dog, I had 30,000 viewers before Donald Trump got fucking sniped at. Well, he didn't even get sniped. Let's be real. The fuck do you mean? Like, in terms of doing political coverage, like, Donald Trump being shot at is such a normal occurrence now that it doesn't actually meet the fucking, it doesn't actually give me a noticeable bump. Like, people just kind of expect it at this point. It's turned into literally the same as like a school shooting.
Need to make sure that we're getting the personnel that we have. And that requires us to be able to have the funding to be able to hire more people. You can't just give me money and say, hey, we're going to make sure that everybody gets overtime. Because the men and women of the Secret Service right now, we are redlining them. And they are rising to this.
It's like a car chase? No, because when I react in real time to a car chase, I get a fucking noticeable 10K bump. Okay? But school shootings and Trump getting shot at are so normal now that people don't even care. They're like, whatever. It's another, I guess it's another Monday, you know?
Moment, and they are meeting the challenges right now.
All right, Judge, take us through your thoughts.
Why do you watch Fox News? So I know what real Americans are thinking. I went down a Fuck-a-san pipeline on YouTube last night and really haven't watched you for over a year. It's insane how much people just make up shit and clip you out of context. Yeah, because there are people like you who go down that pipeline and give them views. That's why. But anyway, no, I watch Fox News because I'm a Fox News watcher.
Well, this is the second assassination attempt in 2 months, and you're only lucky so many times. Now, the secret...
Judge Jeanine Pirro might as well be a fucking Florida sheriff the way she's always slurring her goddamn words, okay? Yeah, I'm a Fox News dad.
Service, you may recall, told us that the protection...
Third time might as well be the charm. Our big, beautiful president's under fire again. These liberals are out of control with their rhetoric. They're saying, and I'm going to issue a once-in-a-lifetime trigger warning here. They're saying he's a meanie bobini. They keep using his words against him, like how he said he's going to be a dictator for one day. They keep saying that because he said that. You can't do that. You're not allowed.
Donald Trump was upgraded after we received the Iranian intelligence of the threat against him based upon his takedown of Soleimani as well as Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. And but what we saw in Butler was a fiasco of finger pointing by the Secret Service as well as incompetence and reluctance by the Secret Service, although I would point out that we still haven't gotten the final report on this. But on yesterday, thank God that there was one Secret Service agent who was able to see the barrel of that rifle coming through a gated fence and was able to shoot. And God bless him for the fact that he had the ability to see and stop that. But I also want to be clear that I don't know that the attempted assassin, would have been caught but for a civilian who took a photo of the car and got the plate number. So the first question I have is there really communication, or is there communication at all between the local police and the Secret Service? Now, there also is, why there's still question as to whether or not Donald Trump is getting presidential level protection. There were no drones, okay? There were no dogs. And, he's talking about either they need more people or they need more money. And the Secret Service said yesterday that Secret Service is, quote, limited to areas that the Secret Service deems possible. So why doesn't the group that is so into reimagining the police and reimagining everything, deeming that it's possible for someone to be able to see through that hole where people all the time, including the press, take photos of President Trump playing on the golf course? Everybody knows that that's an area that is capable. It's a major thoroughfare. And at the same time, don't tell me that you don't have the ability to secure outside of that fence. And they say that they can't close that particular spot. I'm not so sure that they couldn't have done that. Now, Biden says Secret Service needs more help. Congress should give more help. I have an idea. Biden could simply assign more help. He can redirect funds. We have $7.5 billion toward electric vehicle chargers. I think 8 of them are working. We have billions of dollars.
Yeah. No, I think they're wrong. They're wrong. And I'm unafraid to say it. They're wrong. Brave take, I know. I think that they should take all of those funds that they would allocate to the president so he can play golf again and give it to Israel. Okay? I think that Judge Jeanine Pirro does not have her priorities set. We should be giving it to Israel. That's really fucked up.
Every year that are going towards illegal. We don't even know how many are coming, but we got the money for them. And so don't tell me you can't redirect funds. And finally, what is the mission of the Secret Service? The mission of the Secret Service is supposed to be the protection of the president, his family, and dignitaries. I can tell you as a local DA for 32 years that the Secret Service is always competing on economic crimes with local DAs, with local attorney generals. Why is the Secret Service involved in 2009? They created an electronic crime task force in Rome, Italy, no less, where it was a public-private partnership to go after high-tech computer-based crime. Why are they doing everything that local DAs and attorney generals are doing, as well as every other 3-letter agency is doing? And finally, get out of our business. Don't tell me you don't have the money and you don't have the time. Hire merit, based upon merit and not DEI. And the final thing I'm going to say is if you don't have the right people, go to the military. You've got military.
Dude, you're like a brown woman. What do you mean DEI? Like, do you see yourself? What? I don't even know what Judge Jeanine Pirro is, but like, I don't think she's white, is she? It's always Lebanese, by the way. If there's like one, whenever you see someone, let me tell you, whenever you see someone, I don't know if she is. I don't know if she's just full-blooded Italian, but like, whenever you see a woman like this, almost always they're Lebanese. They're Christian Lebanese. What ethnicity is Judge Jeanine Pirro? Yes! Yes! Fucking called it, dude. Yo, I'm telling you, dog. I'm telling you. Okay? There's a lot of secret Lebanese people out there, okay? God damn, I clocked it. Yeah, specifically Christian or Persian. Nah, Persians can't fucking hide like this, okay? Persians don't read. No, you're wrong. Persians wish they could read white like this, okay? Some Persians, not all. At least the ones that are in my near vicinity. Listen, I didn't just, your next level white races, I didn't just tell you that she was Lebanese. I told you exactly what kind, okay? This is a very specific thing that you see, all right?
Military men who would jump at the chance of this, have the clearance that's needed to do this, then have the mental and physical ability to do it.
Yep. And Harold, I think that Secret Service, they started in 1865 under Treasury Department. So financial crimes were a part of their remit at the time. But at this point, you have two things happening. One, the golfing expedition was off the record, not on the schedule. But apparently, Ruth was in the tree for 12 hours.
Yeah, I've heard the same thing. First, I hope everyone had a good weekend, as good as you could have, and glad to be back around. I agree with some things the judge has said, and I disagree with some things. I agree wholeheartedly, based on what the sheriff said, and the sheriff of the county said that President Trump phoned him and thanked him and all of the law enforcement for their efforts. And I understand that President Trump, at least according to the reports, has told the Secret Service, "Thank you for your efforts." I won't tread over things that the judge has already said, but there are a couple questions that I still have. And I hope we'll get them. I thought the press conference was constructive. They told us what they knew and what they don't know. Hopefully they'll come back and tell us when they do know these things. And one of 2, 3, 4, 5 things I want to know is, when did the guy get to Palm Beach?
This guy sucks. Like, he sits on the lib seat, but he cannot hold a candle to my Go Jessica Tarkov. God, I'm such a fucking Fox News dad. Like, I'm unironically 100% a fucking Fox News dad. I have my favorites, dude. I just like that's when you know we've gone beyond the point of no return. Okay, like I have my favorite Fox News hosts, and I get upset when they're not on. Oh God, where's Jessica? Did they fire her for being too woke? I think they fired her for being pregnant, and by that I mean I think she might be. Wasn't she like pregnant or some shit? I think she's like might be giving birth. They didn't fire her, by the way. I'm just saying she might be on maternity leave. Or maybe she's just like doing less appearances for that reason.
How long had he been there? Was he ever at Bedminster, or for that matter, any other?
Her ex-husband, Albert Pirot, spent 17 months in jail for tax evasion. And even though he was well past his jail years, he was still pardoned by Trump law.
Place that President Trump has been over the last 6 to 12 months. And I think if we get answers to these questions, we will get the answer to, I think, the question that is reverberating in my mind when we learned that the president was safe and that I did learn in the press conference no shots were fired. The guy did not have a line of sight. But the real question is, was he working with an adversary, a foreign adversary? And we don't know the answer to that yet. People say that the guy is perhaps low level and not sophisticated enough. But normally those are the very people who sometimes may be either knowingly or unknowingly working with people they shouldn't be working with. Finally, this notion of resources, where I differ a little bit with Judge, and you certainly have a strong theory around this as well. I just think whatever resources
you want to know why this guy sucks? Because Jessica Tarkov actually presents like solid cases, and when she does, the content is better. This guy's also a man, so Jesse Waters isn't saying like gross ass shit about women enough. He will still say some gross ass shit about women. Obviously, it's Jesse Waters, but like he's not kind of directing it in his direction, right?
They may need, whether redirecting something from one thing to the other. If the Congress wants to come back, and I think that everyone would vote for an emergency supplemental to provide whatever the Secret Service may need in terms of more training, more people, whatever more munitions, whatever it may be. And one of the things we may know is if indeed if it's an off-the-record thing, which we learned this was, we know the president likes to go there. So maybe they should just sweep these things anyway. And if they need more resources for this kind of thing, that's what we should not only perhaps give them, that's what we should absolutely give them to make sure we don't have this problem again. But that's
boring. Move on. Shut up. You're saying the same shit that all the fucking dummies are saying.
Jesse,
you're supposed to at least present yourself as a dummy-crat. Dumbass, you're sitting on the dummy-crat chair. Fuck.
The FBI special agent in charge of the Miami field office said that the attempted assassin was the subject of a previously closed 2019 tip to the FBI that Ruth was in felony possession of a firearm, which means that he shouldn't have had it.
So he's all over the FBI's radar. He was all over the media's radar. And he was all over the State Department's radar.
Yeah.
The State Department got a tip about him when he was in Ukraine. Dana, what's a poor roofer from North Carolina doing flying to Ukraine?
Yeah.
How's he flying to Ukraine, flying to Hawaii, flying to Palm Beach, flying to Washington, D.C.? Who the hell is this guy?
Yep.
You know, you see he's wearing like an expensive pea coat with some preppy tie, and he's got a Ralph Lauren shirt on. The next.
Okay, none of those. Wait, what? No. I don't think he was a big dick baller at all. I don't think he was like even remotely a big dick baller. I think he's absolutely a fucking crank. Like he is absolutely a crank. Okay. He exhibits all of the crank tendencies, including, but not limited to, adding Zelensky, adding Dave Matthews Band, adding Bruno Mars on Twitter, and demanding that they collaborate with him. He sent out a tweet to Elon Musk being like, give me a spaceship, please. I need to fucking put nuclear warheads on it and dive headfirst into Moscow. He's just like a regular old perfect American crank. No, Hassan, this Fox host is about to go conspiracy mode. I know, and I really love him for it, but let's hear.
Next thing you know, he's wearing all camouflage and red, white, and blue. This man is nuts. I don't trust him, and I want to know everywhere where this guy's been. Because he's a Ukraine radical. He's been radicalized, either self-radicalized or some other foreign entity has a hold of him, or maybe
Zil Disney.
Something we don't even want to talk about. Because this guy, you don't have a convict like that running around out in the open like that, getting interviewed by the Times and just showing up at the right place at the right time.
Wait, you can't be talking shit about convicts, dog. Like you're literally advocating to vote for one on a daily basis, okay? Fuck you mean? This guy's a convict. His freedom of movement must be limited now.
We got lucky. They didn't even sweep the perimeter until he was already on the course. Right. They didn't pre-sweep it, and they're patting themselves on their back. They better be kidding me. And this isn't about money. Joe Biden just spent like $20 trillion. It's plenty of money. He wants money. They can have the money. They have as much money as we can print. When has it ever stopped us? We just print it. This is about priorities. The Biden and Harris administration has not been able to protect their rival. Either they're reckless.
Is he dead? Did he die? No. So I guess they are protecting their rival. You know what I mean? Why are they acting like Trump is dead, dude? He had to do a jab in there, throw a little jab in there about printing money too. It's so funny. They're printing money like it's no tomorrow. I think, controversial opinion time, I think they're protecting Trump too well. I think they should protect Trump less. Make things a little bit more interesting. That way you get to save taxpayer dollars, which we can give to Israel. Okay, that's my priority. I'm a normal American guy, okay? And as a median voter, well, one, I'm already a NATO voter, as you guys know. I'm an AUKUS voter. So I think he did nothing wrong, Ryan. He had all the good positions. He must be immediately freed. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm a NATO voter. I'm a NATO voter.
Or they don't care that much. But this guy, do you realize how extraordinary to have 2 attempted assassinations on one guy with huge security lapses in the span of, what, a couple weeks? That's insane, days. Dana. Joe Biden came out and was listless. If I was president and this would happen on my watch, I'd fire someone. I'd fire someone. If this had happened to Obama.
Wait, dude, they succeeded. Like, the dude didn't even fire off a shot. What are they complaining about? Do you need time off or something? What? Why? Because I said that we need to spend all of our dollars on Israel. You can't, in good conscience, think I'm being serious, right?
Think about it. There was no attempted assassinations on Barack Obama's life like this. And if there was, Fox News would probably be out of business. Rush Limbaugh would probably be yanked off the air because they said something critical.
Wait, what? Dude, Bill O'Reilly is responsible for the direct assassination of a fucking doctor who he named by name every night. He called him Tiller the baby killer. Okay? Like, what are you talking about? It did nothing to Fox News. Also, Rush is already burning in hell, so I don't know why he's talking about Rush Limbaugh. Yeah. Bill O'Reilly waged an unflagging harassment campaign against the abortion provider before Tiller was murdered in 2009. So he got his wishes. Nothing happened.
Think about the kind of things they're saying about this guy, and it's completely normalized. Joe Biden's at the beach. They can protect him. Kamala Harris is riding around on a bus that says Kamala Harris all over rural Georgia. No one's ever tried.
I think like most cranks forgot Joe Biden is even president. That's why he can just go to Rehoboth Beach and just hang out with his tits out, you know? Like, that's probably what it is, because most cranks don't even know he's president right now, dog. Like,
tried anything. They're perfectly fine with protecting those people, but they can't protect one man. And the answer, why can't they protect that guy? And that's the question.
Well, I think the Dems have to.
But they did, like, successfully. And it's so funny because Joe Brandon, being the pussy that he is, immediately was like, we got to give more money to the Secret Service, Jack. Like, not only did they successfully protect him, but they're probably going to get more funds.
Realize there is a risk in amplifying the message that this guy has to be stopped at all costs. On the plus side, you get a lot of people believing that Trump is an existential risk. On the negative side, you get a lot of people believing that Trump is an existential risk. So that activates, it's a pretty genuine way to brainwash somebody. It activates those on the margins of society to fulfill your implicit directive. You see, when you brand somebody Hitler, that has a long-standing effect. You know, you see the media trying to tie this to the rhetoric about Springfield. Well, A, this guy isn't from Haiti, and B, that is not how brainwashing works. Brainwashing is created through a sustained repetition of messages for a long period of time. It wouldn't happen in a few days after some kind of outburst. You know, after a story appears. It happens after months or years of specific ominous rhetoric targeting the object for elimination. In this case, you could say it's cause and effect. It's been 4 or 5 years of this. It's interesting to me.
It's really fucked up. I can't believe they're correctly calling Trump Hitler.
It's the same people who push the concept of hate speech in its most absurd form, you know, using the wrong pronoun is hate speech, employ it in its purest shape for years. And then you got to wonder, why are pundits blaming Trump's rhetoric for this assassination attempt? I can only think it's to improve Democrats' polling with abusive husbands, because it's no different. It's not Trump's rhetoric. It's how the media twists the rhetoric into a different meaning. Bloodbath. It's talking about the auto industry, their profits. Do most people know that? Probably not. Drinking bleach, the Fine People hoax. It was never Trump's rhetoric. It was the hoaxing of it that created this kind of umbrella notion that Trump is an existential racist, and that encouraged violence. That is the brainwashing. You know, I watch a lot of Dateline, so I understand motive and opportunity. And in both suspects, you have
He watches a lot of Dateline to see if one of his cold cases ever comes up. He's like, yeah, I wonder who did that murder.
Motive and opportunity. You have white male misfits who are very similar. They're perfect to be triggered. In this case, you have somebody who was seeking the.
Why is this cover so stupid, HasanAbi? This is ridiculous. Dog, it's Fox News' premier daytime broadcast. Of course it's stupid. I just like watching it to see like what the Republican message is going to look like. Okay. And honestly, their narrative is so bad. I can't believe the fucking Republican candidate got shot twice, the former president. Or not shot, but like had 2 unsuccessful assassination attempts, and they just can't even fucking message around it. Like, they did this the first time. It fucking fell flat, and they are just trying it again. I feel like the old Republican Party would have figured out a better way to communicate it. I can't even think about anything that would like be somewhat successful here. I don't even know how you would be able to successfully message around this. I don't know. Maybe the conservatives are a little right. Did some Democrat supporters go too far? Oh my God. Shut the fuck up, Neek Skit.
Infamy of some Ukrainian fantasy, hanging out with Malcolm Nance. You know, these are the perfect.
Like, they should have just, they should just be like, this is deep state. Like, the deep state's coming after him, you know? I don't know why they're doing anything else. Like, they should just be like, it's the deep state. The deep state's coming after our big, beautiful boy.
Perfect candidates for triggering. Timing is similar before an election. Target is the same. Who benefits with Trump out of the picture? Well, you know what? Ukrainians do. The Ukrainian army does. I don't know. The suspect was deemed as politically ambiguous. How are you politically ambiguous when you try to kill Trump? That was the same strategy of.
Wait, but the last one literally also was. Oh, yeah, this is also. I mean, I made this joke last time as well. I made this joke after the last attempted assassination. I was like, yeah, a smart Democrat should come out and be like, yeah, we need to do a gun control law right now to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't get assassinated. It's smart. I'm not even joking about it. I think it's a smart thing to do.
Spin that was used on crooks. Well, he was looking at other places as well. That's ambiguous as my good looks.
Which are not ambiguous.
Thank you very much.
Oh, ew.
So,
all right. We will now look at the new polling results after the debate to see what kind of a bump Kamala Harris got. And then we'll talk briefly about J.D. Vance and the Haitian migrants and the lies that he's told that he openly recognized and the fallout from that.
there was this brand new poll from ABC News and Ipsos, which showed Kamala Harris up by 6 points over Donald Trump among likely voters. So what's the problem for the Harris campaign, then, you ask? Well, with us now, CNN senior data reporter at an undisclosed location somewhere. I don't know. Oh, you're still right here? Harry's at an undisclosed location to explain to us why this poll in and of itself isn't either A, surprising, or B, that great news for Harris. Explain.
All right. So, it's not that surprising, Mr. Berman, from my undisclosed location. You'll never guess where I am. So take a look here. National polls in the last month, including leads within the margin of error. Look, Kamala Harris leads in pretty much every single national poll. She's led in 9 of the polls that have been released over the last month. Trump has just led in 1 national poll over the last month, and we've had 1 tie. So the fact that a national poll shows Kamala Harris ahead, not really much of a surprise because, John, pretty much all of them do.
And the thing is, Harry, thanks to the founding fathers, this isn't a national election exactly, is it? Oh, now you're suddenly behind me. You keep on moving. There's Harry, still at an undisclosed location, but at least virtually behind me, making me very nervous. All right, Harry, talk to us about what the states look like, the battleground states.
Yeah, so look, this is about the Electoral College, right? So let's take a look at the average margin. Nationally, Harris is ahead in the average poll by 2.5 points. But look in those 7 key battleground states, Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Harris is only ahead by 0.3 points, John. So the bottom line is, in those 7 key battleground states, it's a significantly tighter race than it is nationally, John.
So Al Gore and Hillary Clinton are calling right now, Harry, asking what the chances are that Harris could win the popular vote but lose in the Electoral College.
Okay. So basically, you note that 2.5 point lead nationally here, right? Okay. Harris's chances, if she wins the popular vote by 2 to 3 points, the chance she wins the Electoral College is only 53%. The bottom line is, once you have to get all the way north to about 3 to 4 points for Harris to have a clear chance, the clear majority chance of winning the Electoral College. If she only wins by less than 2, look at that. Only a 23% chance of winning. Right now, Harris is right now in that danger zone where basically about half the time, given that popular vote margin nationally, she would win. And so here's the situation. Chance Harris wins the popular vote at this point is about 70%, but the chance she wins the Electoral College is only about 50%. So the bottom line is, at this hour, John, there's about a 20% chance that Kamala Harris wins the popular vote, but actually loses in the...
All my Facebook aunts are posting this video. Who really are the MAGA people? Love that.
Electoral College. So we could be heading towards one of these splits that we saw in 2016 and in 2000, whereby one candidate, Kamala Harris, wins in the popular vote but loses in the Electoral College. Basically, at this hour, we're right in that sort of weird middle zone where we honestly don't know what's going to happen based upon the popular vote, and that is why those national polls that show Kamala Harris ahead, at this point, really don't matter that much.
Harry Etten, thank you so much wherever you are. Stay safe, my friend. And Sarah.
Continuing the conversation, she's right here with me. I do not have to search around. CNN political commentator and battleground host S.E. Cupp.
Hey.
The post-debate polling you saw there from Harry, a sign of something in the future, or the post-debate bump that everyone was expecting?
This race was, is, and always will be very, very close. And that's why we're looking so narrowly at these swing states, and within the swing states, very specific voters, independent, undecided, moderate voters. And so the name of the game here is it's not complicated, it's not confusing, it's real clear. Both campaigns have their bases. They both need to reach these voters.
Right. The bases will come out and vote.
They're there.
It's
right.
the other undecideds and the independents.
Today, Vice President Kamala Harris will be in Washington focusing on building union support. She's set to hold a roundtable with labor leaders at the Teamsters.
CNN seems like a fun place to work when they're not covering genocide. No, it's not. Oh, it's not. Trump posts, I hate Taylor Swift. That's 8 hours. That's 8 minutes of coverage. The analysis has been torn apart on Twitter. There have been under 5 state polls spread across the states since the debate, but over 8 to 10 national ones. Lots to know more soon. More polls coming in an hour, by the way. All right, let's do. I want to watch the fucking. Oh, couple things I want to say. 80% say that Trump's comment about immigrants eating pets is weird. 64% say it's very weird. Okay, just so you understand. Just so you fucking understand. Like, people do not vibe with this because he's going above and beyond. This is going to turn into yet another. I know, I'm going to read the first comment in a second. This is going to turn into yet another abortion debacle where they go above and beyond and they actually miscalculate and think that people are as horny to kill migrants as they are. And the Democrats ain't going to do a goddamn thing about it until it's far too late. Okay. And then they're going to campaign off of it. I just want to remind everyone that Democrats did not campaign on abortion. They did not actively talk about abortion. Joe Biden was actually literally reluctant to address abortion even after Roe v. Wade. And Mike Donilon, Joe Biden's advisor, who just recently left the Harris team like a month ago, openly said that the 2022 electoral victories in the midterms that was supposed to be a red wave turned to a red puddle was actually because Joe Biden didn't talk about abortion. That's how fucking out of touch some of these dumbasses are. Okay? The abortion defense was the only reason why. The abortion defense was the only fucking reason why that the Republicans didn't wipe the goddamn floor with the Democrats. Okay? What's also alarming to me about all of this is that Kamala Harris has a real easy gimme here in terms of like a fucking statement about how immigrants are the backbone of America, that we are all children of immigrants and grandchildren of immigrants. Kamala Harris herself is literally the product of 2 immigrants. Okay? So the fact that she's not even like making a statement about this is honestly alarming. It's alarming for 2 reasons. Okay? Reason number one, it's alarming because it, one, totally shows that they don't give a fuck about migrants at all, even a little bit. Okay? Reason number 2 is they are that oblivious. They are that fucking oblivious. They are that oblivious to the reality that like the broader electorate sees this stuff and reads it as like at the least very weird, and and I would say a non-zero, like a decent amount of voters across the board see it as just like objectively racist. Okay? 44% of Republicans think it's very weird. 44% of Republicans, okay? 44% of Republicans think the statement, immigrants are eating the dogs, the people that came in, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets of the people that live here. 44% of Republicans, please, I need you to understand, this is so hyper online. It's so extremely unimaginably online that even Republicans are like, what the fuck are you saying? Okay? A lot of you look at TikTok comments and think like, oh, well, I've seen a lot of Republicans on TikTok say it's real. It's like, that does not make up enough of a percentage of the broader electorate as you think it is. Okay? This is, yet another instance. It's like begging for anything here. Like any minor defense against the top of the hour ad break. Just a little bit, you know? Bare minimum, subscription, Twitch Prime, gifted sub, anything. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. My mom is a hardcore one-issue abortion voting Republican, and thankfully she thought it was completely ridiculous. Remember what I told you. Remember what I told you. Republicans have lost the capability of reading the fucking room, and they just lean into their worst sensibilities. There is a level of permissible racism that you can cut, okay? There's a permissible amount of racism that exists in society, racial racially charged hierarchies, the white supremacist criminal justice system. You can point to those things as a substitute for saying the N-word. You can not say the N-word, okay? You have to say common sense. You have to say look around. There's a lot of crime happening. You have to say the police need to do their jobs. You can't say black people are racially inferior and predisposed genetically to doing more violence. When you say that, you come across as insanely racist, like in a nerdy way. You can't say it's racially like this. You have to say it's culture. It's culture, okay? There is a reason why Republicans used to use dog whistles, and they're dropping those dog whistles. When they drop those dog whistles, people go, that's a little gross, man. That's a little gross. I don't really understand it. I feel like that's a little too gross for me. And it's crazy that the Democrats are not taking advantage of this. Actually crazy, shocking, alarming, worrisome.
And joining me now is former President.
Here's JD Vance talking about the Trump campaign. I just talked to my normie coworkers about this and how the anti-immigrant messaging completely fucked the UK from getting Brexit passed, and how placating the right serves no productive purpose because everyone now hates Brexit. They also think the eating pet thing is super weird. Yeah. In my opinion, it's the same concept behind why Republicans don't even like the results of the policies they vote for. The majority of normal Republicans love racist shit, but the moment you start getting real with it, they're not the biggest fans. Yes. They never imagine the understandable, foreseeable outcomes of the incredibly violent and very bad policies that they push for until they are left responsible with those policies. Then they're like, oh, fuck. How do we get here? Damn. Anyway, meanwhile, this is what the fucking dumbass, this is what the dumbasses are doing.
Jesus would be so disappointed in you. Yeah, you can keep your felon, but we're taking back our flag. You can keep your hate, but we'll take our country camo and freedom back. You may not understand.
Low-key hard as fuck. Dude, you literally professionally make music. That's a fucking AI song. You make professional music. Libophonics, you are so cooked, dude. I don't believe that was a joke. I believe that you legitimately like that fucking Suno AI ass song. Excuses everything but Taylor. Yeah, Brittany Mahomes questioning her support of Donald Trump after his blistering takedown of Taylor Swift left her shaken to the core. That's awesome, dude. Man, white women are the best, dude. Actually. Congratulations. You sure about that? Rich Lowry, we covered it already this morning. All right. Let's watch this Facebook auntie post about who really are the MAGA people. Let's see if it goes hard.
Across the Atlantic in the North American country of the United States lies a fascinating and often misunderstood collective. From its northeastern cities to its midwestern towns to its expansive west, this courageous group of individuals are most notably known for their unwavering patriotism. Join us as we explore the fascinating world of the MAGA people. As we embarked on our journey, we were judicious in taking all necessary precautions. Our media had warned us that these were a vicious, radical, and even deplorable people. Contrary to what we had been told, we found the MAGA people to be warm, loving, and even rather cheeky at times. As we spent time with the MAGA people, we learned that their mantra, "Make America Great Again," is an optimistic belief that the United States will once again prosper by returning to its founding principles of a government by and for the people. Under these beliefs, the MAGA people strive to protect America's Constitution, freedom of its citizens, health of its people, and a yearning to restore the American dream that existed not so long ago. Notice their rather wholesome, familial demeanor.
I had to do a finger check real quick. I feel like this is all AI.
They often talk about their love of family, the importance of truth, and a desire for basic human rights. As they strive to uphold the peace and harmony throughout their communities, the MAGA people are insistent on protecting their borders.
The voice seems AI, but the footage is stock footage.
However, they are not inherently confrontational, as they advocate for ending the wars and military presence abroad. Further observations reveal that MAGA people come from all walks of life.
I think it's really funny how fucking lived up conservatives are, that they like also show like multicultural ethnic families and shit. Like, look at where we've gotten, dude. Like, yeah, the MAGA people, they're very diverse. It's like, I thought diversity wasn't our strength, dog. What are we talking about here? This motherfucker's doing yoga. This looks like a goddamn Gap ad,
Observations
dude.
reveal that MAGA people come from all walks of life, including farmers and ranchers, family-owned businesses, entrepreneurs, health advocates, blue-collar workers, and military servicemen. And just recently...
You just said there's no interracial families? Boom, there you go.
And just recently, the MAGA people joined forces with another group, the Maha people. Together, the MAGA and Maha have started a movement to make America healthy again. As we departed back to our native land, we couldn't help but reflect on all that the MAGA people had taught us. Once perceived as a dangerous and barbaric group, we found ourselves feeling enlightened by the MAGA's moral, ethical, and honest ways of life. One could only hope that a similar movement would eventually emerge for us.
It's awesome. So Facebook aunties are posting this being like, this is a perfect way to describe our movement. Yeah, they have it. Yeah, it's called the English Defense League. This has to be satire. No, fuck no. This is unironically how these fucking hogs view themselves, dude. Anyway, let's watch what JD Vance is saying. Yesterday, he got straight up on the timeline, did the Sunday fucking specials, and went on Dana Fash on CNN. And Dana Fash absolutely fucking ethered him. Okay? Where in the convo with Dana Fash, JD Vance unironically, openly admitted, yeah, he sometimes makes shit up, you know, to get media attention around real issues. He said, yeah, I make stuff up. I tell stories. I make up stories because you guys aren't paying attention.
We are motivated, in other words, by living our faith and ensuring that our public policy promotes the common good. And I think that at this moment in time, in 2024, with all the violence and all the negative political rhetoric, we need to remember above and beyond that we must love our neighbors, that we must treat other people as we hope to be treated, and that we must love our God and let it motivate us in how we enact public policy and how we live our faith and how we govern our nation. And that will make America a more prosperous and a healthy.
That's crazy. Unless your neighbor is black, in which case I will absolutely advocate to deport them.
Healthier and a more sane and, most importantly, a better nation.
Anyway, JD Vance is advocating for lynchings, not deportations. He's advocating for both. He's like, you must learn to love your neighbors, unless they're Haitian, in which case you should make up lies about how they're stealing your cats and then, you know, go harass them and be afraid of them. And then I will deport them eventually. Yeah.
So we have.
But of course, Ben Shapiro watched that fucking that train wreck of a conversation. Ben Shapiro watched that train wreck of a conversation between JD Vance and Dana Fash and said, JD Vance wrecks Dana Fash, an insane propagandist interview.
We've now entered week 2 of Catgate. This is the argument of whether Haitian immigrants are eating cats in Springfield.
Dude, no. You don't get to say, oh, it's so silly, Catgate. Your guys made it up. Your people made this up, okay? You can't just like, ugh, God, it's Catgate. How silly. Like, what do you mean? Oh, God, it's such a silly story. It's like, yeah, okay, if it's a silly story, what the fuck are your people lying about it so regularly?
Ohio. Now, as I mentioned last week, there are very serious issues regarding Springfield, Ohio. Issues about the impact of mass migration, about giving temporary protected status to tens of thousands of people without vetting them. Those are real issues.
That's not true. In order to get TPS, you do get vetting. So that's also literally, he just lied right out the fucking gate.
Massive social services burdens. It creates problems of cultural integration. It creates problems of crime. It creates all sorts of issues.
Remember what I told you about Ben Shapiro being like the smarter conservative? I mean, obviously there's a limit to how smart you can be as a conservative propagandist, but there it is, you know? He's like, oh, there's problems of cultural integration. It's like, yeah, no, there isn't. Okay. What's the problem with cultural integration? Why would there be a problem with cultural integration? What are the cultural differences?
When you take a town of 60,000 people and just add on 20,000 migrants from Haiti because you want to staff up the local factories as though you couldn't.
For reference to fact check Ben, yes, people interested in TPS must file an application with the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. All individuals applying for TPS undergo security and background checks as part of determining eligibility. Of course it has fucking background checks.
Find anybody anywhere else in America to do any of that. Now that's kind of a problem. However, it seems to me a distraction to be talking about whether they're eating the dogs and eating the cats. Now remember, that started off as kind of a originally mentioned by J.D. Vance because some of his constituents had mentioned to him reports like that. And then Donald Trump took that and ran with it during the debate and expanded it to not only eating the cats, but also the dogs and also apparently other household pets. And that, of course, became the living meme from the actual debate. There's a remix of the Trump eating the dogs, eating the cat song that absolutely slaps. My kids love it. I'm not even kidding. That's a real thing. However, it would be about time right now.
Are they talking about megaphonics? Did Ben Shapiro's children watch megaphonics? Did Ben Shapiro's kids watch the megaphonics remix? I really hope there's a noticeable bump in the polls for Donald Trump. I really, really hope there's a noticeable bump in the polls and it's single-handedly caused by megaphonics. That's awesome. My 65-year-old dad showed me megaphonics' remix and I was dying. Oh my God. He's probably talking about this.
Hello and welcome to the first. Nihilism is now cringe and boring. I don't care. Tonight. But prices got out of control.
I don't know if this is the one. Could be this.
In Springfield, they're eating the pets. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets.
There's a TikTok one too, probably.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Yeah, this song. This song popped off on TikTok.
Cat, eat the cat. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. Eat the cat. Eat the cat.
I had at least 4 MAGA gym rats blasting it at the gym. What? They went in the then we hit the hot tub, and during the lotion sessions, they were replaying it again and again. It was diabolical. For the record, I've been DMCAing everyone who tries to re-upload it, and they all get copy strikes on their channel, lol. I don't know, man. Take a day off, chatter. Anyway, let's continue.
For the Trump campaign to focus in on, the fact that Kamala Harris is an awful candidate who believes terrible things and won't make clear any of her positions. It seems like it should be about that. The media have one job and one job only, and that is to turn this campaign into a referendum on Catgate. That is what this is all about. It's foolish. It makes no sense. The media have decided that this is a major issue that they're going to push over and over and over. They're doing it largely as a distraction. So, for example, J.D. Vance yesterday was with Dana Bash. And Dana Bash, for like 17 minutes, asked him about the eating the cats and the dogs thing. And Vance just wrecked her. I mean, he really did.
Really? So you're upset about Donald Trump having a policy-free candidacy? You're upset about him not, calling to attention how bad Kamala Harris is? But then you're also personally saying that he did a phenomenal job? Bro, Forgiato Rose? What? Oh my God. Well, true love always finds a way. Thank God. Thank God she found true love again. Sean called this? Wait, no, you did? She only dates the best rappers? True. I've been said they was smashing. Do you think that was the finger that went up Kanye? I don't know. Probably not that finger. It'd be hard to put that in there. I always assumed that she was using her thumb inside of Kanye's booty hole. Anyway, let's get back to J.D. Vance.
There's one point during this interview where he calls her out for just sycophantically presenting answers to Kamala Harris during the only other interview that she's done during this entire campaign cycle. Here he was.
Would you like to ask me questions and then let me answer them, or would you like to debate me on these topics? I noticed that when you had Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, you gave them multiple choice answers to the questions that you asked, and you allowed them to answer the questions. I'm happy to be here to talk about policy, but if you're going to interrupt me every single time that I open my mouth, then why am I even doing this?
Okay, so that happened to be a really, really good point. But she wasn't there to ask him questions and get answers. She was there to browbeat him. So the same day that somebody allegedly attempted to shoot Donald Trump again, Dana Bash spent 17 minutes implying that J.D. Vance was responsible for bomb threats in Springfield, Ohio because of Catgate.
Nobody is disputing that the town of Springfield, Ohio needs help. But you're not just a bystander. You're the senator from Ohio. So instead of saying things that are wrong and actually causing the hospitals, the schools, the government buildings to be evacuated because of bomb threats, because of the cats and dogs thing, why not actually be constructive in helping to better integrate them into the community.
Dana, first of all, let me just respond to a couple things that you said, but I want to start with something you said, which I think is frankly disgusting and is more appropriate for a Democratic propagandist than it is for an American journalist. There is nothing that I have said that has led to threats against these hospitals. These hospitals.
Is he going to show the fucking most important part that, like, the media is talking about? I wonder. Because, like, I'm going to be honest with you. Nobody gives a fuck about the Sunday programming, okay? This isn't like 1987. They care about the highlights. And the highlight of this conversation is JD Vance openly admitting that he made it the fuck up.
Hospitals, the bomb threats and so forth. It's disgusting. You just accused me of inciting violence against the community when all that I've done is surface the complaints of my constituents, people who are suffering because of Kamala Harris's policies. Are we not allowed to talk about these problems because some psychopaths are threatening violence?
In the middle of this interview with Dana Bash, the media attempt to swivel away from Dana Bash having an awful interview with Kamala Harris and JD Vance calling her on it, to focus on this clip. While the media are fact-checking Donald Trump on eating dogs and cats, the Harris administration continues to claim that illegal immigration is not a big problem at all, because they're lying, just like they're lying about not coming after you for taxes. Are you still struggling with back taxes or unfiled returns? Handling this alone? Say. So, in this clip, JD Vance says that his constituents have been complaining about the eating the cats thing, right? And that he has surfaced that, and he has elevated that complaint as sort of the tip of the spear in order to put focus on the problems in Springfield, Ohio. The way—
Oh, he is talking about it, but he's massaging it. Wow, just let it sit, Ben. Just show it. Ben, show it. Come on. An ad in a 9-minute vid is diabolical. Bro, he puts like 2 sometimes. He's crazy. He's got to be pissed, dude. There's just— Wait, what?
It's popular on a lot of corners of the left to say that we have a both sides problem. And I'm not going to say we're always perfect. I'm not going to say that conservatives always get things exactly right. But you know the big difference between conservatives and liberals is that no one has tried to kill Kamala Harris in the last couple of months. And
he almost said we haven't tried to kill Kamala Harris. What is this? Murat got fans?
People now have tried to kill Donald Trump in the last couple of months. I'd say that's pretty strong evidence that the left needs to tone down the rhetoric and needs to cut this crap out. Somebody's going to get hurt by it, and it's going to destroy this country. Somebody is going to...
What the fuck? Blessed enough to meet the superior party. Murat! You took a photo with a fan today? Oh, he posted it on Twitter. He said, blessed enough to meet the superior Piker at work today. Thank you for single-handedly putting that satellite into orbit. Hashtag celebrity. Hashtag Murat Nation. At Hassan the Hun. Tell your brother I say thank you. That's crazy. Murat is the GOAT. Undisputed champion. Anyway, getting back to this conversation of him just being like, nobody's trying to kill Kamala Harris. That's a crazy thing to say. Okay? That's a crazy thing to say. I can't believe the vice presidential candidate for the... I mean, I can believe it. JD Vance says dumb shit all the time.
Out. Somebody's going to get hurt by it, and it's going to destroy this country. Somebody is going to get hurt, and you think about what an incredible wound it would open up in the United States of America. All of us, and I promise I will do my part to tone down the rhetoric, but in...
Bro, by the way, ain't nobody tried to kill Kamala Harris is wild. Like, on our side, he's like, on our side, nobody tried to kill Kamala Harris. Is like, bro, both of the shooters were registered Republicans, dude. Like, what are you talking about? One guy was a registered Republican who couldn't have voted for Donald Trump because he was too young. The other guy did vote for Donald Trump in 2016. It's like, I said this last time when we found out that the shooter was a registered Republican. I was like, these guys are so used to being one note and doing political violence that they inevitably do it to themselves. But it's crazy that he's over here being like, come on, please, someone try to kill Kamala Harris. That's crazy.
Particular, the people telling you that Donald Trump needs to be eliminated, you guys need to cut it out or you're going to get somebody hurt. And I know it's popular on a lot of corners of the left.
Is there actually militant anti-Trump shit on the right? Not necessarily, but there's a lot of militant people on the right, and there's a lot of cranks on the right.
The way that the media decided to interpret this is that J.D. Vance made up out of whole cloth the claims about people eating cats in Springfield, Ohio, that he made up a story in order to get attention. That's not what he's saying.
He did say that, and everybody heard him when he said it. Just play the clip, man.
They're lying about what J.D. Vance said, and it's pretty obvious from what he said that they're lying about what he said.
I'm talking to my constituents and I'm hearing terrible things about what's going on in Springfield, and Kamala Harris's open border policies have caused these problems. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
But it wasn't just a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. I say that we're creating a story.
Wait. Why is he jumping through? Why are you jumping? No, point to the moment where he got caught. Come on, man. That's the good stuff. That's weird. What the fuck?
Story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield thanks to Kamala Harris's policies.
Okay, so he's not saying that he made up the cat story. He's saying his constituents are telling him this thing. He's elevating their complaints, and then he's quote unquote creating a story in the same way that the media create a story, meaning creates a narrative around a true story or a story that has been reported by his constituents. The media decide that they're going to run with this idea that he made up the cat story out of whole cloth, because what they want more than anything is to distract from the actual issues of the campaign. Here is Josh Shapiro, the person who is not picked for vice president of the United States by Kamala Harris because he happens to be a Jew, on State of the Union doing his damnedest.
The governor of...
Dog, you're a Republican. Like, why do you even care about the Democratic Party's, like, snubbing one vice presidential candidate over the other?
Ohio. The mayor of that town in Ohio has said this is all made up. These are all lies. There's no truth to it. And the United States Senator from Ohio just came on your show and blamed his own constituents for his own lies. This guy's so pathetic, but the thing is, it is dangerous. There is a causal connection between the BS that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump spew and the safety and security of the American people.
And so, again, they're going to try and spin this into another Charlottesville hoax or into another bloodbath hoax. This is what they're going to try to do. It's nonsense. Don't fall for the propaganda.
Another Charlottesville hoax? Like, dude, you're such a cowardly little bitch. It's so crazy. Being an Orthodox Jewish man who simultaneously has the ride for Donald Trump and the Republican Party is so funny. He's just over here. He's over here being like, yeah, the guys that said Jews will not replace us, you have to defend the president who defended them. That's awesome. Yeah, Ben Shapiro definitely cares about anti-Semitism, by the way, for sure.
With that said, Trump and J.D. Vance need to be focusing full-time, meticulously on Kamala Harris's record, on her switches of positions, on the fact that she is a liar, on the fact that, as Vivek Ramaswamy...
Like, this man literally looks at Jewish people, okay, who are anti-Zionist, and unironically, with a straight face, says they're anti-Semitic, the most anti-Semitic people in society. He looks at college protesters who say, like, what Israel's doing is unconscionable. He says these guys are the most anti-Semitic people. They need to be put in prison. And then he has to sit there and be like, yeah, the fucking neo-Nazi movement in Charlottesville that were protesting in the streets saying Jews will not replace us. Yeah, those guys, some of them were very fine people, actually. Okay? When Donald Trump said some of those guys are very fine people, I felt it, and I think it's crazy. That's a hoax that the media is representing that as anything but Donald Trump saying some of the Nazis were very fine people. Cool stuff.
He said on the show last week, she's the face of the machine. That is what they need to be focusing on. And if they do that, they will win. And they need to be focusing, obviously, on the hardcore ground game that Democrats are so good at. That's going to be the election. But the bottom line is this. Today, I think we should all be once again thanking God that Donald Trump was not shot. I think that today, once again, we should be recognizing that we are one bullet away from a vast cliff that no one knows what.
I don't understand why they say it was a hoax. Can you explain it? Yeah. After Charlottesville, when Nazis protested in the streets, and then one of those Nazi terrorists actually killed a counter-protester, an anti-fascist, Donald Trump came out and said there were very fine people on both sides. Okay? This was a very famous moment in his administration because people were like genuinely shocked that a sitting president openly fucking caped for Nazis, right? Like straight up Nazis, not even like regular old like suburban Hitlerites. I'm talking like dudes who got swastika tattoos, dudes who were like waving the swastikas, and you know, just regular old run-of-the-mill neo-Nazis like out and about, right? Like the kinds that are in Ohio marching, okay? And it was truly unique to have a president in recent times openly look to that and be like, yeah, there's some very fine people on that side as well. I thought that was about a Confederate flag statue protest. Yes, that was where that happened. Yes, the Nazis Unite the Right was a neo-Nazi rally put together by neo-Nazis, and their goal was to protect a Confederate statue. In that protest, they were chanting, "Jews will not replace us." Okay? It's one of those stories where the context makes it more damning. You know what I mean? Like, Republicans can only, I guess, get away with it because it happened a while ago and people don't remember the exact details. So they'll act like there's context that actually makes it better for them overall. But when you actually look at the context, you're like, oh my God, this makes it so much worse. So you mean to tell me that it wasn't just like neo-Nazis protesting against, like, I don't know, gun control or something. They were just straight up also protesting at the behest of the Confederacy and defending it? Okay, that made the analysis worse for you. That's why when they can only get away with being like, oh, Charlottesville's a hoax, and just like hand wave it away. So you should ask them, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by how it was a hoax? Like, they weren't out there fucking protesting against breast cancer. They were out there to protest against a Confederate statue being taken down. Okay? Like, so, you know, you can't even do this like liberal style debunking that liberals love doing. Like, the fact check, please. What the Sigma? Can we get a fact check, please? Like, you can't even do that. Republicans can never do that because when you look at the actual facts, you're like, oh my God, it actually seems even worse than before. I forgot some of the details of the story. And now that I know some of the details of the story, I have realized that it's worse than I thought it was.
What's going to happen if we fall off of it? I mean, I felt this way on July 13th. Thank God Donald Trump avoided that bullet. It was an act of God that he avoided that bullet July 13th. Yesterday, he avoided another assassin. You know, this is a country that feels like it's on the precipice of something quite terrible. And there are only a couple of things that can be done to prevent it. One is obviously better Secret Service.
I'm confused how Jews will not replace us makes sense at a Confederate statue protest. It's not that confusing. The Confederate, okay, it was a statue of the Confederate General Robert E. Lee. Robert E. Lee was a fucking loser. But even Robert E. Lee on his deathbed said that there should be no monuments erected in his honor. Robert E. Lee's great-grandchildren also are very much anti-Robert E. Lee statues being erected. Many of the Confederate statues and Confederate monuments and Confederate schools that were named after generals weren't actually named in the immediate aftermath of the Civil War. Many of them were actually erected in the Civil Rights Movement. Now, do you want to understand why someone in a southern town would actually erect a Confederate statue during the Civil Rights Movement? Why would they do that? You know why they would do that. It's to tell you what the racial pecking order is. Okay? That's precisely the reason why a lot of these statues that were erected, these monuments, were put outside of courthouses, for example, as a somber reminder to know whose country you're in. Okay? So if you think that, personally, it's weird that neo-Nazis would be in defense of the Confederate, in defense of the legacy of the Confederacy, I don't know what to tell you. The Confederacy fought to preserve slavery. Okay? They fought to preserve slavery for white people to be able to own black people as humans, or not as humans, sorry, but as chattel. Okay? Why didn't I know about this? Well, because you don't watch my broadcast. Well, I guess you do. 23 months. You should know about this. I've definitely talked about it a lot, both in the past and continue to do so.
But the other is people need to stop proclaiming that people on the other side of the political aisle are going to full-scale destroy the country and are Hitlerian figures. They should not do that, because the more you say that, the more you are making it real. And that is something that, unfortunately, the media seem to have no intention.
Yeah, no, don't tell Trump to, like,
the
dial
NYPD
back.
Says
Don't tell Trump or JD Vance to dial back the racism. Okay? Yeah. That's a story where he literally defended JD Vance being like, yeah, I made that shit up about, like, immigrants eating cats and stuff. That's not violent rhetoric. Saying Trump is doing Hitler speeches when he objectively is doing Hitler speeches, that's really violent rhetoric.
Police open.
Anyway, speaking of violence and how commonplace it is in our day-to-day existence, let's get to New York. NYPD. Now, for some of you that don't know, the greatest mayor of all time, Mayor Eric Adams, Mr. Polyamory himself, Mr. Fake Vegan Polyamory himself, is a member of the New York's finest. Okay, he was an NYPD police officer. He is now the mayor of New York City, one of the funniest mayors of all time. Now, in the process, predictably, as when you get a fucking cop to be a mayor, the NYPD's budgets have inflated. Meanwhile, there's also a police-on-police violence situation happening in New York City, both in this story that I'm about to tell you, but also in the fact that federal law enforcement have actively targeted Eric Adams for apparently getting a bunch of money from the Turkish government, allegedly. And not only that, but also some of his friends that are still in the NYPD have also been targeted actively by federal law enforcement. I don't know the exact details of this investigation. I just know that Turkey's involved and they gave him money because New York City is the Istanbul of America, according to Eric Adams. There is a shit ton of investigations. Mr. Adams and his associates face an inquiry into the mayor and his campaign's ties to Turkey, an inquiry into senior hall aides and associates, an inquiry into a former police commissioner's twin brother, and other legal matters. That's right. His entire fucking leadership, former NYPD commissioner, like high-ranking members in City Hall, aides, they all have individual investigations launched upon them because they are so motherfucking corrupt, okay? Like insanely corrupt. Other investigations, Winnie Greco, former campaign fundraiser, multiple home search. Dwayne Montgomery, former police inspector, pleaded guilty to conspiracy. Eric Ulrich, former buildings commissioner, charged with taking bribes. Timothy Pearson, senior advisor to the mayor, he's under active investigation as well, facing several lawsuits, including sexual harassment accusations. Earlier this year, Mr. Adams was also accused. A woman sued Mr. Adams, accusing him of asking for oral sex in exchange for career help in 1993 and sexually assaulting her when she refused. So it's really fucking, I'll be honest, this is the most Chicago New York City has ever been. New York City, the Chicago of America, is what I think. When I see this many investigations into this many high-profile individuals surrounding the fucking mayoral office, I'm not going to lie to you, it feels a lot like is Chicago up in this bitch, okay? In the time frame, NYPD also expanded its budgets for its PR team, an 86-member public relations team, more than double its size 2 years ago. I wonder why so much money is being spent on the PR side. Some of its recent hires have histories of dishonesty and misconduct. That PR team, of course, did the famous Hamas bike chain lie on MSNBC at the heat of the Colombia anti-genocide protests. So there was that. Anyway, once again, I must say ACAB and also motherfuck the police, specifically New York Police Department. Why am I talking about that? Because the NYPD is at it again. In this time frame when the crime panic shit was happening, Mayor Eric Adams decided to do wonderful things like increase the size of the police force in the subway stations. They made it seem as though New York City subway was riddled to the brim with little criminals, okay? Doing insane crimes on a rapid clip. Turns out that wasn't the case, especially with the density of public transit and how many like everyday travelers exist within the New York City public transit system. The number of crimes per daily visitor was actually relatively marginal. One of the biggest crimes, on the other hand, is fare evasion. That's right. Fare evasion is a major problem in New York City. And the only way to solve that problem is by spending multiple billions of dollars, far more than what the fare evasion cost the city, as a matter of fact, in law enforcement. Now, of course, when you put these fucking dickhead cops who just sit around and play Angry Birds on their phones all day and they get like overtime pay and shit, okay? in these situations, sometimes they're going to go gung-ho when they see a fare evader. Let's take a look.
Opened fire on a subway platform on Sunday after they say a man they were trying to stop lunged at them with a knife. 2 innocent bystanders and the suspect were shot, as well as one of the police officers. Lisa Rosner has the latest from Brookdale Hospital. Lisa.
Cindy, the officer is here in stable condition. Police say he was shot in the armpit just above his vest. Now, as for the innocent bystanders that were shot, a 26-year-old female is in stable condition at Kings County Hospital, and a 49-year-old man was shot in the head. He is in critical condition at that same hospital as
To be accurate, police in the subways play Candy Crush. I apologize for my mistake. I said Angry Birds. They're playing Candy Crush instead.
well as the suspect, who we're told is a male in his 30s that was shot in the abdomen. Exclusive video shows a man in handcuffs on the floor of the L train who appears to be the suspect. Police say this all started just after 3 p.m. Sunday at the Sutter Avenue station when the suspect evaded the fare. The NYPD says 2 officers told him to stop multiple times. They also tried using tasers, which didn't work. Police say the suspect advanced on one of the officers with his knife, and that is when they drew their guns.
They're subduing him. One of the officers realized that he's...
Dude, local news coverage on the matter is so insane. They are such pieces of shit. They made it seem like these brave heroes, okay, were, you know, in the line of fire and got shot by bullets. Who knows who actually shot the bullets? Oh, wait, they're using passive voice. They don't normally use passive voice when talking about how a cop got shot. Why are they using passive? Oh my God, the cops shot each other. Oh my God. Every single time you hear the media, especially local news, talk about a police being shot in passive voice or a bystander being shot in passive voice as though bullets just materialized out of nowhere, know that there was a cop who pulled the fucking trigger. And yes, lo and behold, a bystander that was shot by the police, and so was another fucking cop. What sparked this insane mass shooting that occurred at the New York subway? Oh, that's right, $2.90 in fare evasion. Thank God for the police, dude. Holy shit.
hit as well. He helped his partner, put the man in handcuffs, and when they saw where the man was wounded, they started performing life-saving measures.
That's also a lie. They did not do that. The only thing they did was handcuff the person. They shot him, and then they handcuffed him. Okay, shot by NYPD bullets. 4 people were shot by NYPD bullets, including a bystander who was struck in the head. No, Gothamist doesn't LARP for the NYPD. I feel like I feel like they're not doing. I don't think Gothamist does passive voice. They're just openly saying, like, you know, the NYPD shot 4 people. NYPD bullets? What the fuck? Is this a new caliber? Oh, here was a fun moment. Earlier today, one of our 4 officers was shot while protecting our subway system. I am relieved to report he's in good condition now, and we have arrested the suspect who put so many lives in danger. I cannot thank these officers enough for their bravery. Context note: the officer in question was shot by a fellow NYPD officer. NYPD officers also shot 2 bystanders and the fare evasion suspect. Officer and 3 others injured by police gunfire and subway station clash. When officers shot a man wielding a knife on a platform in Brooklyn, an officer and 2 bystanders were also hit. The police said 1 bystander was in critical condition. Officer and 3 others injured by police gunfire. A late summer afternoon in an elevator. Okay, I don't want to fucking get into it. Several thousands of dollars in hospital fees to prevent a $2.90 fare evasion. Also, at the minimum, I don't know what the cost associated with, like, you know, jailing someone for an entire year is in the state of New York. But I can tell you in the state of California, I believe it's around $183,000. So it doesn't make mathematical sense to try to actively jail someone because the cost of that is significantly higher. The cost of settlement payments are significantly higher in the process of doing this, like, insane escalation of force. Oh, I'm wondering if journalists have any interest in doing journalism anymore, or they just want to be stenographers with the NYPD. You're all embarrassing. It started because somebody wanted to come to the transit system with a weapon. Somebody who, as the mayor said, had a history of crime and a history of violence and even gun charges, Lieber said. Great. Did they know that? No, they didn't. They did not know that. They shot him because of fare evasion. Okay, first and foremost, they shot him because of fare evasion. Wasn't there a separate story, by the way, where there was a dude with a knife and the NYPD failed to apprehend him? Like, I think around the same exact time. Here's Talia Jane. She sent me this link. Let me take a look. Oh man, the NYPD is having a hell of a time. That knife that they said the man they shot on the L train had, apparently they're now saying someone removed it, as in NYPD failed to secure a weapon. They also claim posed a serious threat of harm to themselves and others. The Force Investigation Division is seeking to identify and apprehend an unidentified perpetrator depicted above, who removed the knife from an ongoing crime scene on the L train on September 15th. The subject was last observed on September 15th at approximately 15:35 hours in front of the Brooklyn, New York, within the confines of the 75th precinct. NYPD is trying to arrest someone they claim removed the knife they failed to secure from a man they shot, who they shot because said knife posed such an incredible threat to their safety that they had to shoot multiple other passengers and each other. Violently incompetent. Below is the picture of the weapon recovered from the scene of today's incident. NYPD says officers recovered wrong knife from police subway shooting in Brooklyn. So to recap, NYPD is hunting for a man accusing him of removing a knife from the scene. NYPD claims they recovered the suspect's knife with a photo of it in his hand. Now they say they recovered a different knife. Did they steal that guy's knife? Is there no second knife? Anyway, you don't get it. It's about sending a message that regular people aren't allowed to rob the city of $290, but the NYPD is allowed to rob the citizens of a year of their life in the city $150,000. Yeah, it is kind of crazy to think how incredibly incompetent these guys are. Okay? Yeah. The NYPD spent $150 million to catch fare beaters who cost the MTA $104,000. Now, I'm no big city lawyer, nor am I a CPA. Okay? But it kind of feels to me like if you have a cop who becomes a mayor and then changes and advocates for city budgets that are so massive, okay, so incredibly massive for the NYPD that are already massive to begin with, it kind of feels like you're just giving your buddies more money. And considering that your buddy's job is to just sit around and like shoot people when they feel like it, and maybe sometimes even themselves, it feels like you have brought this upon New York City. One famous story of the crime panic that occurred in New York, I remember talking about it, was when Governor Kathy Hitler, okay, when she became governor, one of the things she did was put the National Guard. She deployed the National Guard in New York City subways. Now, there wasn't an increase in crime in New York City subways that was noticeable or significant, but Kathy Hitler did that anyway, okay? It turns out people were more scared because the National Guard was at the subway stations. That is the state of affairs in the New York Democratic Party. Never forget, the New York Democratic Party and the California Democratic Party are the absolute worst version of the Democratic Party. These are safe havens where some of the most progressive Democrats are supposed to thrive. Did you see Richie Torres shit, bro? Just a straight fascist? Oh, I did. I think I know what you're talking about. He came on television and was like, we need to kill students that fucking say Israel is mean. Anyway, Trump is doing spaces, I believe, soon, if not right now. This is the first time that he's doing like a live public appearance since he had a second assassination attempt. And I am very excited to hear... Wait, who's the fucking host? The host has like a crypto punk or some shit? That's weird. Did you miss the CNN docuseries? No, but you will be missing this if you don't subscribe at the top of the hour, because a 3-minute ad break is coming for you. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free. He's doing the spaces right now. Why can't I hear it? He's going to drop a crypto coin, I think. No fucking way. If he actually drops a crypto coin, I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break. I'm going to give you guys a fun little thing to watch before we get to the Trump potential crypto release. Moodang.
Or it can fall asleep. This little hippo resists the zookeeper's touch and bites down on the zookeeper's knee. Mudang is a playful little hippo who loves to bounce around. It often keeps its mouth open, and it must have a lot of fun every day before it can fall asleep. Even when it is asleep, it still twitches its limbs. It really enjoys playing with water and takes a bath every morning. Its slippery body makes it prone to slipping. For its safety, the zookeeper sometimes restricts its movements, which makes Mudang very angry, and it turns its back on the zookeeper. At this point, the zookeeper will give its rear a light pat. Mudang, annoyed by the disturbance, will jump up in anger, and later bite the zookeeper's knee in secret. After releasing its frustration, Mudang will then willingly approach the zookeeper again. Its cuteness...
I'm not gonna lie, I would kill for Mudang. Like, I would ride into battle. Call me Ryan Ruth, but instead of Ukraine, Mudang is the entity, being, deity, whatever you want to call it, that I would be tweeting at fucking Zell Disney over, okay? The absolute best.
And liveliness have earned it a large following, and this superstar even has its own blush endorsement. The name Mudang actually translates to elastic pork. Do you like this stretchy little hippo?
I'm a Mudangus, me too. There's a pygmy hippo at the San Francisco Zoo. How does he get this level of access? If you scroll down, some of his tweets don't even get 500 likes.
I'm unmuted. Check, check. Just checking that everybody can hear me. Check, check. 1, 2. May I get some thumbs up for the audience? Before you go, just a quick disclaimer. A few quick reminders before we begin. You should think of our conversation today as a general discussion. You are going to hear from a number of speakers, all with their own opinions that may not necessarily represent the views of others or any organizations with which they are associated. You should understand our speakers have financial interest in some of the items we plan to discuss today and in decentralized finance and digital assets generally. Of course, nothing discussed here today should be deemed technical, legal, financial, or any kind of advice. You should always consult your own expert advisors if you are seeking any advice. To the extent there are discussions about future plans, vision, and other forward-looking information, it is always important to remember that all such forward-looking information and the future generally is subject to change, risk, and uncertainties, which can change current plans and expectations. Now hold on tight, and we'll be with you in a couple of minutes.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Donald Trump is doing a crypto ad. Trump-linked crypto project to launch Monday. A crypto project backed by Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump and his 2 eldest sons is set to launch this evening. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's doing it with his fucking dumbass sons. Dude, what is going on, dude? I think Trump is actually trying to lose, dude. They intentionally separated that disclaimer from the actual start of the event so that people coming in won't hear it. Dude, he is so unimaginably cooked. No. This is wash behavior. And I guess this is the next level of wash behavior because, like, what's the first layer? If you're washed, what do? You go right wing, right? You go right wing charlatan. You go right wing grift. Wait, is that Barron Trump? That's weird, man. Bro, if you're already a right wing grifter, where else are you going to go? There's nowhere else to go for you. So you have to go to crypto. Trump is launching another business full of potential risks and conflicts if he wins. Details on the new business, which we call World Liberty Financial, are limited, but Trump's sons have spent weeks promoting it. The GOP nominee himself has teased the latest expansion of his family's business empire from the same social media account that carries his political messaging. No major party nominee has ever leveraged their candidacy for personal profit quite like Trump has during his third White House bid. Since entering the race nearly 2 years ago, Trump has netted millions of dollars selling new items featuring moments from his political life, while also generating billions of dollars in wealth through a social media site where he speaks directly to supporters. Truth Social, straight up, is like a dumping ground for people to basically give money directly to Donald Trump in exchange for favors without the sneaky little FEC, snooping around. Only Trump. New insane TikTok drama for you? What is this?
If you guys have not seen Abby's Instagram story where she talks about how they went on a cruise with their kids and decided to start making their dinner reservations after kid bedtime and just taking monitors with them to go to the restaurant and leaving their kids in the suite on a cruise ship alone. Obviously, not enough people take true crime seriously because they have clearly never heard of Madeleine McCann, who was literally stolen from her parents.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on here, and I don't really care. All right. They left their 1 and 2 year old kids in the room, but it's okay because the kids were on FaceTime. Yeah, I just don't care. I'm gonna be honest.
Just checking that we're unmuted again, and we're good to go. Good evening, everyone. Before we begin, I want to address yesterday's awful events. It is a huge relief to us all that nobody was hurt. And I think that many in the crypto community will agree with me when I say that we're here with you, Mr. President, during these trying times. Your unwavering support for our community has not gone unnoticed, and we're immensely grateful for it. And really, the fact that after all of this, you've chosen to proceed with this interview blows my mind. It speaks volume, Mr. President, and thank you for being here tonight.
Bro, this is worse than Aiden Ross. How is this possible?
But it worked out well, and Secret Service did an excellent job. And they have the man behind bars, and hopefully he's going to be there for a long time. Dangerous person, very, very dangerous person. But I appreciate the comments very much.
Well, I appreciate you for allowing me to interview you in your wonderful Mar-a-Lago home, which is truly an honor, and I'm very grateful for it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, I can say that myself, like I was saying, the crypto community and millions of Americans are relieved that you're here with us today after the second attempt on your life at the Trump National Golf Club. It's just horrifying. Can you run us through what happened?
So I was playing golf with some of my friends. It was on a Sunday morning, and very peaceful, very beautiful weather. Everything was beautiful. It was a nice place to be. And all of a sudden we heard shots being fired in the air, and I guess probably 4 or 5. And it sounded like bullets, but what do I know about that? But Secret Service knew immediately it was bullets. And they grabbed me, and I think probably the other one, Steve is one of the people, Steve Woodcuff, a great friend of mine, a great businessman from mostly New York and Florida, great businessman, and more importantly, just a fantastic person. So we're in the group, and everybody we got into the carts and we moved along pretty good. I was with an agent, and the agent did a fantastic job. There was no question that we were off that course. I would have loved to have sank that last putt, but we decided, well, let's get out of here. And what the gunfire was actually, interestingly, was a Secret Service agent had seen a barrel of a AK-47, which is a very powerful gun, rifle, and he started shooting at the barrel, started shooting in the bushes.
Wow.
Could only see the barrel. How good is that, right? But could only see the barrel. Based on that, he started shooting and ran toward the target and was shooting a lot of, those were the shots we heard. The other one never got a shot off. And he ran across the street and grabbed his car, hopped into his truck or car. And amazingly, a civilian in that area saw something and it looked very suspicious. And in the car, drove their car to the back of his truck of some kind and took pictures of the license plate. Gave them to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Bradshaw is fantastic, very great sheriff for a long time. And within a fairly short period of time, they tracked him.
Maybe you'll call me a Trump stan for this, but I really wish I could see him when we're doing these fucking interviews.
Because you wouldn't want to have somebody like that out there. No. He dropped his gun, the AK-47. He left his gun. He left cameras behind, left a lot of things behind.
I
so
hate
the agent
spaces
did a
so
fantastic
much.
job. The civilian did a phenomenal job. A woman. Who would think you could take 1,000 times like that? How many people would have the brain power to follow him and take pictures of the back of his truck so that they end up getting, and the key was the license. So they got the license, and after they had the license, there's all sorts of technology where they can literally pinpoint where this truck is. I never knew something like that existed. And they pinpointed him on the highway. They got him with a high-speed chase. So they got him. It was amazing. So Secret Service did a great job. And I think I can say honestly, the sheriff's office, law enforcement, everybody really did a great job.
Incredible.
Very happy about that.
That's incredible to hear.
Thank you.
And backup question to that second fold is, this was the second attempt in your life in under 2 months. What do you make of that?
Well, there's a lot of rhetoric going on.
Right.
A lot of people think that the Democrats, when they talk about threat to democracy and all of this. And it seems that both of these people were radical lefts. The first one, they should learn more about. They have apps that they haven't opened yet, which is pretty strange. And the father went out and got the biggest lawyer in the state of Pennsylvania, which is pretty strange, about the father of the shooter we're talking about in Butler, the first one. And that's pretty strange. There are a couple of pretty strange things going on there. I can say this, the Secret Service was very brave in the sense that bullets were flying, and when I went down, I purposely went down, I saw what was happening, and people are probably screaming. I'm not sure if I recognize that, but I went down, and Secret Service, they were right there with bullets flying right at them, and they weren't hit, but 3 other people were, Corey, a firefighter, and 2 other gentlemen who they thought died. And actually the doctors in Butler were unbelievable. They saved their lives. And we've actually raised a lot of money for the families and family of Corey and the 2 gentlemen.
Oh, he said both of the shooters were radical left?
They thought they were dead. The first thing I asked when I came up, I said, how many people are dead? Because we had a massive crowd. And with all those bullets flying, so 3 got hit. But there was a great display of bravery. I mean, it was incredible. Normally,
dude,
crowd experts will tell you,
doing your first ever like interview after being shot, or not being shot, but like a second assassination attempt
in a big field
with like a prepubescent crypto teenager
they stampede, and a lot of people get killed when they stampede.
to launch your new crypto scheme is unimaginable levels of pathetic I previously thought were impossible to achieve by a former president.
And nobody ran. In fact, they're standing up. Some of them are standing up looking for the shooter. The other one has to get credit to local law enforcement. It was a gentleman that shimmied up to the roof, saw the man with a gun, and probably made him go faster than he would normally go. And so he didn't exactly hit the target the way he wanted. There's something going on. I mean, perhaps it's God wanting me to be president to save this country. Nobody knows, but when I made the right turn, it's very unusual because the people weren't on the right. The people were standing out in front of me. When I turned my head at an exact 90-degree angle, the bullet came zooming by and clipped my ear. And the reason so much blood, they told me at the hospital, I said, why so much? The ear is the bloodiest part of the body because of cartilage. He was giving me a whole description. I said, you don't have to tell me, but it was a mess. But amazing bravery shown, amazing talent, like the doctor saving the two men that were hit. They were hit really badly. I won't tell you exactly what happened to them. They were hit badly. And they both lived. Corey didn't make it. Corey was in bad shape. We had a person from the National Guard about 10 seats over from Corey run to his aid, and he was hit in the head, with all of that, was giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation because he was still alive.
Wow.
And people couldn't believe it. They thought it was such an incredible act. Who would do it? It would, just an amazing thing. And we're going to take care of him too, because just the fact that he could do it, and some other people. So it was amazing bravery, and there was a mistake made, a bad mistake. That one building was unmanned on top.
Very.
And that was a mistake. There's nothing you can say about it. But that was some crazy day. And then yesterday you had another one with a different result. Actually, much better result, because we lost Corey, and two gentlemen were very badly hurt, but they're in pretty good shape now.
Right.
A lot of talent. Those local doctors up there had tremendous talent.
Love to hear that. Well, this is more of a personal question.
Okay.
Just turned 30 last week. We were just chit-chatting outside the room here. Young entrepreneur, son, aspiring father one day.
Mm-hmm.
With all of your success, you have a wonderful family. A couple of your sons are actually looking at us right now. You have a wonderful.
Why does he sound like that?
Life for yourself.
This dude's only 3 years younger than me. Why does he sound like that?
But after multiple attempts at your life,
bro, this dude is stunted. Okay, his parents babied him too much. You can't sound like that, dog. At the age of 30, no way.
Of the United States of America again.
I hope so.
We hope so. Why do you do this? What motivates you?
So we have a country that's in trouble, a country that I love. I love the people of this country, people like Corey, who were just this massive Trump fan, and he got hit. But people like that, they're in love with the country, and they hate seeing what's happened to the country when you have 21 million people pouring in from all countries all over the world, from prisons and jails, from mental institutions and insane asylums. And, they are different. Even prisons and jails, they are different. One's a little more severe than the next. They're coming in as terrorists, and they're coming into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen, and they're taking over our towns, and they're taking over small cities and big cities. I mean, look at New York, look at Chicago, look at LA. Tens of thousands of these people, and they're rough people in many cases. I mean, they are rough, tough people. Venezuela gangs, if you look at Aurora in Colorado, you have a governor that doesn't know what he's doing. He's petrified to be there. He doesn't know what to say. I mean, they're literally taking over real estate. They're becoming real estate developers in a much different way, right? They're taking over buildings. Everyone's afraid of them. And they have a big AK, talking about AK-47s. That's what they have. They carry massive guns. You say, where would they get this kind of power? And they're vicious people. They're gang members from Venezuela, largely, and known as being one of the roughest gangs anywhere in the world. You have MS-13, which is a bad gang, and you have these guys. And we're going to clean them out. We're going to get them out. But the bottom line, just to answer it quickly, I love the country. We're going to make America great again, and we'll be able to do it. We did it once, and we'll do it again, and much easier this time. The border is in much worse shape than it's ever been. This is the worst border there's ever been in any country. They have not done the job that they have to do. I mean, you have Kamala, she was the border czar. I call her the...
Thank God I call my hair a dog.
Marxist. She wants to tax everybody out of business. She wants to raise taxes to 70, 80%. She wants an unrealized capital gain tax, which is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Nobody's ever even heard of such a thing. And they'll put everybody out of business. We'll end up in a depression if she gets in. And very simply, though, we're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. And I love doing it.
Being from Canada, I can probably relate to what that means. Yeah. A crypto entrepreneur based in Montreal here, so it's
we're done.
It's
we're done. We're done. We're done. Deport. Deport every right-wing Canadian. Deport them now. Deport them yesterday. Deport them tomorrow. We have a real problem. We need to shut down travel from Canada until we figure out what's going on.
Against us. In your case, do you feel similarly that there's a force out there to get you?
Well, you have a radical left force, and we have forces. I say that we have a lot of evil in the world. The world is a nasty place, and you can see that with some of the things that have happened. We've been treated, I think, very unfairly, but I've done so well. It's an amazing country in some ways, but we have evil forces. You have the outside forces with the enemies, and you call them Russia, China, various places. I don't know that they're enemies. I think we'll get along great with China. I think we'll get along great with Russia. I want to get Russia to settle up with Ukraine and stop this. Millions of people being killed, far greater than the number you read about. But I want to get that done before I even take office. I want to get that done as president-elect, because it has to be solved. Too many people dying. Too many cities are just in rubble right now. You look at the culture is just being destroyed. Mm-hmm. We got to get that done, and I'll get it done. There wouldn't have been an October 7th. There wouldn't have been Russia attacking Ukraine. There wouldn't be inflation. All this inflation, which has hurt people so badly. You wouldn't have had that horrible type of withdrawal we were getting out of Afghanistan, but with dignity and strength. That was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. And frankly, Russia would have never gone into Ukraine if it weren't for that. They looked at that and they said, this country is no longer run by Trump. This country is run by stupid people. And we have a great military. I took out ISIS in 4 weeks, and everyone said it was going to take 4 or 5 years. I took them out in 4. Our military is great, but you have to have the right leadership running it. So the bottom line is that it can be nasty, but it's only going to get worse. If I don't win, it's only going to get worse. It's going to get really bad. We'll end up being Venezuela on steroids. We'll end up in 1929 type depressions. And we have to make sure that this person doesn't get in. This is far worse than Biden. That was if you think of it, that was an overthrow of a president. He won. He had 14 million votes. He had no votes. Crazy Nancy Pelosi walked in, and some of the others, and they say, "We want you out." He said, "I'm not going to get out. I want to run." I was leading him by a lot after the debate, but still he had the right to run, and they literally, it was a coup in the truest sense. This was the first coup of an American president, and I think it's, look, I don't say fair or not fair. He was very nice today. He called up to make sure I was okay. To make
How does
sure
this get him voters? It doesn't. It's not about voters. This is about suckers. I think his like push for crypto has less to do with like the actual robust crypto community that will inevitably, swing in his favor or whatever. I think it has everything to do with how fucking stupid crypto fans are, and he's trying to farm them for revenue.
So we can't have a Marxist communist president, because that's not what it's all about. So we're going to do it, and we're going to make our country greater than ever before, and you're going to be happy, and you're going to love your crypto. And as long as you have crypto, you're happy. So I know
Absolutely.
what makes you happy, nothing else but crypto.
Yeah, I mean, when the Twitter Spaces was officially announced and that you put the tweet out, a lot of people were like, "Well, who's this Farouk guy?" And obviously, a lot of people started digging into this Farouk guy, and the main reply that was that I'm just this crypto bro. But you know what, Mr. President, I am a proud crypto bro. And it seems like you started to become one of us, if not already. I know for a fact that your children are quite involved in the space. I mean, we have Baron, Don Jr., and Eric on the Twitter Spaces right now. Eric and Don Jr. here, who will be joining us a little later on this programming. But get into crypto now, because I already see the people on Twitter Spaces really eager to hear you talk about this. At the recent Bitcoin conference, you mentioned that, and I quote, "America should be the crypto capital of the world."
Yeah.
That was a big statement, and I believe the correct one. So why is it not right now?
Well, I think it will be right now. Right now, you have a very hostile SEC. I guess you'd have to say, I don't know, when you say administration, do you call it Biden or do you call it Harris? Nobody really knows what to call it, but maybe we'll say a combination of both. But they've been very hostile toward crypto, toward all of it, and extremely hostile, like nobody can believe. Nobody even understands why. My attitude is different. If we don't do it, China's going to do it. China's doing it anyway.
They are.
But if we don't do it, we're not going to be the biggest, and we have to be the biggest and the best. And when you look at values, and when you add it all up, the value of this whole thing is bigger than they were showing me. Your top 20 corporations and all of this, the numbers are just gigantic. It suffers from some credibility lapses. I mean, some things were done or not done, but it's very young and very growing. And if we don't do it, China's going to do it. If we don't do it, other countries are going to do it. A lot of countries would like to be in a position. We have the advantage because it's us. But you have a big advantage because it's me, because I do believe in it. I also know a lot of friends that are really into it. And my kids, I mean, Baron knows so much about this.
Right.
Eric, and Baron's a young guy, but he knows it. He talks about his wallet. He's got 4 wallets or something. And I'm saying, what is a wallet? Explain this to me. But he knows this stuff inside out. And Eric and Don know it so well.
They do.
It's almost like younger people know it a lot better than older people. But I have a lot of respect for them. They've shown great judgment, all of them. And I think you're onto something. You're onto it a lot sooner than most people. It's sort of like it's a fledgling business, and yet it's a massive business, but it has a chance to really be something special. And when I do things, I notice a lot of crypto comes in. People pay with crypto.
Oh, yeah.
And you didn't see that even a year ago, 2 years ago. So I think it's really, it's big, and yet it's a fledgling compared to what it will be.
And I love that you're mentioning your children and how Baron is using his wallet. Similar to me, I'm trying to teach my mother how to use it. I send her 1 ETH every Christmas, 1 ETH every birthday, and same for my little Zoomer brother, who probably isn't Baron's age category. So has learning about crypto from your children had an impact on you?
Well, it makes it easier. And it's sort of like a language, I have a beautiful granddaughter, Ivanka's daughter, and she is Arabella. She speaks perfect Chinese.
Wow.
And their other 2 children, 2 great young boys, they speak perfect Chinese. They learned it when they were 2 and 3 and 4 from a nanny who was Chinese.
That's impressive.
And she was from China. And she would teach Arabella. When President Xi was here, President Xi couldn't believe it. She walked up to him and had a perfect conversation. And I said, so how did she do? He said, as good as any 10-year-old girl in Beijing. I remember that statement. I mean, she speaks it perfectly. But
Bro, we just learned something. Oh my God, we just learned something incredible about Donald Trump.
China or Japan or any language. Right. It's not that easy to do. No. But as a child, it's almost like a natural. So it's a little bit like that, I think, with crypto. Now, I think crypto is a lot easier, right, if you want to know that. But there is a learning curve. And yeah, my kids really understood it, and they understood it pretty much right at the beginning.
Yeah, we were chatting with Eric in the back. And
I love hearing this fucking prepubescent 30-year-old's mouth noises.
We're about to hear all about, your son's, crypto endeavors and how much they know about it.
I can't believe this just gave us unearthed lore dump from Donald Trump.
And over there at the moment, everybody's in Singapore tuning live to listen to us live on Spaces for Token 2049. What's impressive in the East is that crypto is not the future, it's the present. Whereas when I come here and in Canada and North, it feels like I'm being taken aback. So the question I have for you, following up on what I was asking earlier, is why is it so important for America to lead in cryptocurrency adoption and innovation?
Well, it's crypto, it's AI, it's so many other things. You know, AI, speaking of an interesting future, it needs tremendous electricity capability beyond anything I've ever heard. It never made sense to me, but this is what it needs. If you take all of the electricity coming out of the U.S., in order to be dominant in AI, you need twice that amount, just for this one thing. Who would think that? You need twice the electricity we already have. And you got to get started. I mean, you have to be, if you're the U.S., you have to get started.
Right.
You don't want to be left in the dust. And China's already building electric plants, and they want to build them for the AI, and it's very important. But you need tremendous electric, and in this country, because of our strong environmental impact statement problems that we have, China doesn't have those problems. They don't do them. They just build. They said, build over here, build over there. With us, you have to go through years. But I'll make it possible to create tremendous amounts of electricity very rapidly. But people don't know that. People don't know that you need double the electricity of what we already have. So you want to get in, whether it's crypto or AI or other things that are coming along, and it's part of the game. We want to have a great country. We want to stay at the top. We're making things now. We're starting, and it started under my administration, that there was no chance of ever even getting involved in for a long time.
Right.
And we're leading the pack in so many ways. One of the things I'm very proud of is Space Force. We were getting lapped in space by China and by Russia, and now we are the leader in space.
This is also to VC that have invested in the space heavily with very little regulatory clarity.
So strongly, it was incredible. But he is doing an amazing job with respect to space. When you look up, I think somebody said he sends 90% of the rockets sent up throughout the world are his.
Wow.
And you got to hand it to him. He's something.
He definitely is. Wish he was here, but at least we're using his. We'll get him. We're definitely using his platform to do so, and I'm sure there's a reason for that. So, to create this future we're talking about, right? Like, there's a lot of American entrepreneurs, founders in crypto that need to sadly leave the country because it feels like at times we're being treated like we're not really welcome to build companies here. The CEO of our company over at Rug Radio was actually debanked earlier last year, but we'll get into that later. Do you think it's important for America to have a legal framework for crypto so that businesses can thrive and survive here?
I do, and they should have certain safeguards too. Maybe somebody would say that's a bad thing to say, but no, it can't be totally freewheeling. And I spoke to some of the big crypto people, they want safeguards, they want certain safeguards, but it's a very
you know who else wanted that? SBF.
SEC has been extremely hostile and really going after people. And I think, frankly, since they heard I was involved, they've treated people much better. Maybe they view it as votes. But people that were under serious investigation for having done nothing wrong are all of a sudden not allowed to go free. And I really believe that's because they see, this is a very big market. This is a very powerful market.
Very.
So I'm glad I helped. If I helped, I don't know, maybe I didn't. But the SEC has been unbelievably hostile. The one thing is that if for some reason bad things happen and we don't win the election, those people that were under investigation and that are free as a bird right now, and people that weren't being looked at in the crypto world, they will be living in hell, because it'll start the day after the election if they win. And I view it differently. I mean, I just view it that we have to be the top no matter what we do.
Right.
Chips or anything else, we were really starting to go with the chips. We have to be number one. And I think AI is really important, but I think crypto's one of those things we have to do. Whether we like it or not, we have to do it.
It's really, really cool to hear it from you in person. We've only heard it on TV, in newspaper, etc. But it feels good to know that a presidential candidate and someone who is already president of the United States of America feel this way about cryptocurrency. I'm sure myself and a lot of people in the industry are relieved to hear that. And now we'll see what the results are in November. But on something a little lighter now, I remember the day your NFT collections came out. That was super cool. So I host a morning show called FOMO Hour with my friend OSF and Mando and now Tyler. And so we were live on air when the link dropped. And so it was the very, very first collection. There was a chance to have dinner with you. And I remember just like scrambling to buy them. We're staying live. We stopped the show live on air to thousands of people like, no, we got to buy these. We're going to buy these. I got to spend $25K on this. Let's go. Right. Let's do it. Which is another cool thing about people in crypto, right? Or there's crypto bros that they call. And so we're trying to buy these things. And it was just so electric and crazy that we actually failed. But hey, I guess that's a good thing because the collection, ended up selling out, and then you ended up doing, I believe, you ended up doing that 3 times over. Can you tell us more about the success that you have had with NFTs, but also like, did that surprise you?
Well, I got in very late.
Bro, launch me into the sun, dog. I'm done.
I mean, to be honest,
I think I'm retiring. You guys, all my haters won. I think I'm retiring from political commentary. This might be the absolute dumbest thing that I've ever actually covered. I never in my life would have thought that we'd be sitting here with a dude who did not hit puberty.
It was amazing.
Launching a fucking crypto rug pull ad for the former president of the United States of America. Like, dude, you did war crimes and stuff. Like, you are so fucking powerful. You were running the planet. And now you are doing crypto rug pulls.
And I asked the people from
like it's like barely 24 hours after he almost got assassinated again.
They have very big pride to start off with.
Oh my God.
I said, are you gonna, if we do a 4th one, does that affect you and the ones you already own? Because some people bought a lot of them, and some people bought one. And
American politics, every time I think like it can't devolve further, like we can't reach a new low. I'm wrong. I'm reminded of how fucking wrong I am. I'm so goddamn wrong, dude. I'm the most wrong. What more can happen? Let's fantasize. Donald Trump does an interview with Andrew Tate. Okay? Like that's it. What's left? What's out there? What hasn't he done so far? What could he do that would reduce him further? I think he will do a fucking Andrew Tate interview eventually. No, Talk to a Podcast probably. Talk to a Podcast is an immediate improvement from whatever the fuck's going on right now. Okay? Going on the Talk to a Podcast would be legitimately significantly better than what he's doing right now. Okay? Like, yeah, Flat Earther Conference. Someone in the chat said that. That's a good one. That could be like one step below this. Or I think Flat Earther Conference or like an Andrew Tate interview. I think he's going to end up doing an Andrew Tate interview.
Really interested in it, to be honest, but I did ask, like, what percentage was taken.
Like, it seems to me like the more he has a hard time going above 50% in key states, the more he debases himself, right? Like he's gonna go on fucking Andrew Tate, and then he's gonna go to the Flat Earthers Conference, and then after that he's Patrick Bet David is a leg up. Patrick Bet David is a step up from this.
He knows a lot about this stuff for a man of his age. He's still pretty young, but for a man
I
of his
just
age, Steve Witkoff knows a lot about.
fuck.
He does, and he's on your right. We're about to get to Steve Witkoff, and for everybody in the audience right now, if you're listening to us live, hang tight. I have one more question for Mr. President, and then we're going to be joined by Don Jr., Eric Trump, and the World Liberty Financial teams, and Corey and everybody, the advisors around it. So we have quite the programming for you. But Mr. President, one last question that you may or may not have answered with your last answer here is: so if there was one thing that got you to see crypto differently, what was it?
If it was what?
One thing that got you to see crypto differently. What was it?
Well, maybe the NFTs. You know, you sort of brought that up because I was surprised again at the percentage of them.
He's like, wow, so many suckers.
Through that form.
We didn't even spend any money on this. It's AI art.
Anything you want. But that was, I think it was also the level of enthusiasm that my young sons have for this, pretty young guys. I mean, one's extremely young and two are pretty young, right? But the level of enthusiasm they have.
He's talking about Eric Trump and DJT, by the way.
To add a third element, I have a lot
as
of
very
friends,
young guys.
very smart people, some very smart people, and they're believers. So it means something to me.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you. Everybody hang tight, please. I will go to Mr. Witkoff in a second, and we'll be joining by.
If you think I'm going to listen to some fucking dumb fucks about crypto, you're out of your dang mind, okay? I cannot believe that Donald Trump did this. This is like, bro, this is crazy. We already did, I know, but I'm saying, like, I'm not going to listen to their new crypto project, you know? What are you, fucking nuts? Holy shit, dude. What an incredible sequence of events, dude. Oh my God. Anyway, couple quick hits on Israel. The Houthis have struck Israeli soil with a hypersonic missile. Now, it was in the outskirts of Israel that they struck, but this is yet another instance. Where, like, the Ansar Allah administration has been able to penetrate the Iron Dome. Not looking too good. Hypersonic missile outside of Tel Aviv. Not looking great for Israel. Like, to be able to fucking penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome like this, you have to be fucking worried, dude.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is vowing to respond after Yemen's Houthi rebels fired a long-range missile at central Israel. Meanwhile, in Gaza, Palestinian officials say an Israeli airstrike in the central part of the territory killed at least 16 people. CBS News senior foreign correspondent Elizabeth Palmer joins us now from Tel Aviv. Elizabeth, what more are you learning about these latest strikes in Gaza?
I like that whenever Israel is, like, upset, they just have one speed. Like, immediately they're like, let's go kill some of the most vulnerable people on the planet. Like, people that are just held captive. Like, that's it. They have one retaliation.
Well, the Israeli military is still pursuing its stated mission, which is to eliminate Hamas in Gaza. And so the civilian casualties continue to mount. The missile you mentioned flattened a house in the Nusayrat refugee camp right in the middle of the Gaza Strip. Palestinian hospital officials have confirmed that 7 of those killed were in a single family and did include a child. And then there was another strike not too far away in Gaza City, which killed a woman and 2 more children.
Yeah, you're right. This was one missile that beat 4 layers of defense: Patriot, David Sling, 2, 3, and the Iron Dome. You're right. They only fired 1 missile, which is too fast for the arrow system to stop, clearly showing that Yemen is capable of more. I know. It's pretty nutty. It is pretty fucking nutty, dude.
Meanwhile, the negotiations on a ceasefire and the release of the Israeli hostages appear to be going nowhere.
It's real cop shit, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, today a teenager yelled at me at work and I'm cucked by libtards in society, so I couldn't shoot him immediately. I only was able to beat his ass. So then I had to take out my anger on my wife. I came home and I beat the shit out of my fucking wife. That's basically what's going on here, you know?
The formal negotiations have so far taken place through mediators in Qatar with U.S. and Egyptian support. We just spoke to...
Thank God America is tirelessly working for a ceasefire, which is actually just giving them hundreds of millions of dollars of new weapons at a rapid clip.
Gal Hirsch, who's the Israeli special coordinator for hostages and the missing, he appears to have, in front of our cameras, opened another channel, a public channel, with an offer to the Hamas leader, Yahya Sinwar. He says that Israel will give Sinwar safe passage out of Gaza.
This is so funny. It's like, dog, this is if you believe your own propaganda. You know what I mean? They're like, oh yeah, we're going to give safe passage to Yahya Sinwar in an effort to, like, you know, get across our wishes, which is to fucking maintain a permanent military occupation. And it's like, first of all, you got to be a real dumbass to be like, okay, I guess I'll take it, after they killed the non-military person that did not do October 7, right? The leader of the Politburo, which is the reason why Yahya Sinwar is now the head of Hamas. And that's like the dumbest fucking olive branch. And it's also not an olive branch that the Palestinian side asked for. Okay? Like, it's not like the Palestinian envoys were like, please give us safe passage for Yahya Sinwar, and then, like, we're fine. Remember 3 weeks ago when a deal was days away and Biden said, I've got a good feeling? Yeah, and I told you, it's a fucking lie. It's been a lie. They are using the negotiation, or lack thereof, but the negotiation process to extend the war, to allow Israel to prosecute its genocide consistently. But this way they can at least, like, do a little bit of a legal defense to be like, oh yeah, you know, we're just trying our best. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. And the only thing that is successful in terms of, like, the messaging around this issue is that it's no longer in the forefront of the conversation. And meanwhile, domestically, in the United States of America, we're doing everything we can to become more fascist in terms of, like, shutting down free speech and making it so that you can't even say Israel is bad. What is this? I know it's a shitty Israeli right-wing news outlet, but I doubt they're lying about what is known. Oh, you mean the Houthi regiments are in Syrian territory? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That might be just Israel's interest in, like, mounting yet another front, potentially, using that as a reason to be like, yeah, we just have to go into war with Syria too.
If he relinquishes control of the territory and sees that all 101 remaining hostages are returned. And not only Sinwar, Hirsch told us, but the offer extends to Sinwar's family, and he said as many people as he wants to take with him. This, he implied, could end the war. Now, Sinwar is never seen in public. He's the most wanted man in the region, and he hasn't responded to this proposal. But his last communique to Houthi rebels doesn't suggest a man open to a deal. In fact, in it, he said, we have prepared to fight a long battle of attrition that will break Israel's will.
Anyway, IDF also took ownership over hostages that they've killed in an airstrike. No shit.
Some breaking news coming to us out of Israel now, and the Israeli military
Guys, I'm shocked.
has reported.
You won't believe it, dude. Israel's relentless bombing campaign. Israel's relentless bombing campaign of Gaza, where the hostages are, ended up killing hostages. Wow. Guys, I am so shocked. What a shocking revelation this is, dude.
Findings from an investigation which says that they believe 3 of their hostages were killed as a result of an IDF airstrike in Gaza. It says that the deaths of the hostages, Corporal Nick Beiser, Sergeant Ron Sherman, and Elia Toledano, have been investigated, and their families have now been informed. And the findings of the investigation suggest a high probability that the 3 were killed as a result of a byproduct of an IDF airstrike. They say that this airstrike was carried out and resulted also in the killing of a Hamas Northern Brigade commander who they've named as Ahmed Gun.
The way New York Times reported this is fucked as usual. Oh, dude. I haven't seen it, but I'm sure they fucking passive voiced this so fucking hard. Like, it's Hamas's fault, right? Hamas actually directed Israeli rockets directly on top of the hostages that they were trying to protect to the best of their ability from routine Israeli airstrikes. You said, dumbass, that gamer for you? No, don't ban him. He's a gamer. I'm about to game in a second.
door. This happened on the 10th of November last year, 2023, so around about a month after.
What did they say? The Israeli military said on Sunday that 3 Israeli hostages were likely killed by an Israeli airstrike targeting a senior Hamas commander in November, according to an internal investigation. I mean, they're saying it, and they're admitting it. Oh, the findings also suggest that at least some senior Hamas officials have surrounded themselves with hostages. Oh, Hamas specifically stood near the hostages so that when Israel launched the missiles would hit the hostages. Hamas's fault. W tactic. Hell, Israel. W tactic. Bro, Israel does not give a fuck, dude. They just don't care at all. I don't know when. I don't know when people will maybe come to that recognition. What is this epic Reddit moment? Oh, I think I saw this. You know what the biggest killer of Gaza and LGBTs? Israeli bombing. Minus 122 upvotes. Yeah, it's totally not Hamas who brutally and publicly execute anyone they discover to be gay. It's 100% the country that's simply trying to defend itself. Skull emoji, 77 upvotes. For the record, the only, ironically enough, the only gay people that the Palestinian resistance has executed is literally gay Palestinians that Israel blackmails with footage. It's still completely unacceptable, by the way. But Israeli officials, like Israeli intelligence agencies, will go and honeypot gay Palestinians. They will take blackmail photos of them, revenge porn, and then they will threaten to leak said revenge porn in an effort to get them to forcibly collaborate with the Israeli intelligence communities. And then those guys get executed not for being gay, but for collaborating with Israeli forces. It's still completely unacceptable, mind you, but, you know, make no mistake. The idea that they're like fucking, you know, throwing gay Palestinians off roofs or whatever is just ISIS shit. And once again, who do you think has killed more gay Palestinians, Hamas or fucking Israel? Yeah. There's something about 12-month-old lazy propaganda retorts that just make me cringe so hard. It's like, you're not even up to date with what's going on, just clinging to outdated shit. Oh, yeah. Like saying that after, you know, 40,000 plus, which is the most conservative and probably outdated estimate, is crazy. Like 40,000 Palestinians have been killed. They released 34,000 names. The Palestinian Health Ministry released 34,000 names. The first 14 pages are aged 0 to 1. They're under 1-year-olds. The first 14 pages are under the age of 1. And I saw Israelis on the fucking timeline being like, well, it's called consequences. Consequences for fucking what, dude? They're babies, dog. They're literally babies. They were just born or in the womb. Oh, where did the talking points of Hamas throwing LGBT people off roofs come from? Or is it bullshit? It is bullshit. It came from ISIS. I think ISIS did that. And to a lot of these demons, they're just straight up fucking Islamophobic, and they think all Muslims are the same. And they, well, one, they don't even recognize that like the fucking gay people that ISIS is throwing off the roofs are also gay Arab Muslims. Okay. So that's number one. So I don't know, like that immediately bricks people's brains when you bring that up to them. You're like, what do you think those people are? And secondly, Israel is aligned with ISIS, al-Nusra, in Syria. Enemy of my enemy is my friend sort of thing. ISIS suspiciously also never really attacks Israel or America for that matter, and almost always exclusively attacks other regional actors. Having said that, once again, there is no, like, Hamas is not like ISIS. Israel is like ISIS. Israel in the way that it operates, whether it's like destroying cultural artifacts, killing anyone and everyone they can, doing pure domination, is closer to ISIS, and also using a bastardized version of religion to advocate for their cause. Again, ISIS. That's why it's always odd when Israel's like, Hamas is ISIS. When they try to make that comparison, I was like, what the fuck are you saying? You are infinitely closer to ISIS than Hamas is. The only thing that is, I guess, the only reason why that works is because people can just be like, oh, they're Muslim, ISIS is Muslim, this is the same shit. Islamophobia, a word created by fascists and used by liars to trick morons. Christopher Hitchens. You did not just go, human shields can be small and then turn around and unironically quote Christopher Hitchens. Reddit atheists are incredible. Foremost sub, by the way, maybe he wants to do a 3-minute ad break debate at the top of the fucking hour. Yeah, I don't give a shit about the Emmys. Yeah. Oh, here, one funny thing from one sad story. Yazan Tamimi is an 11-year-old boy. He has muscle dystrophy and used a wheelchair. He and his parents fled Gaza, where his friend and family were being blown up. They came to Iceland looking for peace. For the first time in his life, Yazan has been able to get treatment for his aggressive disease. He was awakened at midnight last night. Icelandic police officers went into the hospital where Yazan had been staying because of a serious medical issue and removed him from his bed. They removed him from the hospital and brought him to the airport to deport him. A couple hours before departure, it's reported that one or more ministers from the government requested his deportation be delayed. Yazan was brought back to the hospital this morning terrified. People draw different lines on immigration. That's understandable. But to recap, an 11-year-old disabled, vulnerable child fleeing the destruction of his homeland was removed from a hospital at midnight to deport him. This cannot be the line we draw. Iceland has ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. It states, among other things, that all children are equal. Last night we failed as humans. We failed ourselves and we failed Yazan. I am ashamed. A disabled 11-year-old should not be removed from a hospital to be deported. That being said, I'd like to know who his parents are. Okay, that's incredible. Great response, man. Yeah, kill the kid if his parents are not to your liking. Got it. Yes, I know this is the guy on Twitter is the one that Elon tried to fire and then fight with for being disabled, and then Elon had to apologize to the guy because everyone stood up for him. No, Elon had to also apologize to the guy because he would have had the fattest fucking lawsuit in his hands. But here's the funny thing on here's the funny story from Zionism. Remember the girl that was so deeply addicted to cheese? The NYU student and a head of a pro-Israel student group who was addicted to cheese had a major relapse due to stress from the global university in campus and spent 2 weeks in cheese addict rehab, which cost $5,820 per week. Well, she's back and she's doing another podcast.
Everywhere.
Dude, the thing is, like, you know, fuck ISIS, but like at least they didn't have podcasts as far as I know. You know what I mean? Like, that's the one thing. Like, Israel and ISIS are damn near identical in their operation, in their death and destruction, in their cynical, bastardized defense mechanism in terms of like saying that they're doing it for religion, like religious purposes, in their complete destruction of like human life and also cultural artifacts. But the one thing that ISIS at least didn't do was like fucking podcasts. They did a podcast. I mean, I know they had like magazines, they had like zines, right? But I don't remember ever seeing a fucking ISIS podcast where they were just like walking around and being like, you know what is so hard, brother? You know what is so hard, brother? Listen, Muhammad, what is hard, brother, is when you kill for the Levant, in the Levant. They do not understand in the Western world why we are doing this. I guess the closest you get to is like Salafist podcasters who are like, Salafist podcasters in fucking London, Londonistan.
Where I went, I was the Zionist. I'd walk into a room and like the Regina George Mean Girls moment where everyone's whispering and they go, that's the Zionist. Yeah, so I had that moment every time I walked.
That's the freak. Bro, this dude is looking progressively more like shit.
So I had that moment every time I walked into a classroom. It got to the point that my classmates in my Arabic class wouldn't partner with me for final projects. My professors themselves said that it might be better if I stopped coming to class.
Maybe it was because you had the stinkiest cheese farts. Like, see, I'm not even saying it's because you're really fucking annoying, okay? Because you are. But maybe it's because you were just farting up a fucking storm, okay? Just incredible cheese farts. And everyone was like, I do not want to be around you, okay?
And I was grateful to them. I said, wow, they're so kind. They're so kind that they're allowing me not to come into class because I'm being harassed. Insanity. Insanity. They actually arranged for me to take my final exams in a separate room, and there was an uninvolved girl, sweet, random uninvolved black girl who decided to partner with me for a project. She started feeling so uncomfortable in the class that she actually asked to take her final exams with me instead of the rest of the class.
Also very funny that she thinks she's the only Zionist in college in New York, Lamau. I'm willing to bet that a lot of these institutions are probably way more fucking Jewish anti-Zionists and anti-Zionists in general than there are people like her. At least like most of the people who are like, I'm very pro-Israel, know better than to come across like fucking idiots who are just refusing to recognize what's going on, you know? Who cares what a snowflake? I know. I mean, the classic fascist pipeline, get fired for being a rabid psychopath and start a podcast. Yeah. I know this girl. Check my last mention. This girl tried to get me suspended from school because I called her anti-Semitic lamau. She was harassing us at a protest, and I said that she was making life work. What? She was making life work for Jews by connecting our religion to genocide, and she said I'd committed a hate crime. Yeah. The funniest part about that is that the ADL probably logged it as a hate crime. Their new hate crime report came out, and like every single dude, every like the ADL is completely unhinged. Okay. I don't know a single person who has more than 3 fucking brain cells who is not like straight up invested in direct lies and like presenting lies as the truth that would ever take a look at what the fuck the ADL report looks like and be like, this is serious. And it's really crazy because like anti-Semitism has risen, you know? And at a time when like a group that is supposed to be tracking hate, specifically like anti-Jewish hate, anti-Semitic hate, just dropping the ball so aggressively and turning around and weaponizing like real anti-Semitism against, you know, saying mean things about the apartheid state is incredible. Okay? Is incredible. Not as incredible as Wukong, though. We're obviously moving on to the gaming portion of the broadcast. You already know. I read that the ADL watches your stream and just counts 1 infraction for every second you talk about Israel. Yeah. What? JD Vance, N-word drop. This is not bait. What? NBC asked JD Vance about Laura Loomer's racist statements that the White House would smell like curry if Harris wins. Calling it unimportant, Vance replied, whether you're eating curry at your dinner table or fried chicken, things have gotten more expensive thanks to her. No. Hey, yo, dude. Bro, he's laying it on thick, dude. He's not even fucking... He's not even... Oh, my God. There's... No, that's crazy. Okay, I'm going to pee real quick. There's a video from that yesterday. I didn't see it, I guess. But we are fighting the hardest boss in this game. Like, straight up. It's the secret boss, Erlang. It's the secret boss, Erlang, and he is cooking my ass with his fucking 5 different phases. I'm going to go piss real quick. I'll be back. Don't leave. There's good gamba opportunities. It's time, chat. Roach looking ass. That's crazy. Okay, so watch today's VOD with this tab open on mute. Much love, Habibi. Are you going to do New Game Plus? I've never done New Game Plus in any game. Do you have a strat? The strat is just fight hard. Megaphonics message, please, Azan. No, I'm not going to fucking do that right now. That's crazy. Chatters have lost the dang plot. What's happening? Oh shit. Thunder, my skin, and lightning, my heart. That's good. Good. Survive. Oh shit. Or fall soon if you're not. Damn. Cooked my ass, dude. I haven't even gotten 25% yet. This sucks. Barely made it out the mud. I do have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! When it's too late. What? Even stars. No! Oh, shit. Oh, what the fuck? He deflected my shit. Clouds just Are we level 3 now? What is happening? Are we phase 3 now? Why is he fucking me up like that? Beat his ass. Please fuck him many. I'll fuck this up. Forget your pride. O thou of purity. Unleash your might. Through the air.
Like a falling star!
That sucks, dude.
Came before. Think of it as last life's. What comes here after this life's stuff. Young monkey, come down. Show me how far you can go!
Okay, he's fucking my ass up.
Ready to start over. If you can't evade...
Oh, he killed me.
I'm not him. Tell Fro.
You use the worst timing to use your stuff? Dude, his fucking phase 3 is phased up, dude. I didn't even get to phase 4 on my first try, but I think the fact that I am consistently getting to phase 3 is good. It means that I'm phasing the frick up, you know what I mean? In comparison to where I was before. He knocked you out of every transform. I know, he did. I don't know why I even used my my pluck. I forgot that I already got out of my pluck. Didn't even get to his real phase 2 shaking my head. Yes, I did. What are you talking about? Have you gotten to phase 4? Yes, I have. Yes, I've gotten to phase 4 last night multiple times. Yes, I have, Chad. Why are you saying I haven't? What is happening with this? Oh, God. Oh, shit. Oh, I shouldn't have used this. Why did I use this? I shouldn't have used
I was just wondering, is our fight here and now all part of his plan?
There we go.
Wait, you do have some of his spark.
Not bad. Right?
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Awesome. Deflect.
Firmly. Oh, shit.
Ah, shit.
Craft, cloaked and crude. Bright truth and shade. Fair fused with foul.
Oh, what the fuck?
Small counters grand.
Oh, shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. Ah.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed.
No!
But he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see what path diverges from his. Under my skin!
Yes! Oh, shit. No! Oh, no! No.
From the sky, my sword sweeps the land! Those in celestial ranks, many of them are below me. And
no!
Your destiny.
Oh, shit!
You too seek glory.
Okay, funny
True
moment,
glory
funny moment.
in breaking
Funny moments, funny moments, funny moments. This is a fun little moment for us.
Is no easy feat, and will test you relentlessly. Your inherited gift alone. Walking this path is no easy.
No! No! No, no, no! No! No!
The great sage.
No!
Just a tight. None ever dared to turn the world upside down.
He fucking died. He did it again. Oh, he fucked me. I should have beaten him there. And I didn't. And now I'm cooked.
The world knows every stir of your mind.
Dodged it.
Trust me. I know it more.
Wow. Wow. What a fight. What a fight, dude. That was close. You sold there, not gonna lie. I don't think I sold there. I think I did my very best. You started off bad too. Holy shit. Yeah. Best thing to not do is get discouraged. Throw your multi-spell thingy in phase 4. Use the legendary crit rate increase medicine. Is Erlang harder than Scorpion Lord? Yeah. No, this is the hardest boss I've faced in this game objectively. Why are you using Xbox controls? I'm not. The game auto swaps it back, but I'm using PlayStation. Use the second life pill when you're about to die. Can you just like press start and use the pill? Can he kill you while you're taking the pill or no? Let's try it with this thing. What the fuck? Why is it not critting?
Do you have some of the spark? That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Why does he have multiple of that? He just... Wait, what? What a deflect that was, dude. Shit. He's cooking me up harder than before, huh?
It's too late!
Oh, shit. I thought I dodged that.
My sword spans the 9 sky, swifter than shooting stars! Now shake! Stars in the sky!
What the fuck? What is that?
My blade bolts the air and rouses the...
No!
Trust me, I know it more than you.
That was a good ass run too. That sucks. My house is on the line. Lock in, bro. So random. You can make those medicines using Zhu Dog in the village. Yeah, I can, but I'm not even gonna make that one. I'm gonna try a different one this time. This is the one I need to use, right? That was 2 boss fights after this. Erlong's health bar. People Sag. What? I suggest Puppet take Spirit. It reduces cost of Pluck. I'm not using Pluck. I don't think Pluck is useful. And yes, I am using the Wukong stance. Have you not seen it? Am I not using the Wukong stance? No, I am. Yeah, I have it. The 5 set. Why are people saying you aren't in phase 2 after this healthcare? There's 2 more. Lamau, good luck, have fun. Wukong stance is only in chapter 6. Yeah, this is only doing a triple tap. It's not letting me hit the quadruple focus.
Vow of purity! Unleash your might!
Ah! That's annoying that it won't let you. Yeah, come on, man. You and your dog, bro. Oh my god, I'm eating this shit by pure fucking luck of the draw here.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Wow, I dodged into it. Fuck you. Oh shit, I thought I dodged that. I did not. What?
My sword spans the 9 sky, swifter than shooting stars!
Fuck you, bitch.
This is nowhere near his powers.
Oh, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. I hate when he does that. That's such bitch shit. You're such a bitch, bro. You're such a bitch.
My game springs.
No. Oh. Oh, god damn. Okay, fuck you. I didn't even use my fucking... I didn't even use, like, any of my shit. I'm just beating his ass silly. Like, solid
You've lifted my
fundamentals type
spirits,
shit.
monkey.
You see that?
When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place.
Solid fundamentals type shit.
Let me see you where you are. Divert from his in my skin and lightning my heart. From the sky, my sword sweeps the land. In my training days, my master told me the gate of Hades comes.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
And now I see clearly. Not him.
Oh, nice try, but I don't want to hear from people about like advice on what to do with this boss, because I think I'm doing really well. I don't think it's copium. I think I'm doing incredibly well, like damn near perfect. If anything, the last fight, I didn't use my skills enough. I didn't use my fan. I never used my ball. I literally reduced him down to like the third. I got him to the third phase almost without like using my skills enough. But it was good though, because mana wise, like I was able to use an economy of mana. What the fuck? Where is he? Where is he? What the fuck is he doing? Fucking up. It's not like last time.
Much closer.
Oh shit! I almost. No, hit it! There we go. What?
Now, let's have it.
What was that?
I was just wondering, is our...
That's crazy that it took me this long to get to his second stage.
Have some of this.
That was not good. I will admit. A decent recovery so far, but
I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! My game springs from yours.
Oh, I hate that.
Even stars admire rock.
I hate that shit. Oh, why'd I eat that? I ate that twice.
Oh, shit. Stars in the sky. My blade goes to the air and rouses the thunder. Bury this.
He broke my shit again. No, hit the fucking thing, god damn it. I'm trying to hit the
You've lifted my spirits, monkey.
Fuck.
When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. But he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverges from his. You're ready to start over. You can't evade this. Through the air.
No! Oh no!
Like a falling star.
No! You're so bad! Oh shit!
Came before.
What is he doing?
Think of it as last life's end. What comes hereafter is life's start. Young monkey, now show me how far you can go! Rest your weary self.
Oh, he does not play fair at all. He does not play fair at all. I think it's a little bit luck of the draw. Sometimes he gets ball is trash, lowers attack. Yeah, but I mean, I think it eats it as fucking, you're a scammer. Bye, asshole. Actually, trash chatter. Go back to the baby, to be honest. Hit him right when the tornado eats his shield. I mean, I need focus eaters. And the only thing I feel like eats away at his focus is that fucking dumbass babe, not the baby, but the ball. I cheesed his ass. I mean, I feel like I'm doing a relatively cheesy job. It's just not working, you know? The ball does a big... Oh, what the fuck? No! Oh my god! No! I'm done. Switch sides. Fuck it. Doubters galore. Fuck it. No, that does count. That counts. It's 1 of 3. Shut the fuck up. Just don't gamble if you're gonna be annoying in the chat, okay? I'm already in a fucking bad mood. I'm getting my ass beat, okay? You need to mobilize? No, Ring of Fire is actually pretty good. Ring of Fire has been better for me than Immobilize in this battle. I really need to stop reading chat. It's pissing me off. In this game so far, it hasn't really pissed me off, chat, overall, because like, I'm pretty good. Like, much better than...
It's good. Good.
What am I doing, man? What am I actually doing, though? For real. What am I actually doing here with my life? It's a waste. Look at that. That's like a lot of fucking...
Much closer. Just yet. I'll train. In his stead. Craft, cloak, and creed. Right truth and shade.
Fuck you.
Fair fused with foul. Small counters grand.
That's just bullshit, dude. Oh, no!
It's time to rest your weary self.
I'm getting way too confident being at fucking low health, and I'm literally losing at earlier stages that are not... I'm not panic dodging. Shut the fuck up. I'm tilting. I'm definitely tilting, and I'm getting way too fucking confident in stages where I shouldn't be, where I literally am just like, oh, it's easy for me. I am using the key gourd, chatter. I am using the key gourd. I have the key gourd. That is the gourd I'm using. I probably should be using my transformation more too. Let's do this time.
Now again.
No!
Your inherited gift alone does not shield you from You too seek glory. He sprang out of a rock. Your inherited gift alone does not. You made it this far. Now, show me.
It should be 25%.
No more speed.
Wait, what? How is it not 25% yet? What the fuck? There we go. Come on, get out of
some
here,
of his spark.
bitch.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Wait, what the fuck?
Oh, Gale Swivel and Shadow Step. Sword Stab.
Yeah, bitch. Not so hot now, are you? Oh shit. Okay, I wasn't hot.
You can't escape this. Failed to strike true.
No, don't kick me out of my ring. Don't do it, you fucking asshole. That's my ring.
The clouds just form barriers around.
Wait, what?
You've lifted my spirits, monkey.
Phased me. That's why I
When
was
he
like,
was
what
dragged
the fuck?
to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where you hide, divergent from his.
Bitch. Eat it.
The sky! My sword sweeps the land! Your destiny brought you here. But forget, he's your destiny. Purity.
Accepted. How is that even possible, bro? How is that even fucking possible? He is so fucking blitzed up, it's not even funny.
You too
Like,
seek glory. True glory lies. How sluggish, are destined to prove. Your inherited gift alone.
Maybe I can kick him off. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Lock him in here.
Walking his path. The great sage, just the type. None ever dared to turn the world upside down. Through the air, like a falling star.
Yes! Oh my god. Yes!
Your best trick.
What the fuck?
Don't hold back.
That's craziness. He's pulling out the sheets. Yes, it's done. What just happened? What is going on? What is going on? Oh no, I beat him. What is going on? What is happening? What is happening? There's no way. There's no way. No, it counts as a W. There's no way. Pay out the gamba. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Has this ever happened to anyone before? Oh, go back. Oh my
Today's
god. Oh my
clash
god.
didn't satisfy my spirit.
Pay off.
Go back with me to the sky. Let us get drunk before we continue this fight.
That was incredible. That was fucking insane. I literally thought Xi Jinping is like, nope, you're not allowed. Wait, what? You bastard. I can't even look at the gamba results because I'm so fucking... Yes!
None has what it takes to push me into this fight. This monkey.
Look at that. 30.
I've been thinking of you every day since.
25 million points. 64% doubters. That's badass, dude. He ugly as hell, but he's still sick.
Such power must be new to you. You should first spar with them a while.
So what do I do now? Is this just like a fun moment? Oh my god. What did you do? Rock solid? What the fuck? I'm beating God's asses right now? Is that what's going on? What happens if I focus up? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? I wasted it! Oh, damn, this is sick. He's like, take that off. Yeah, I'll beat you from the back, bitch. Come on, bitch. Oh, shit. The tower is new to me, but I'm acting like I've been there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shit. Chill out. Okay, calm down, bro. Stop hanging up on me. I just want to fucking power up on one of these motherfuckers. I want to see how it works. Oh, there it is. Four Heavenly Kings, Guardians, the Cardinal Directions. Yeah, well, I'm whipping their ass in multiple different directions right now. They learning about directions today. God damn. Combos. It's the 3 Heavenly Kings now. They should reflect that. Oh, shit. Take your fucking umbrella and stick it where it belongs. Your ass, son. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, this is incredible. Oh. Give me that dragon. Oh, rap. Oh, hell no. Oh, no. Bro, this is better than God of War. This is better than God of War. This is better than God of War, I think. What the fuck is this? You got a fucking mandolin, dog? What the fuck are you gonna do with that? The Bard. Yeah, sing me a song. Sing me a song, bitch. Sing a song for all my doubter. It's called 2FAP. Top of the hour ad break, baby. Subscribe.
A monkey of wood indeed. As I've helped you, I shall see.
That's the name of the song. 2FAP. God, okay, so this was actually a real battle. There's like real consequences, it seems.
Taste my blood!
What the fuck? Hit him!
If you cannot
I can't tell if this is friend or foe type shit, chat. Like, is this lovers the fighters, lovers the haters type shit, or what? Well, by the way, none of my hits are registering. I don't know why. I think it's like a little bit sequenced, and I'm not supposed to like hit them there or something, because none of them are registering for some reason. You're beating his ass.
Always wear down my edge.
What's he doing her?
Rock must be.
Her combos, like at the end of this, I suspect. Fuck! Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Am I gonna lose? Oh, I lost! Wait, how do you lose this? Lose here? Do I have to go back to the fucking this guy?
A monkey of wood is dead. As I've helped you, I shall see it through.
I didn't even know you could lose this. I thought it was like a unlosable battle. Oh shit.
Paul moves up. Your downfall.
He's not wrong. He's not my downfall, honestly. Oh shit. Hit me. Oh, fuck. Bro, I missed one of those, dude. Earth Shatter Slam gives you health back. Yeah, I know.
Our battles always wear down my edge.
Killed like 1,000 pounds with every step. They had it coming, dude. What the fuck?
Rock must be.
Every stage of this motherfucker has like multiple stages for no reason. Oh shit. It seems like it doesn't really matter what you hit him with sometimes. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I can't see him. What is happening with the camera? What is happening with the camera? How's in this fucking foul saddle too? Oh, I got a camera boss! what is that? What the fuck is that? Oh.
Perfectly. If you can, avenge him!
Holy shit. Jesus Christ. How is he even eating any of this, dude? That's crazy. This is like watching an anime. It's like playing an anime. This is a real story. This really happened. Isn't that crazy? People think Shen Yun, but Shen Yun could never. You know what I mean? Shen Yun could never do this. 5,000 years of Chinese prosperity. All they got is like, oh my God, they're organ harvesting people for saying miscegenation is bad or whatever the fuck they talk about over there. This is real China lore. None of that fake shit. This is real China lore. Shen Yun could never. This is the real 5,000 years of Chinese prosperity. Oh man, made him flinch. Yo, I made him my bitch, dude. That's crazy. Close that third eye. Your eye pussy's showing. Nasty. No, the final boss is like the other Wukong, I think. Oh God, his eye pussy.
Tell this Yao Guai is I rank 1,000-fold above that king. As his sire, he reveres me, and like a deity, he serves me. How dare
he nutted.
His slave. Kindly chant the loosening spell and release that, Tathagata, so that you can take back my headband and I can be free. That Yaguai said he knew me somewhat. Surely he's no mere mortal. He must be somebody from the court. Great. The journey ends here. Keep those eyes wide to bring him to watch me rip it off. Break free!
In the beginning of the journey to the west, Guanyin forces a circlet that shrinks on command onto Wukong's head. You see it in the prologue fight. Erlang worked together with Wukong on to kill Wukong and store half of Wukong's memory. The other half is the destined one. The fight is Erlang seeing if you're strong enough to handle the memory.
My brothers tested you at my behest, all for this day. And only now do I understand that fight. No prestige can shackle him.
Okay, but why did Erlang fucking relegate Wukong into the rock?
Can keep him caged. A mortal death for an unbound mind and will. May you not fail him. I'm now at peace. Your journey, though, has just begun.
He didn't. He killed Wukong. I heard this weapon is crazy and it gives you like OP ass fucking.
Say, what's to come of
with a
Destiny
thrust.
if he steps out of that mural?
I make a living by reading what was written. The signs alone tell what's to come.
What's to come is what's not yet written. No one can read what's not written.
Destiny is written in what's done. What's done shapes what's to come, not escape.
Who's this old man?
It's all written for me, if only I uncover all that occurred.
So, there really is something even you cannot read. That's good. Very good.
The baby is the second Buddha. There's 3 Buddhas that have their own realms, and the current Buddha is encroaching on the baby Buddha's territory. And the baby Buddha is inevitably going to be Buddha, the OG Buddha. I assume this is the best possible transformation, right? Okay, I'm not gonna use this anymore. I'm going back to my motherfucking baby head. Even though this has more defense, but it takes a... Integrates spear techniques in the light attack combo and increases damage dealt by thrust stance upon performing a forceful thrust. Sword shoot from the staff for attack, but I think this is better. Especially because in the final boss battle, I'll have Wukong stance as well, right? For the monkey, I'm going to do the final boss battle and finish the game now. For the monkey, fully upgrade the frog spirit. I don't have the frog spirit because I missed one frog, I think. We're going to the return path, right? But first, let's fucking go to the scroll village. I changed my transformation. There's only one more boss battle left. It's the final boss battle, right? Which is the Hawk to a boss battle. There's no reason to use like my key.
Self-refinement is the way to make golden pill. It retains the energy of both this world and beyond.
It's broken up into 2 bosses. Soul Monkey transformation is incredibly good.
Pill is a means to an end. My destiny's course.
Are you gonna New Game Plus? No, I don't know why people ask me that. Like, I don't know. People always ask me like, are you gonna New Game Plus? Like, no, I'm not gonna New Game Plus, dude. I still don't know if I should use Long Balm, which is 30% recovery, but like it considerably increases the damage and it has 4 slots versus Monkey Brew. Honestly, Keyboard is still OP in final boss using fan. Wait, is the fan good? So maybe the meta is Spellbinder for the boss, for the final boss, because he just like, I've seen the videos where he just like literally when you try to use immobilize, he like immobilizes you and shit, right? No help.
Cheers, cheers. Fancy doing anything today? There's no going back to the court. Only drink can drown my sorrows.
What do you think of my work?
I like it.
In this world, only the green one. Oh, who's that?
Go, don't listen to chat.
What rags and tatters? No wonder you're at my door.
I kind of want to fully upgrade the Pilgrim headband just for the fuck of it, but the problem is I don't know if I have enough mats. Like if I were to upgrade one maxed out, which one should it be? The water armor heals you in the final boss fight. Yeah, but if you upgrade it to max, it gets a new look. I kind of want to upgrade it. Fuck it, why not? It was good to me from the jump. From Pilgrim to fucking mythical, dude. It's pretty cool.
Now you see my
People talking about Diddy during gaming. What the fuck did Diddy do? Did he get arrested or some shit? When sprinting gains a small amount of focus per second? Holy fuck. Wait, he did get arrested? That's crazy. What the fuck? Nah, I think the set bonuses are too good. To be honest though, actually, if I spellbind, if I do the spellbinder play, Pilgrim would be the meta. Because then it's like, I just like run around and then I use my, this is a spellbinder type boss. He counters all your spells. Don't change, you'll see, trust me. The Diddler is going to Arkham. This armor is fucking dope, dude. Wow. And you're faster too. It's fucking literally picking up focus points as you run. That's insane. The aura. Wow. Try spear since you don't have the set bonus. But I don't also have the thrust either. You only need spellbinder for the first. Oh, let's see if I even get to the fucking first phase. You know what I'm saying? The tactic might be. We'll see. I like the Wukong, and so I think I'm gonna probably do that. On the brew front, I might just keep the key, and then should I ring of fire on this, or should I? Does he have like? Dude, I don't know why I'm trying so hard, dude. Fuck it, let's just go. You know, fuck it, YOLO mode. Do a bonus healing at crit health. No. Let's see what the spellbinder does to this boss. How do we feel about changing the spell to the new monkey one that we got? Put on the Wukong headband and any Mana Curio spellbind before you activate it, and put on. He's easier than that, but the fight is really long. Okay, well, whatever. I feel like I'm forgetting something, and I probably am. But fuck it, YOLO. Take off the spin points? Wait, why? Oh, that's what I'm fucking up. All the colored brothers, white clad noble, yellow robe squire, green cap marshalless were Erlanger sworn brothers testing you. Yeah, I gotta change my brew back from Ring of Fire. Dog, fucking fight the boss already. Calm down. Let's do this thing. Wait, probably should reset. Hold on. There's a soak that gives you 20% chance not to consume a sip. I know. Why is the prediction with 3 deaths instead of 5? I don't know, because we switch it up sometimes. Calm down, man.
I will back down, even if I ain't impressed. Yes, surround us with me.
Dude, I'm melting these fools. Holy shit. Put on the Wukong armor for this section. Wait, what the fuck? Big damage. What are you doing? Shubaija. Wukong armor made it so much better for this section. It doesn't matter. I'm melting through them, dude. I know I get the Wukong stance with the armor.
That's it. You're in my way. Move it or lose it, all of you.
How many are there? What the fuck? Fuck. Goodwill. Not that it fucking matters. It's the last boss. I can just like run through here. I believe in you, Mr. Piker. Please tell me there's a shrine at the end of all this, because if not, I'm just wasting shit for no reason. Where the hell did Shubaija go? Fuck. What the fuck? A pipeline exploded in Houston is on fire. What do you want me to do? Fucking put it out, dude? Sometimes I feel like chatters are so used to me giving real-time analysis on shit. Like, what am I supposed to do, bro? Pipeline exploded. Okay. They think Unk is Superman. Yeah. Yeah, you want me to Hawk Tua on it, dude? Wait, where am I going? How am I always lost? It's a linear game, man. It don't make no fucking sense. Someone just said, I live up the street from the pipeline and I don't care. It's beautiful. There's gotta be another shrine right before this boss, right? You still have 30 minutes to get to the fucking boss. I believe you. New York Times said racketeering and trafficking children or whatever. I don't care. Fake news. Don't care. Even if it's real news, still don't care.
Hurry! Hurry!
Oh, there it is.
Me. This rock must be disturbed.
Yeah, it's Wukong. This is a gaming channel. Chatters, I need you to understand something very important. This is a motherfucking gaming channel, bitch. Take that silly ass shit somewhere else. Politics. Take it. This ain't the Northern Lion channel, okay? We fucking game around these parts, and not just Balatra.
You're here. We're here. Step aboard. Hey, old monkey. I hope this isn't a one-way trip, is it?
Isn't all life a one-way trip? Once you embark on the journey, there's no turning back.
What is this place?
His memories.
Someone in the chat said Tahiti. Yeah, that's where Diddy is, bro. We're going over there to find Diddy.
Since his early days, he'd had an eye for the finer things, and a will to wrest them from others. Laying his eyes on, then craving to seize their riches. No better than the black bear and Jincha, I say.
You can't have an eye for the finer things, while the Buddha oversees the 3 realms? Well, I hardly think that's fair.
How insatiable. Not content with his kingdom and title below, he asked for a position in the celestial court. But soon after his wish was granted, his joy turned to rage, all because he wasn't invited to a feast. He nearly ruined the entire celestial palace.
They're making Wukong sound like kind of an asshole.
Fume at unfavorable news. As untamed and ungrateful as that yellow rat. Beasts are beasts, don't you think?
He was young. He didn't know any better. Hadn't learned from the Buddha or our master yet. Aren't you being a bit harsh? Dredging up the scandals from his youth?
Like his adulthood was any better. Since his release, he had claimed to have learned manners and discipline.
Is the guy in the middle pissing?
Yet his weak Frankenchurch gave him away. Posing as an idol, he degraded the gods. Clear was his defiance of the doctrines he had learned.
Well, he was just being naughty. Aren't all great achievers somewhat self-obsessed? Myself included.
Nose in the air, feeling above others. I say he was no less insolent than that yellow-browed brat.
Wait, isn't it that lady of some sort? It was her tricks that made Master drive
Did Wukong get
away.
bitches? Or is that just Zhubash's
On White
category?
Tiger Ridge, he forsook his love. 3 times he broke her into pieces, convincing himself his heart would ache no more. Yet,
damn,
as you
he's
must
cooking him
know,
up.
he had never let go of her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to get away from the Buddhahood he attained. Those who talk much of love will one day bite their tongues. On this matter, he was akin to you and your many darlings. No matter where you are, you'd always fall captive to the web of mortal desire.
Why bring me into this? True, I don't have the wits to break the web, but he had torn his way out since that day.
Take a look, Badger. Can you see? Many of your good friends are here.
We're just fair-weather friends, that's all.
But they are still friends, aren't they?
So you say, so it must be.
So he wanted to be a god, he became a god, and then he hated the gods because the gods were like, what the fuck are they doing? They're just like chilling.
Indeed. For ages,
not giving shit to the mortals who are
gifted
struggling.
souls have walked
And then he was like,
this
fuck
earth.
the gods.
Yet of them, how few have forged everlasting greatness? Do you know why?
Injustice?
Never has it been just.
Misfortune?
Fortune is simply humility in the mighty.
Well, mayhaps. They simply lacked my charm.
Gifted they may be, yet strive they not. Content with little and lost in lust. Seek the ease, yet crave the renown. They yearn for freedom, yet aspire to Buddhahood. They always want both, yet nobody can and nobody should. Such was the folly of the Bull King and Wukong.
Old Monkey said that even after being made Buddha in Journey to the West, Wukong was defiant. He says Wukong's personality is gone because Destined One has no memories of Wukong's life.
You should mark well these words.
Hold on. This can't be Wukong's memory. You're fooling us, aren't you?
5 of the 6 relics call for one. Badger, tell me which.
Eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Mind, it's mind.
What did you just see?
The 3 of us?
That was the last one.
Oh, I see now. It was you. I knew it from the beginning. You were the mind of Wukong all along. That's why you led us here.
Not me. It's him.
Don't make me laugh. Him? He is Wukong.
Yes and no.
Cut to the
I am
chase,
him
will
now.
you? We didn't come this far for your riddles.
After Wukong died, 5 of his 6 senses endured and were taken by the Yaoguai kings. Only his mind was lost. Mind is the first of the 6. It's the essence unique to every life. Therefore, it's destined to fade away.
Wukong is
life's end.
Bodhisattva, returning to save folks, escaping the cycle of rebirth.
Hold on. You mean Wukong's gone for good? Never to return? You old bastard! You've been lying to us all this time!
That Wukong you knew will never return. But what made him remains. The universe will always bear him a successor. One who shall carry on his name and nature. This chosen successor is the destined one. Nameless you were, yet perils and mighty foes you've braved to recover his relics. Your will now
because I got the mind from Erlang.
Worthy of his power.
That's why the secret ending is on
to take
long.
Wukong's name. He's not.
Sun Wukong is long gone. But deep down, you know he wasn't all that perfect. Now that he is dead, this one perhaps shall bear the name in his stead.
So Old Monkey wants me to be the new Wukong, and Zhu Baizhe wants me to awaken the old Wukong as destined one, right? Zhu Baizhe is saying like, oh, old Wukong, you need to return him.
Here, we can venture forth with you no further. This task is yours alone. Sun Wukong left behind a broken shell, stripped of all his 6 senses. Though ages have passed, it maintains a connection attuned to the echoes of his former self. If you truly are the one destined, you must cast aside his soulless shell and merge the 6 into one. Then, you shall be the one to begin the journey anew.
No, not on his own. He's just a kid who knows nothing. I'll go with him.
This place is shaped by Wukong's lingering obsession. It allows only his relic bearer to face the final ordeal. We can escort him no more. See it for yourself.
Hear me, son! You can always run! You don't have to bear Wukong's name!
Zhu Baizhe is a real one to the end, dude. Like, every single 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour, he's there. You know? He's subscribed for $5 or for free. He's good. Oops. I forgot because I was running the ad break. Oh, I fucked it up. I couldn't even use Spellbinder, and I died. Insta death. That one doesn't count. I was running an ad break. That one doesn't count. I was running an ad break. The best part is you have to go through the intro sequence again. No. That one definitely doesn't count. No, bro, come on. I wasn't even fucking paying attention. That's crazy. 2,551. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I didn't know he had it like that. Bro, chill out, dog. What the fuck? Bro is fucking me up. I don't know his moveset at all. Why am I just not fighting him? I'm being stupid. That one counts. That one definitely counts. No, that's not 2 out of 3. Shut the fuck up, chatters. That one definitely counts. Oh my god. I don't care that the fucking chatters are saying no, dude. Come on. I was fucking serving an ad break. I'm also running. I'm running too much. I should have never done the fucking pilgrim. I was dumb. I don't know why I listen to fucking chatters, dude. Like, I have this sick ass set. Why the fuck am I listening to chatters? Fuck, I gotta restructure so much now. This sucks. At least I didn't take shit out of Cloud Step, but I gotta restructure so much. Ugh, I'm so stupid. Why did I do any of this? This isn't the boss for the Gamba. That's 2 2, 2, 4, 6 more. 6 more. What do I need to take out of? This isn't even the final boss. You have to beat the guy to get to the final boss. Yeah, I know. What did I restructure? Like, where did I take from? Like, when I was running Cloud Step and Pluck of Many, I'm like, what was I doing? Oh, the fucking martial arts spin. That's what the fuck I was doing. I forgot that I was doing. I needed to restructure a little bit. Immobilize, Cloud Step, Pluck of Many. If this is a real gaming channel, why don't you finish Alien Isolation? Shut the fuck up. Oh, what the fuck? Bro, chill out. Why me, dog? Why me? Chill out. Wait, what? What the fuck was that? Fuck you, I'll beat your ass with you. I'll beat your ass like you, dude. How about that? What is happening, bro? I haven't even hit him yet. Wait, what the fuck? He broke me. Oh, what? I hate that. I don't like that at all. What is happening? What is he doing? What? What is going on, brother? Okay, this boss battle is way more difficult than I thought it was going to be. Chat made it seem like it was easy shit. No! Oh my god! There's no way to fight him without him, like, cloning himself, right? I just use the other staff. No. It's easy. I mean, if chat says one thing, I use too many resources in phase 1. Recharge all first phase, save mana. Recharge for all the time, first phase, save mana. Third death, and yet the mods don't pay because they have no honor or decency. Use potions that recharge mana. I probably shouldn't even be fucking around with Pluck in the first phase, honestly. Ah, shit. Fuck. Oh, hate that. That grab is fucking annoying. Okay. It was a much easier first try now. Oh shit. What the fuck? Oh, bro, he fucking cooked my Pluck of Many like. That's crazy that he did that. I can't believe the doubters were fucking chirping because of the first try. Like that, I have to pee. I'm more angry on this than politics. I actually, downloading his moves is not that hard. His moveset is not that crazy. I think Pluck is meaningless in this fight. I think Pluck is utterly meaningless in this fight. Immobilize is fine. Tornado might not be great either. Would you say Tornado is meaningless or no? I might need to use Needle. Use Pluck after his Ring of Fire thing. Needle might be better, especially with the Immobilize is fine. Ring of Fire might be better, but I guess in the second phase it doesn't really matter. And also, I'm taking Cock Solid is good here. I don't think fucking Pluck does shit, chat. Pluck didn't do shit last fight. Like, I literally, all Pluck did last fight was take away my fucking. I'm gonna keep the Tornado, but I'm not gonna use Pluck. I'm gonna put it in the other shit here. Yeah, his AoE fucking destroys me. Also, 4 Banes is helpful here too, but too late now. I'm gonna do it like this. We're back on Ring of Fire. I don't know if I should. Stamina recovery. I don't know. Is Needle good? Needle with the crit damage might be good. Kill yourself, lol. Prime's bullet holes. No, I'm not gonna piss yet. Shit. Oh, fuck. I'm doing nothing. Oh! No, I hate that that happened. Oh! Got my ass. Got me. Classic monkey moves, too. Wait, I thought I dodged that. That's crazy. Oh, my God. 2 in a row. That's crazy. That monkey fucked me up. He done fucked me up, dude. I hate that. Oh, come on. That's no fair. That's no fair. That's actually no fair, dude. What the fuck? What did this do? Oh my God. He can do that too. That's right. What the fuck? Oh, no, no, does that kill me? No, please no. Please no, please no, please no. Wait, did that work? It worked, right? Wait, it didn't work? It did, it did. No, no. What else do I have? What else do I have? I don't have any more heals. At the bottom middle, this one? Oh, shit. Yes! No! No, he's dead! He's dead! Please die! Please die! He's technically dead! No! He died! Yes, he did! He fucking died! I'm done. I'm not playing this game. Fuck this game. Yo, fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that, dude. He grabbed me with no health. The needle killed him, and then he killed me. He literally had no health. Fuck the Arkansas DLC. I will ban you permanently. Shut the fuck up about Arkansas. I'm done. 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 Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no way I'm doing that. Fuck that. That was an absolute fucking kill. No shot, dude. No shot. No shot. I can't believe this game. This is the second time this game tried to rob me. This time it successfully robbed me. Last time it almost robbed me with a fucking Erlang fight. That is bullshit. Okay, that's fucking bullshit. Fuck this game. Bitch ass game, stupid ass fucking mobile game, making ass, dumbass fucking stupid developers, dude. Fuck this game. This game can suck my dick, dude. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Okay, bye everybody. Fuck. Her sun is streaming. There is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is
streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming.